Again, we're doing this is because last time a lot of Republicans didn't actually read the bill, and so they were surprised and even said they would have voted no if they read it. So we're going to help them read the bill, and I'm going to sing this chapter. I'm just kidding, no. But I'm going to try to go through as fast as I can through this bill. So Chapter 3, Establishing Certainty and Competitiveness for American Job Creators. And Subchapter A, Permanent U.S. Business Tax Reform and Boosting Domestic Investment. Full expensing for certain business property. Subsection A says made permanent in general. Section 168K2A is amended by adding and at the end of the clause 1, by striking and at the end of clause 2, and inserting a period by striking clause 3. And then section 2, property with longer production periods, section 168K2D is amended. That's a personal favorite, section 168K. In clause A, by striking subclauses 2 and 3 and redesignated subclauses 4, 5, and 6 as subclauses 2, 3, and 4 respectively, and by striking clause and redesignating clauses 3 and 4 as clauses 2 and 3 respectively. So it looks like they were moving things around in that section. Subsection 3, self-constructed property, and they amended this by striking clause 1 and redesignating clauses 2 and 3 as clauses 1 and 2 respectively. And then section 4, certain plants, and this is amended by striking planted before January 1st, 2027, or is grafted before such date to a plant that has already been planted in the matter preceding clause 1 and inserting planted or grafted. There's also some conforming amendments in section 5 here. Section 168K is amended by striking clause 2 of subparagraph E and inserting clause 1 of subparagraph E. Section 168K is amended by striking subclauses 2 and 3 of subparagraph B1. And if you're a Republican and you're tuning in, I'm happy to show you the impact of all these changes as well. Just come to my office and we'll go through it together. But I just want to make sure that you actually know what you're voting on before you vote for it. Section C, Section 168K is amended by striking subparagraph B3 and inserting subparagraph B2. And then Section 460C of this section of the code is amended by striking which, and all that follows through the period, inserting which has a recovery period of 7 years or less. And so the next section is B, which is 100% expensing. And in general, 168K is amended in paragraph 1A by striking the applicable percentage and inserting 100%, and by striking paragraph 6 and 8. And then the next subsection 2, certain plants, is amended by striking the applicable percentages and inserting 100%. And then section 3, transitional election of reduced percentages. Section 168K10 is amended by striking subparagraph A, by redesignating subparagraph B and as subparagraph C, and by inserting before subparagraph C the following new subparagraphs. In general, the case of qualified property placed in service by the taxpayer during the first taxable year ending January 19, 2025, if the taxpayer elects to have this paragraph apply for such taxable year, paragraph 1A shall be applied. In the case of property, which is not described in clause 2, by substituting 40% for 100%. And in the case of property, which is described in subparagraph B or C of paragraph 2, by substituting 60% for 100%. And then the subsection B, specified plants. In the case of any specified plant planted or grafted by the taxpayer during first taxable year ending after January 19, 2025, if the taxpayer elects to have this paragraph apply for such taxable year, paragraph 5A1 shall be applied by substituting 40% for 100%. And so again, for those tuning in, we're reading the bill, the big ugly bill, so that Republicans know what they're voting on and don't tell us that they didn't know what they were voting on later on. Did we? Okay, we're going to keep going. All right. C, effective date, and in general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendments made by this section shall apply to property acquired after January 19th, 2025. Specified plants, except as provided in paragraph 3. In the case of any specified plant as defined in section 168K of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended by this section, the amendments made by this section shall apply to such plants which are planted or grafted after January 19th, 2025. And then there's a section on transitional election of reduced percentage. The amendment made by subsection B3 shall apply to taxable years ending after January 19th, 2025. And then finally, the acquisition date determination for the purposes of paragraph 1, property shall not be treated as acquired after the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for such acquisition. So we're going to go over to section 70302, the full expensing of domestic research and experimental expenditures. In general, part 4 of subchapter B of chapter 1 is amended by inserting after section 174 the following new section, section 174A, domestic research on experimental expenditures. Treatment as expenses, notwithstanding this section, there shall be allowed as deduction any domestic research or experimental expenditures which are paid or incurred by taxpayers during the taxpayer year. And then domestic research or experimental expenditures for the purposes of this section. The term domestic research or experimental expenditures means research or experimental expenditures paid or incurred by the taxpayer in connection with the taxpayer's trade or business other than such expenditures which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of section 41D. And then finally, the amortization of certain domestic research on experimental expenditures, and in general, at the election of the taxpayer made in accordance with regulations or other guidance provided by the Secretary in the case of domestic research or experimental expenditures, which would be chargeable to capital account but not chargeable to property of a character which is subject to allowance under section 167 or section 611 relating to the allowance for depletion, subsection A, shall not apply, and the taxpayer shall charge such expenditures to capital account and be allowed to an amortization deduction of such expenditures ratably over such period, not less than 60 months, as may be selected by the taxpayer, beginning with the month in which the taxpayer first realizes benefits from such expenditures. And finally, the time for and scope of the election. The election provided by paragraph 1 may be made for any taxable year, but only if made not later than the time prescribed by law for filing the return for such taxable year, including extensions thereof. The method so elected and the period selected by the taxpayer shall be adhered to, and computable taxable income for the taxable year for which the election is made and for all subsequent taxable years, unless with the approval of the Secretary, a change to a different method is authorized with respect to part or all of the expenditures. The election shall not be applied to any expenditure paid or incurred during a taxable year before the taxable year for which the taxpayer makes the election. Again, we're reading the big ugly bill for those of you joining on the live stream, so that Republicans say that they didn't have a chance to read it and know what they're voting on. So section D, special rules, land and other property. This section shall not apply to any expenditure for the acquisition or improvement of land, for the acquisition or improvement of the property to be used in connection with the research or experimentation and of character which is subject to the allowance under section 167 or section 611, but for purposes of this section, allowances under section 167 and allowances under section 611 shall be considered as expenditures. And then section 2, exploration of expenditures. This section shall not be applied to any expenditure paid or incurred for the purposes of ascertaining the existence, location, extent, or quality of any deposit of ore or other mineral, including oil and gas. And then software development. For purposes of this section, any amount paid or incurred in connection with the development of any software shall be treated as a research or experimental expenditure. And then we have a section B, which is coordination with certain other provisions, foreign research expenses. We're striking a taxpayer's specified research or experimental expenditures, inserting a taxpayer's foreign research or experimental expenditures, and striking over the 5-year period, 15-year period in case of specified research or experimental expenditures, which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of section 41D in paragraph 2B, and inserting over a 15-year period. And then in subsection B, we're striking specified research, inserting foreign research, and then by inserting and which we are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of section 41D before the period at the end. And then by striking specified in the heading thereof and inserting foreign, and in subsection D, by striking specified research or experimental expenditures and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures, and by inserting or reduction to amount realized after no deduction. And then research credit, section 41D is amended to read as follows: with respect to which expenditures are treated as domestic research or experimental expenditures under section 174A, B, section 280C, C1 is amended to read as follows. In general, domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in section 174B, otherwise taken into account as deductions or charged to capital account under this chapter, shall be reduced by the amount of the credit allowed under section 41A. And the AMT adjustment, section 56B2, is amended in subparagraph A by striking 174A in the matter preceding clause and inserting 174A or 174AA, and by striking research and experimental expenditures described in section 174A in clause 2 thereof, and inserting foreign research and experimental expenditures described in 174A, domestic research or experimental expenditures in section 174AA. And then there's optional 10-year write-off. Section 59E2B is amended by striking the section 174A relating to research and expenditures and inserting section 174AA relating to domestic research or experimental expenditures. And then qualified small issue bonds, section 144A4C4 is amended by striking 174A and inserting 174AA. And then we have a subsection 6 on startup expenditures, striking 174A and in the last sentence and inserting 174 or 174A. And capital expenditures, section 263A1B is amended by inserting 174A or after 174. And then again, in section 263AC2, we also insert 174A after 174. And then active business computer software royalties, section 543D is amended by inserting 174A after 174. And source rules, section 864G2 is amended by striking research and experimental expenditures within the meaning of section 174 in the first sentence, and replacing that with foreign research or experimental expenditures within the meaning of section 174, or domestic research or experimental expenditures within the meaning of section 174. And in the last sentence, by striking treated as deferred expenses under subsection B of section 174 and inserting allowed as an amortization deduction under sections 174A or section 174AC, and by striking such subsection and inserting such section as the case may be. I'm going to have someone else come take over for me now, but we're going to continue reading this through the evening. Thank you.
Where are we here? Okay. Where'd we go? All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen Ramsey. I'm with Aid on the Hill. We are a grassroots organization made up of USAID, former USAID employees, contractors, implementing partners. I myself was a contractor with USAID, managing programs funded by USAID, supporting national security and our economic interest overseas. Today, not only is a solemn day because of the big ugly bill that was just passed, but also because today marks a day where the functions of USAID are officially folded into state, and many many USAID employees have been officially RIFed. So while this bill may have passed in the Senate, we still have there's still a fight to be had. Continue to call your senators, ask them to vote no on the rescissions, which will claw back funding for international development projects, as well as the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And with that, I will continue reading along. I think we're at section 10 right here, I believe, which begins as 10. Basis adjustment, section 1016A14 is amended by striking deductions as deferred expenses under section 174B1 relating to research and experimental expenditures, and inserting deductions under section 174 or 174AC. 11, small business stock, Section 1202E2B is amended by striking which may be treated as research and experimental expenditures under Section 174 and inserting which are treated as foreign research or experimental expenditures under Section 174 or domestic research or experimental expenditures under Section 174A. There's a whole big striked out section here. I guess that's new amendment there. E, effective date. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection or subsection F1, the amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 2, treatment of foreign research or experimental expenditures upon disposition. A, in general, the amendment by subsection B1C2 shall apply to property disposed, retired, or abandoned after May 12, 2025. B, no inference. The amendment made by subsection B1C2 shall not be construed to create any interference with respect to proper application of Section 174D of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to taxable years beginning before May 13, 2025. 3, coordination with research credit. The amendment made by subsection B2B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. No interference with respect to coordination with research credit for prior periods. The amendment made by subsection B2B shall not be construed to create any interference with respect to the proper application of Section 280CC, the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, with respect to taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. F, transition rules. 1, election for retroactive application by certain small businesses. A, in general, at the election of an eligible taxpayer, paragraphs 1 and 3 of subsection E shall be applied by substituting December 31st, 2021 for December 31st, 2024. An election made under this subparagraph shall be made in such a manner as Secretary may provide and not later than the date that is 1 year after the date of the enactment of this act. The taxpayer shall file an amended return for each taxable year affected by such election. B, eligible taxpayer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term eligible taxpayer means any taxpayer other than a tax shelter prohibited from using the cash receipts and disbursements method of accounting under Section 448A3, which meets the gross receipts test of Section 448C for the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024. C, election treated as change in method of accounting. In the case of any taxpayer which elects the application of subparagraph A, 1, such election may be treated as a change in method of accounting for purposes of Section 481 of such code for the taxpayer's first taxable year affected by such election. 2, such change shall be treated as initiated by the taxpayer for such taxable year. 3, such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary. And 4, subsection C shall not apply to such taxpayer. D, election regarding coordination with research credit. An election under Section 28C2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 or revocation of such election for any taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2021 by an eligible taxpayer making an election under subparagraph A shall not fail to be treated as timely made or as made on the return if made during the 1 year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act on an amended return for such taxable year. Election to deduct certain unamortized amounts paid or incurred in taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. A, in general, in case of any domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in section 174A as added by subsection A, which are paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2021 and before January 1st, 2025, and which was charged to capital account a taxpayer may elect. 1, to deduct any remaining unamortized amount with respect to such expenditures in the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024, or 2, to deduct such remaining unamortized amount with respect to such expenditures ratably over the 2 taxable year period beginning with the first taxable year after December 31st, 2024. Big crossed out section there. Then section 70303, modification of the limitation on business interests. A, in general, section 163J8AV is amended by striking in the case of taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2022. B, floor plan financing applicable to certain trailers and campers. Section 163J9C is amended by adding at the end of the following new flush sentence. Quote, such term shall also include any trailer or camper which is designed to provide temporary living quarters for recreational camping or seasonal use and is designed to be towed by or affixed to a motor vehicle, end quote. C, effective date and special rule. 1, in general, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 2, special rule for short taxable years. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate may prescribe such rules as are necessary or appropriate to provide the application of the amendments made by this section in case of any taxable year of less than 12 months that begins after December 31st, 2024 and ends before the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70304, extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. A, in general, section 45S is amended, 1, in subsection A, by striking 1 and inserting the following, quote, 1, in general, for the purposes of section 38 and in case of eligible employer, the paid family and medical leave credit is an amount equal to either of the following as elected by such employer. A, the applicable percentage of the amount of wages paid to qualifying employees with respect to any period in which such employees are on family and medical leave. B, if such employer has an insurance policy with regards to the provision of paid family and medical leave which is in force during the taxable year, the applicable percentage of the total amount of premiums paid or incurred by such employer during such taxable year with respect to such insurance policy, and B, by adding the end of the following. 3, rate of payment determined without regard to whether leave is taken. For purposes of determining the applicable percentage with respect to paragraph 1B, the rate of payment under the insurance policy shall be determined without regard to whether any qualifying employees were on family and medical leave during the taxable year. In subsection B1, by striking credit allowed and inserting wages taken into account. 3, in subsection C, by striking paragraphs 3 and 4 and inserting the following. 3, aggregation rule. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, all persons which are treated as a single employer under subsections B and C of section 414 shall be treated as a single employer. B, exception. 1, in general, subparagraph A shall not apply to any person who establishes the satisfaction of the Secretary that such person has a substantial and legitimate business reason for failing to provide a written policy described in paragraph 1 or 2. 2, substantial and legitimate business reason. For purposes of clause 1, the term substantial and legitimate business reason shall not include the operation of separate line of business. the rate of wages or category of jobs for employees or any similar basis, or the application of state or local laws relating to family and medical leave, but may include the grouping of employees of common law employer. 4, treatment of benefits mandated or paid for by state or local governments. For purposes of this section, any leave which is paid by the state or local government is required by state or local law. A, except as provided in subparagraph B, shall be taken into account in determining the amount of paid family and medical leave provided by the employer, and B, shall not be taken into account in determining the amount of paid family and medical leave credit under subsection A. 4, in subsection D, A, paragraph 1, by inserting or at the election of the employer for not less than 6 months after 1 year or more. B, in paragraph 2, 1, by inserting as determined on an annualized basis pro rata for part-time employees after compensation, and 2, by striking the period at the end and inserting and C, by adding at the end of the following. 3, it is customarily employed for not less than 20 hours per week, and 5, by striking subsection 1. B, no double-digit benefit, section 280CA is amended. 1, by striking 45SA and inserting 45SA1A, and 2, by inserting after the first sentence of the following. No deduction shall be allowed for the portion of the premiums paid or incurred for the taxable year which is equal to that portion of the paid family and medical leave credit which is determined for the taxable year under section 45SA1B. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70305, exemptions from limitations on deduction for business meals. A, exception to denial of deduction for business meals. Section 2740, as added by section 13304 of Public Law 115-97, is amended by striking no deduction and inserting, except in the case of an expense described in subsection E8 or N2C, no deduction. B, meals provided on certain fishing boats and at certain fish processing facilities not subject to 50% limitation. Section 274N2C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking or at the end of clause 3 and by adding at the end of the following new clause. 4, provided 1 on a fishing vessel, fish processing vessel, or fish tender vessel, as such terms are defined in section 2101 of Title 46 United States Code, or 2, at a facility for the processing of fish for commercial use or consumption which AA is located in the United States north of 50 degrees north latitude, and BB is not located in a metropolitan statistical area within the meaning of section 143K2B, or C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred after December 31st, 2025. And I see we've got Representative Frost here, sticking up here at 70303.
Oh, perfect. We'll just start over here. Around line 11.
In general, section 179B is amended. In paragraph 1, by striking 1 million and inserting 2.5 million, and in paragraph by striking 2.5 million and inserting 4 million. Conforming amendments, section 179B6A is amended by inserting 2025 in the case of the dollar amounts in paragraph 1 and 2 after, quote, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2018, end quote. And 2, in clause 2, by striking, quote, determined by substituting calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2, therefore, end quote. And insert, quote, determined by substituting in subparagraph A2, therefore, end quote. 328, quote, 1, in the case of amounts in paragraphs 1 and 2, calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2016. And, quote, 2, in the case of the amount in paragraph 5A, calendar year 2017 and calendar year 2016. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70307, special depreciation allowance for qualified production property. A, in general, section 168 is amended by adding at the end the following subsection. Special allowance for qualified production property. In general, in the case of any qualified production property of a taxpayer making an election under this subsection, A, the depreciation deduction provided by section 167A for the taxable year in which such property is placed in service shall include an allowance equal to 100% of the adjusted basis of the qualified production property. And B, the adjusted basis of the qualified production property shall be reduced by the amount of such deduction before computing the amount otherwise allowable as a depreciation deduction under this chapter for such taxable year and subsequent taxable year. 2, qualified production property. For productions of this subsection, A, in general, the term qualified production property means that portion of any non-residential real property, 1, to which this section applies, 2, which is used by the taxpayer as an integral part of a qualified production activity, 3, which is placed in service of the United States or any possession of the United States, 4, the original use of which commences with the taxpayer, 5, the construction of which begins after January 19th, 2025, and before January 1st, 2029, which is designated by the taxpayer in the election made under this subsection and which is placed in service before January 1st, 2031. For purposes of Clause 2, in the case of property with respect to which taxpayer is a lesser, property used by a, where am I? Okay, shall not be considered to be used by the taxpayer as part of a qualified production activity. Special rule for certain property not previously used in qualified production activities. In general, in the case of property acquired by the taxpayer during the period described in subparagraph A, the requirements of clauses and of subparagraph A shall be treated as satisfied if such property was not used in qualified production activity, determined without regard to second sentence of subparagraph D, by any person at any time during the period beginning on January 1st, 2021 and ending on May 12th, 2025. Such property was not used by the taxpayer at any time prior to such acquisition, and the acquisition of such property meets the requirements of paragraphs 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3 of section 179D. Written binding contracts for purposes of determining under clause. Whether such property is acquired before the period described in some paragraph A, such property shall be treated as acquired not later than the date which the taxpayer enters into written binding contract for such acquisition, and whether such property acquired after such period, such property shall be treated and acquired not earlier than such date. Exclusion of office space, etc. The term qualified production property shall not include that portion of any non-residential real property which is used for offices, administrative services, lodging, parking, sales activity, research activities, software development, or engineering activities, or other functions unrelated to the manufacturing, production, or refining of tangible personal property. Qualified production activity. The term qualified production activity means manufacturing, production, or refining of a qualified product. The activities of any taxpayer do not constitute manufacturing, production, refining of a qualified product unless the activities of such taxpayer result in a substantial transformation of the property comprising of a product. Production. The term production shall not include activities other than agricultural production and chemical production. Qualified product. The term qualified product means any tangible personal property if such property is not a food or beverage prepared in the same building as a retail establishment in which the property is sold. Syndication. For purposes of subparagraph A, rules similar to rules of subsection K2 shall apply. Extension of placed in service date under certain circumstances. The Secretary may extend the date under subparagraph A with respect to any property meets the requirements of clauses of subparagraph if the Secretary determines that an act of God, as defined in Section 101.1 of the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act of 1980, prevents the taxpayer from placing such property in service before such date. Deduction allowed in computing minimum tax. For purposes of determining alternative minimum taxable income under Section 55, the deduction under Section 167 for qualified production property shall determine under this section without regard to any adjustment under Section 56. Coordination with certain other provisions. Other special depreciation allowances for purposes of subsection K7 and M2, qualified production property shall be treated as a separate class of property, and the taxpayer shall be treated as having made an election under such subsections with respect to such class. Alternative depreciation property. The term qualified production property shall not include any property to which the alternative depreciation system under subsection G applies. For purposes of subsection G, qualified production property to which the subsection applies shall be treated as separate non-residential real property. Recapture. If at any time during the 10-year period beginning on the date that any qualified production property is placed in service by the taxpayer, such property ceases to be used in any described paragraph 2A and is used by taxpayer in a productive use not described by paragraph 2A, section 1245 shall be applied. By treating such property as having been disposed of by the taxpayer of the first time such property is so used in a productive use not described in paragraph 2A, and by treating the amount described in subparagraph B of section 1245A1 with respect to such disposition as being not less than the amount described in subparagraph A of such section, and B, the basis of the taxpayer in such property and the taxpayer's allowance for depreciation with respect to such property shall be appropriately adjusted to take into account amounts recognized by the reason of subparagraph A. Election. In general, any election under this subsection for any taxable year shall specify the non-residential real property subject to the election in the portion of the property designated under subparagraph 2A, and except otherwise provided by the Secretary, be made by the taxpayer's return of the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year. Such election shall be made in a manner that the Secretary may prescribe by regulations or other guidance. Elections. Any election made under this subsection and any specification contained in any such election may not be revoked except with the consent of the Secretary, and the Secretary shall provide such consent in extraordinary circumstances. Regulation. The Secretary shall issue such regulation and other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of the subsection, including regulations or other guidance. providing rules regarding what constitutes substantial transformation of property, which are consistent with the guidance provided under Section 954D, and providing for the application of paragraph 5 with respect to change and describe in paragraph by transferee following a fully or partially tax-free transfer of qualified production property. Treatment of qualified production property as Section 1245 property. Section 1245 is amended by striking "or" at the end of the subparagraph, E by striking the period at the end of subparagraph F, and inserting comma or comma, and by adding the end of the new subparagraph, G. Any qualified production property as defined in Section 168 and 2. Effective date: the amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70308, enhancement of the advanced manufacturing investment credit. In general, Section 48DA is amended by striking 25% and inserting 35%. Effective date: the amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service after December 31st, 2025. Section 70309, spaceports treated like airports under exempt facilities bond rules. In general, Section 142A1 is amended to read as follows: airports and spaceports. Treatment of ground leases. Section 142B1 is amended by adding the following new subparagraph: special rule for spaceport ground leases. For purposes of subparagraph A, spaceport property located on land leased by the government unit from the United States shall not fail to be treated as owned by a government unit, and if the requirements of this paragraph are met by the lease and any subleases of the property. Definition of spaceport. Section 142 is amended by adding the end of the following new subsection: spaceport. In general, for purposes of subsection A1, the term spaceport means any facility located or in close proximity to the launch site or reentry site is used for A, manufacturing, assembling, repairing spacecraft, space cargo, any facilities described in this paragraph or any component of the foregoing. B, flight control operations. C, providing launch services and reentry services. Or B, transferring crew, space flight, or space cargo to and from spacecraft. Additional terms for purposes of paragraph 1, space cargo. The term space cargo includes satellites, scientific experiments, other property transported into space, and any other payload, whether or not such property returns from space. Spacecraft. The term spacecraft means a launch vehicle or reentry vehicle. Other terms. The terms launch site, crew, spaceflight participant, launch services, launch vehicle, payload, reentry services, reentry site, reentry vehicle shall have the respective meanings given to such terms by Section 50902 of Title 51, United States Code, as in effect on the date enacted by this subsection. Public use requirement. A facility shall not be required to be available for use by any of the general public to be treated as a spaceport for purposes of this section. Emily Randall.
All right. Section 4, manufacturing facilities and industrial parks allowed. With respect to spaceports, subsection C2E shall not apply to spaceport property described in paragraph 1A. D, exception from federally guaranteed bond prohibition. Section 149B3 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. F, exception for spaceports. A bond shall not be treated as federally guaranteed merely because of the payment of rent, user fees, or other charges by the United States or any agency or instrumentality thereof in exchange for the use of the spaceport by United States or any agency or instrumentality thereof. E, confirming amendment. The heading for Section 142C is amended by inserting spaceports after airports. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to obligations issued after the date of the enactment of this act. Chapter 4, investing in American families, communities, and small businesses. Subchapter A, permanent investments in families and children. Section 70401, enhancement of employer-provided child care credit. Increase of amount of qualified child care expenditure credit. A, in general, section 23D3 is amended. 1, in subparagraph A by inserting or Indian tribal government after a state. And 2, in paragraph B by inserting or Indian tribal government after such state. B, effective date, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70404, enhancement of the Dependent Care Assistance Program. A, in general, section 129A2A is amended by striking 5,000, open parens, 2,500, and inserting 7,500, 3,750. B, effective date, the amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70405, enhancement of a child and dependent care tax credit. A, in general, paragraph 2 of section 21A is amended to read as follows. 2, applicable percentage defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term applicable percentage means 50%. A, reduced, but not below 35%, by 1 percentage point for each 2,000 or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income for the taxable year exceeds 15,000, and B, further reduced, but not below 20%, by 1 percentage point for each $2,000, $4,000 in the case of a joint return, or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income for the taxable year exceeds 75,000, 150,000 in the case of joint return. B, effective date, the amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter B, permanent investments in students and reforms to tax-exempt institutions. Section 70411, tax credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship granting organizations. A, allowance of credit for the contribution of individuals to scholarship granting organizations. 1, in general, subpart A of part 4 of subchapter A of chapter 1 is amended by inserting after section 25E the following new section. Section 25F, qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. Allowance of credit. In the case of an individual who is a citizen or resident of the United States within the meaning of section 7701A9, there shall be allowed as a credit against the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year an amount equal to the aggregate amount of qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during taxable year. B, limitations. 1, in general, the credit allowed under subsection A to any taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed $1,700. 2, reduction based on state credit. The amount allowed as a credit under subsection A for the taxable year shall be reduced by the amount allowed as a credit on any state return of the taxpayer for qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. C, definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, covered state. The term covered state means one of the states or the District of Columbia that for a calendar year voluntarily elects to participate under this section and to identify scholarship granting organizations in the state in accordance with subsection G. 2, eligible student. The term eligible student means an individual who A, is a member of a household with an income which, for the calendar year prior to the date of the application for the scholarship, is not greater than 300% of the area median income, as such term is used in section 42, and B, is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school. 3, qualified contribution. The term qualified contribution means a charitable contribution of cash to a scholarship granting organization that uses the contribution to fund scholarships for eligible students solely within the state in which the organization is listed pursuant to subsection G. 4, qualified elementary or secondary education expense. The term qualified elementary or secondary education expense means any expense of an eligible student which is described in section 530B3A. 5, scholarship granting organization. The term scholarship granting organization means any organization, A, which 1, is described in section 501C3 and exempt from tax under section 501A, and 2, is not a private foundation. B, which prevents the commingling of qualified contributions with any other amounts by maintaining one or more separate accounts exclusively for qualified contributions. C, which satisfies the requirement of subsection D, and D, which is included on the list submitted for the applicable covered state under subsection G for the applicable year. D, requirements for scholarship granting organizations. 1, in general, an organization meets the requirement of this subsection if, 1, such organization provides scholarships to 10 or more students who do not all attend the same school. B, such organization spends not less than 90% of the income of the organization on scholarships for eligible students. C, such organization does not provide scholarships for any expenses other than qualified elementary or secondary education expenses. D, such organization provides a scholarship to eligible students with a priority for 1, students awarded a scholarship the previous school year, and 2, after application of Clause 1, any eligible students who have a sibling who was awarded a scholarship from such organization. E, such organization does not earmark or set aside contributions for scholarship on behalf of any particular student. And F, such organization verifies the annual household income and family size of eligible students who apply for scholarships to ensure such students meet the requirements of subsection C2A. And 2, limits the award of scholarships to eligible students who are members of a household for which the income does not exceed the amount established under subsection C2A. Prohibitions on self-dealing. A, in general, a scholarship granting organization may not award a scholarship to any disqualified person. B, disqualified person. For purposes of this paragraph, a disqualified person shall not be determined pursuant to rules similar. A disqualified person shall be determined pursuant to rules similar to the rules of section 4946. E, denial of double benefit. Any qualified contribution for which a credit is allowed under this section shall not be taken into account as a charitable contribution for the purposes of section 170. F, carry forward of unused credit. 1, in general, if the credit allowable under subsection A for any taxable year exceeds the limitations imposed by section 26A for such taxable year, reduced by the sum of credits allowable under this subpart other than this section, section 23 and section 25D, such excess shall be carried to the succeeding taxable year and added to the credit allowable under subsection A for such taxable year. 2, limitations. No credit may be carried forward under this subsection to any taxable year following the 5th taxable year after the taxable year in which the credit arose. For purposes of this preceding sentence, credits shall be treated as used on a first-in, first-out basis. State list of scholarship granting organizations. 1, list. A, in general, not later than January 1 of each calendar year, or with respect to the first calendar year for which this section applies, as early as practicable. A state that voluntarily elects to participate under this section shall provide to the Secretary a list of the scholarship granting organizations that meet the requirements described in section C5 and are located in the state. B, process. The election under this paragraph shall be made by the governor of the state or by such other individual, agency, or entity as is designated under state law to make such elections on behalf of the state with respect to federal tax benefits. 2, certification. Each list submitted under paragraph 1 shall include a certification that the individual agency or entity submitting such list on behalf of the state has the authority to perform this function. H, regulations and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance. 1, providing the enforcement of the requirements under subsection D and G, and 2, with respect to the record keeping or information reporting for purposes of administering the requirements of this section. 2, confirming amendments. A, section 25E1C is amended by striking and 25D, and inserting 25D and 25F. B, the table of sections for the subpart A of part 4 of subchapter A of subchapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to section 25E the following new item. Section 25F, qualified elementary and secondary scholarships. B, exclusion from gross income for scholarships and for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. 1, in general, part 3 of subchapter B of chapter 1 is amended by inserting before section 140 the following new section. Section 139K, scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. A, in general, in the case of an individual, gross income shall not include any amounts provided to such individual or any dependent of such individual pursuant to a scholarship for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of an eligible student, which is provided by scholarship granting organizations. B, definitions. In this section, the term qualified elementary or secondary education expense, eligible student, and scholarship granting organization have the same meaning given such terms under section 25FC. 2, conforming amendments. The table of sections for part 3 of subchapter B of chapter 1 is amended by inserting before the item relating to section 140 the following new item. Section 139K, scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. C, effective date. In general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years ending after December 31st, 2026. 2, exclusions from the gross income. The amendments made by this subsection B shall apply to amendments received after December 31st, 2026 in taxable years ending after such date. Section 70412, exclusions for employer payments of student loans. A, in general, section 127C1B is amended by striking in the case of payments made before January 1, 2026. B, inflation adjustment. Section 127 is amended. 1, by redesignating subsection D as subsection E, and 2, by inserting after subsection C the following new subsection. D, inflation adjustment. 1, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, both of the 5,250 amounts in subsection A2 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, somebody ready to go next? Okay. The cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. If any increase under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of $50, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $50. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we begin reading the rest of the text, my name is Dalen Harris, Assistant Legislative Director at the Service Employees International Union, and on behalf of our 2 million members at SEIU and our International President and Executive Board, I wanted to share the following statement first. This big bad betrayal of a bill passed by Senate Republicans today is not policy. It is an assault on working people. This attack will take health care from millions, steal food from children by gutting SNAP, slash research and higher education, and pour money into ICE to terrorize families and tear apart our communities. This isn't fiscal responsibility. It's cruelty dressed up as governance. Families suffer while billionaires walk away with more tax breaks. There's no compassionate or responsible way to take health care away from 17 million people. Again, 17 million people. This includes children, seniors, veterans, working moms and dads, and people with disabilities. Cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act aren't just numbers on a page. They're attacks that hurt every community in America. They will rob people of access to care, deepen racial and economic inequities, throw state budgets into chaos, cut healthcare jobs, and raise the price of healthcare for everyone. Families will be pushed to the brink, and workers will be forced out of the jobs that keep people safe and healthy. The cruelty of this moment is compounded by the rising cost of living and widespread job insecurity. Republicans in Congress have made their priorities clear, yet there is still time for GOP members in the House to act and vote no. This bill is the largest transfer of wealth from working people to the rich in our nation's history. It's anti-worker, anti-immigrant, anti-environment, and it does nothing to lower prices or improve lives. SEIU members across the country are watching, organizing, and rising. This fight, again, is not over because we believe in healthcare justice, and we will continue to fight unified for that vision. With that, I'll continue reading this bill. Section 70413, additional expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. A, in general. 1, in general, section 529, section C, paragraph 7 is amended to read as follows. Section 7, treatment of elementary and secondary tuition. Any reference in this section to the term qualified health education expense shall include a reference to the following expenses in connection with enrollment or attendance at, or for students enrolled at or attending an elementary or secondary public, private, or religious school. Section A, tuition. B, curriculum and the curricular materials. C, books or other instructional materials. D, online educational materials. E, tuition for tutoring or educational classes outside of the home, including at a tutoring facility, but only if the tutor or instructor is not related to the student. And dash I is licensed as a teacher in any state. II has taught at an eligible educational institution. III, in parentheses, is a subject matter expert in the relevant subject. F, section parentheses, fees for a nationally standardized norm reference achievement test, an advanced placement examination, or any examinations related to college or university admission, in parentheses. G, fees for dual enrollment in an institution of higher education, in parentheses. H, educational therapies for students with disabilities provided by a licensed or accredited practitioner or provider, including occupational, behavioral, physical, and speech-language therapies. Section 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to distributions made after the date of the enactment of this act. Subsection B, in parentheses, increase in limitations. In general. The last section of section 529, parentheses E, parentheses 3, is amended by striking 10,000 and inserting 20,000. 2, in parentheses, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70414. Certain post-secondary credentialing expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. In general, section 529, subparagraph E3 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. Certain post-secondary credentialing expenses. The term qualified higher education expenses includes qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses as defined in subsection F. B, qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses. Section 529 is amended by redesignating subsection F as subsection G and inserting after subsection E the following new subsection. For F, qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses. For purpose of this section, 1, in general, the term qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses means A, tuition, fees, books, supplies, and equipment required for the enrollment or attendance of a designated beneficiary in a recognized post-secondary credential program, or any other expense incurred in connection with enrollment in or attendance at a recognized post-secondary credential program if such expense would, if incurred in connection with enrollment or attendance at an eligible educational institution, be covered under subsection E3A. B, fees for testing if such testing is required to obtain or maintain a recognized post-secondary credential. And C, fees for continuing education if such education is required to maintain a recognized post-secondary credential. 2, recognized post-secondary credential program. The term recognized post-secondary credential program means any program to obtain a recognized post-secondary credential if A, such program is included on a state list prepared under Section 122D of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. B, such program is listed in a public directory of the Web-Enabled Approval Management System, or WEAMS, of the Veterans Benefits Administration, or successor directly such program. C, an examination developed or administered by an organization widely recognized as providing reputable credentials in the occupation is required to obtain or maintain such credentials, and such organization recognizes such program as providing training or education which prepares individuals to take such examinations. Or D, each program is identified by the Secretary after consultation with the Secretary of Labor as being a reputable program for obtaining a recognized post-secondary credential for purposes of this subparagraph. 3, recognized post-secondary credential. The term recognized post-secondary credential means A, any post-secondary employment credential that is industry recognized, and is any post-secondary employment credential issued by a program that is accredited by the Institute for Credentialing Excellence, the National Commission on Certifying Agencies, or the National Standards Institute. Any post-secondary employment credential that is included in the Credentialing Opportunities Online or COOL Directory of Credential Programs or successor directory maintained by the Department of Defense or by any branch of the Armed Forces or III. Any post-secondary employment credential identified for purposes of this clause by the Secretary after consultation with the Secretary of Labor as being industry recognized. B, any certificate of completion of an apprenticeship that is registered and certified with the Secretary of Labor under the Act of August 16, 1937, commonly known as the National Apprenticeship Act. C, any occupational or professional license issued or recognized by a state or the federal government, and any certification that satisfies a condition for obtaining such a license. And D, any recognized post-secondary credential as defined in Section 352 of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, provided through a program described in paragraph 2A. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to distributions made after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70415, modification of excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities. In general, Section 4968 is amended to read as follows. Section 4968, excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. A, tax imposed. There is hereby imposed on each applicable educational institution for the taxable year a tax equal to the applicable percentage of the net investment income of such institution for the taxable year. B, applicable percentage. For purposes of this section, the term applicable percentage means 1.4% in the case of an institution with a student student adjusted endowment of at least $500,000 and not in excess of $750,000. 2, 4% in the case of an institution with a student adjusted endowment in excess of $750,000 and not in excess of $2 million. And 3, 8% in the case of an institution with a student adjusted endowment in excess of $2 million. C, applicable educational institution. For purposes of this subchapter, the term applicable educational institution means an eligible educational institution as defined in section 25A F2. 1, which had at least 3,000 tuition-paying students during the preceding taxable year. 2, more than 50% of the tuition-paying students of which are located in the United States. 3, the student adjustment endowment of which is at least $500,000 or $500,000. And 4, which is not described in the first sentence of section 511A2B, relating to state colleges and universities. D, student adjusted endowment. For purposes of this section, the term student adjusted endowment means, with respect to any institution for any taxable year, 1, the aggregate fair market value of the assets of such institution, determined as of the end of the preceding taxable year, other than those assets which are used directly in carrying out the institution's exempt purpose, divided by 2, the number of students of such institutions. E, determination of number of students. For purposes of subsection C and D, the number of students of an institution, including for purposes of determining the number of students at a particular location, shall be based on the daily average number of full-time students attending such student, with part-time students taken into account on a full-time student equivalent basis. F, net income, investment income. For purposes of this section, in general, net income investment shall be determined under rules similar to the rules of section 49440C. 2, override a certain regulatory exemptions. A, student loan interest, net investment income shall be determined by taking into account any interest income from a student loan made by the applicable educational institution or any related organization as gross investment income.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Kelly Morrison, Minnesota's 3rd District. B, federally subsidized royalty income. 1, in general, net investment income shall be determined by taking into account any federally subsidized royalty income as gross investment income. 2, federally subsidized royalty income for purposes of this subparagraph. In general, the term federally subsidized royalty income means any otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income if any federal funds were used in the research, development, or creation of the patent, copyright, or other intellectual or intangible property from which such royalty income is derived. Otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income means royalty income which, but for this subparagraph, would not be taken into account as gross investment income by reason of being derived from patents, copyrights, or other intellectual or intangible property which resulted from the work of students or faculty members in their capacities as such with the applicable educational institution. Federal funds. The term federal funds includes any grant made by and any payment made under any contract with any federal agency to the applicable educational institution, any related organization, or any student or faculty member referred to in subclause 2. Assets and net investment income or related organizations. 1, in general, for purposes of subsections D and F, assets and net investment income of any related organization with respect to an educational institution shall be treated as assets and net investment income respectively, of the educational institution, except that no such amount shall be taken into account with respect to more than one educational institution, and unless any such organization is controlled by such institution or is described in Section 509A3 with respect to such institution for the taxable year assets and net investment income which are not intended or available for the use or benefit of the educational institution shall not be taken into account. 2, related organization. For purposes of this subsection, the term related organization means, with respect to an educational institution, any organization which A, controls or is controlled by such institution, B, is controlled by or one or more persons which also controls such institution, or C, is a supported organization as described in Section 509F3, or an organization described in Section 509A3, during the taxable year with respect to such institution. H, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to prevent avoidance of the tax under this section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent avoidance of such tax through the restructuring of endowment funds or other arrangements designed to reduce or eliminate the value of net investment income or assets subject to the tax imposed by this section. B, requirement to report certain information with respect to application of excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. Section 6033 is amended by redesignating subsection O as subsection P and by inserting after subsection N the following new subsection. Requirement to report certain information with respect to excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. Each applicable educational institution described in Section 4968C, which is subject to the requirements of subsection A, shall include on the return required under subsection A, 1, the number of tuition-paying students taken into account under Section 4968C, and 2, the number of students under such institution determined under the rules of Section 4968E. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70416, expanding application of tax on excess compensation within tax-exempt organizations. A, in general, Section 4960C2 is amended to read as follows. Covered employee. For purposes of this section, the term covered employee means any employee of an applicable tax-exempt organization or any predecessor of such an organization, and any former employee of such an organization or predecessor who was such an employee during any taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2016. Effective date. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter C, permanent investments in community development, Section 70421, permanent renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. A, decennial designations. 1, determination period. Section 1400Z1C2B is amended by striking beginning on the date of the enactment of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and inserting beginning of the decennial determination date. Decennial determination date, Section 1400Z1C2 is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph, C, decennial determination date. The term decennial determination date means July 1st, 2026, and each July 1st of the year that is 10 years after the preceding decennial determination date under this subparagraph. 3, repeal of special rule for Puerto Rico. Section 1400Z1B is amended by striking paragraph 3. 4, limitation on number of designations. Section 1400Z1D1 is amended. A, in paragraph 1, by striking and subsection B3 and by inserting during any period after the number of population census tracts in a state that may be designated as qualified opportunity zones under this section, and B, in paragraph 2, by inserting during any period before the period at the end. 5, effective dates. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, the amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. B, Puerto Rico. The amendment made by paragraph 3 shall take effect on December 31st, 2026. B, qualification for designations. Determination of low-income communities. Section 1400Z1C is amended by striking all that precedes paragraph 2 and inserting the following. C, other definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, low-income communities. The term low-income community means any population census tract if A, such population census tract has a median family income that 1, in the case of population census tract not located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 70% of the statewide median family income, or 2, in the case of a population census tract located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 70% of the metropolitan area median family income, or B, such population census tract has a poverty rate of at least 20%, and B, has a median family income that 1, in the case of a population census tract not located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 125% of the statewide median family income, or 2, in the case of a population census tract located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 125% of the metropolitan area median family income. 2, repeal of rule for contiguous census tracts. Section 1400Z1 is amended by striking subsection E and by redesignating subsection F as subsection E. 3, period for which designation is in effect. Section 1400Z1E, as redesignated by paragraph 2, is amended to read as follows. E, period for which designation is in effect. 1, in general, a designation as a qualified opportunity zone shall remain in effect for the period beginning on the applicable start date and ending on the day before the date that is 10 years after the applicable start date. 2, applicable start date. For purposes of this section, the term applicable start date means with respect to any qualified opportunity zone designated under this section, the January 1st following the date on which such qualified opportunity zone was certified and designated by the Secretary under subsection B1B. 4, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to areas designated under Section 1400Z1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 after the date of the enactment of this act. Application of special rules for capital gains. Repeal of sunset on election. Section 1400Z2A2 is amended to read as follows. 2, election. No election may be made under paragraph 1 with respect to a sale or exchange if an election previously made with respect to such sale or exchange is in effect. 2, modification of rules for deferral of gain. Section 1400Z2B is amended to read as follows. B, deferral of gain invested in opportunity zone property. 1 year of inclusion, gain to which subsection A1B applies shall be included in gross income of the taxable year, which includes the earlier of A, the date on which such investment is sold or exchanged, or B, the date which is 5 years after the date the investment in the qualified opportunity fund was made. 2, amount includable. A, in general, the amount of gain included in gross income under subsection A1B shall be the excess of 1, the lesser of the amount of gain excluded under subsection A1A, or the fair market value of the investment as determined as of the date described in paragraph 1, over 2, the taxpayer's basis in the investment. B, determination of basis. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in this subparagraph or subsection C, the taxpayer's basis is the investment shall be 0. 2, increase for gain recognized under subsection A1B. The basis is the investment shall be increased by the amount of gain recognized by reason of subsection A1B with respect to such investment. 3, investments held for 5 years. In general, in the case of any investment held for at least 5 years, the basis of such investment shall be increased by an amount equal to 10%, parenthetically 30% in the case of an investment in a qualified rural opportunity fund, of the amount of gain deferred by reason of subsection A1A. 2, application of increase. For purposes of this subsection, any increase in basis under this clause shall be treated as occurring before the date described in paragraph 1B. C, qualified rural opportunity fund. For purposes of subparagraph B3, 1, qualified rural opportunity fund. The term qualified rural opportunity fund means a qualified opportunity fund that holds at least 90% of its assets in qualified opportunity zone property, which 1 is qualified opportunity zone business properties, substantially all of the use of which during substantially all of the fund's holding period for such property was in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area, or 2 is qualified opportunity zone stock or qualified opportunity zone partnership interest in a qualified opportunity zone business in which substantially all of the tangible property owned or leased is qualified opportunity zone business property described in subsection D3A1. and substantially all of the use of which is in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area. For purposes of the preceding sentence, property held in the fund shall be measured under rules similar to the rules of subsection D1. 2, rural area. The term rural area means any area other than 1, a city or town that has a population of greater than 50,000 inhabitants, or 2, any urbanized area contiguous and adjacent to a city or town described in subclause 1. 3, special rule for investments held at least 10 years. Section 1400Z2E is amended by striking makes an election under this clause and all that follows, and inserting makes an election under this subsection. The basis of such investment shall be equal to A, in the case of an investment sold before the date that is 30 years after the date of the investment, the fair market value of such investment on the date such investment is sold or exchanged, or B, in any other case, the fair market value of such investment on the date that is 30 years after the date of the investment. 4, determination of qualified opportunity zone property. A, qualified opportunity zone business property, section 1400Z2D2D1, is amended by striking December 31st, 2017, and inserting the applicable start date as defined in section 1400Z1E2 with respect to the qualified opportunity zone described in subclause 3. B, qualified opportunity zone stock and partnership interests, section 1400Z2D2 is amended. 1, by striking December 31st, 2017, each place it appears in subparagraphs B1 and C1, and inserting the applicable date, and by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, applicable date. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term applicable date means, with respect to any corporation or partnership which is a qualified opportunity zone business, the earliest date described in subparagraph D1 with respect to the qualified opportunity zone business property held by such qualified opportunity zone business. C, special rule for improvement of existing structures in rural areas. Section 1400Z2D2D2 is amended by inserting 50% of such adjusted basis in the case of property in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area as defined in subsection B2C2 after the adjusted basis of such property. You ready? All right. Thank you.
I'm Congressman Stephen Horsford from Nevada's 4th Congressional District. Effective dates in subsection A in general, except as otherwise provided in this paragraph, the amendments made by this subsection shall apply to amounts invested in qualified opportunity funds after December 31st, 2026. Subsection B, acquisition of qualified opportunity zone property. The amendments made by subparagraphs A and B of paragraph 4 shall apply to property acquired after December 31st, 2026. Subsection C, substantial improvement. The amendment made by paragraph 4C shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. Sub D, information reporting on qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Number 1, filing requirements for funds and investors. Subpart A of Part 3 of Subchapter A of Chapter 61 is amended by inserting after Section 6039J the following new sections. Section 6039K, returns with respect to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Subsection A, in general, every qualified opportunity fund shall file an annual return at such time and in such manner as the Secretary may prescribe, containing the information described in subsection B. Sub B, information from qualified opportunity funds. The information described in this subsection is, number 1, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number of the qualified opportunity fund. 2, whether the qualified opportunity fund is organized as a corporation or a partnership. 3, the value of the total assets held by the qualified opportunity fund as of each date described in section 1400Z2D1. Number 4, the value of all qualified opportunity zone property held by the Qualified Opportunity Fund on each such date. 5, with respect to each investment held by the Qualified Opportunity Fund in Qualified Opportunity Zone stock or a Qualified Opportunity Zone partnership interest. Sub A, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number of the corporation in which such stock is held or the partnership in which interest is held, as the case may be. Sub B, each North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code, that applies to the trades or businesses conducted by such corporation or partnership. Sub C, the population census tract or population census tracts in which the Qualified Opportunity Zone business property of such corporation or partnership is located. Sub D, the amount of the investment in such stock or partnership interest as of each date described in section 1400Z 2D1. Sub E, the value of tangible property held by such corporation or partnership on each such date which is owned by such corporation or partnership. Sub F, the value of tangible property held by such corporation or partnership on each such date which is leased by such corporation or partnership. Sub G, the approximate number of residential units, if any, for any real property held by such corporation or partnership. And H, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees of such corporation or partnership for the year within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary, or such other indication of the employment impact of such corporation or partnership as determined appropriate by the Secretary. Sub 6, with respect to the items of Qualified Opportunity Zone business property held by the Qualified Opportunity Fund. Sub A, the North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code, that applies to the trades or businesses in which such property is held. Sub B, the population census tract in which the property is located. Sub C, whether the property is owned or leased. Sub D, the aggregate value of the items of Qualified Opportunity Zone property held by the Qualified Opportunity Fund as of each date described in section 1400Z 2D1. And sub E, in the case of real property, the number of residential units, if any. Number 7, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees for the year of the trades or businesses of the Qualified Opportunity Fund in which Qualified Opportunity Zone business property is held within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary, or such other indication of the employment impact of such trades or businesses as determined appropriate by the Secretary. Number 8, with respect to each person who disposed of an investment in the Qualified Opportunity Fund during the year, A, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number of such person. B, the date or dates on which the investment disposed was acquired. C, the date or dates on which any such investment was disposed and the amount of the investment disposed. 9, such other information as the Secretary may require. Subsection C, statement required to be furnished to investors. Every person required to make a return under subsection A shall furnish to each person whose name is required to be set forth in such return by reason of subsection B8 at such time and in such manner as the Secretary may prescribe. A written statement showing, 1, the name, address, and phone number of the information contact of the person required to make such return. 2, the information required to be shown on such return by reason of subsection B8 with respect to the person whose name is required to be so set forth. Subsection D, definitions. For purposes of this section, number 1, in general, any term used in this section, which is also used in subchapter Z of chapter 1, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. Number 2, full-time equivalent employees. The term full-time equivalent employees means with respect to any month the sum of A, the number of full-time employees as defined in section 4980HC4 for the month, plus B, the number of employees determined under rules similar to the rules of section 49HC2E by dividing the aggregate number of hours of service of employees who are not full-time employees for the month by 120. Subsection E, application to qualified rural opportunity funds. Every qualified rural opportunity fund, as defined in section 1400Z 2B2C, shall file the annual return required under subsection A and the statements required under subsection C applied. 1, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity, each place it appears. 2, by substituting section 1400Z 2B 2C for section 1400Z 2D1, each place it appears. And 3, by treating any reference after the application of paragraph 1 to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, a qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, a qualified rural opportunity zone business, or qualified opportunity zone business property as stock, an interest, a business, or property, respectfully, described in subclause 1 or 2, as the case may be, of subsection 1400Z 2B 2C 1. Section 6039L, information required from qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. Subsection A, in general, every applicable qualified opportunity zone business shall furnish to the Qualified Opportunity Fund described in subsection B a written statement at such time in such manner and setting forth such information as the Secretary may, by regulations, prescribe for purposes of enabling such Qualified Opportunity Fund to meet the requirements of subsection 6039K B5. Sub B, applicable Qualified Opportunity Zone business. For purposes of subsection A, the term applicable Qualified Opportunity Zone business means any Qualified Opportunity Zone business. Number 1, which is a trade or business of a Qualified Opportunity Fund. 2, in which a Qualified Opportunity Fund holds Qualified Opportunity Zone stock. Or 3, in which a Qualified Opportunity Fund holds a Qualified Opportunity Zone partnership interest. Sub C, other terms. Any term used in this section, which is also used in subchapter Z of chapter 1, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. Sub D, application to qualified rural opportunity businesses. Every applicable qualified rural opportunity zone business, as defined in subsection B, determined after application of the substitutions described in this sentence, shall furnish the written statement required under subsection A applied.
Thanks, Congressman. I'm Sue Fulton. I'm an Army veteran. I graduated West Point in the first class to include women. And I'm here because I don't believe we should sacrifice children and families, veterans and seniors, to give tax breaks to billionaires. Let's read this bill. Sub 1, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears, and sub 2, by treating any reference after the application of paragraph 1 to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, a qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, or a qualified rural opportunity zone business as stock, an interest, or a business, respectively, described in subclause 1 or 2, as the case may be, of section 1400Z-2B2C1. 2, penalties. A, in general, Part 2 of Subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after Section 6725 the following new section. Section 6726, failure to comply with information reporting requirements relating to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. A, in general, if any person required to file a return under Section 6039K fails to file a complete and correct return under such section in the time and in the manner prescribed therefor, such person shall pay a penalty of $500 for each day during which such failure continues. B, limitation. Sub 1, in general, the maximum penalty under this section on failures with respect to any one return shall not exceed $10,000. 2, large qualified opportunity funds. In the case of any failure described in subsection A with respect to a fund, the gross assets of which, determined on the last day of the taxable year, are in excess of $10 million, paragraph 1 shall be applied by substituting $50,000 for $10,000. C, penalty in cases of intentional disregard. If a failure described in subsection A is due to intentional disregard, then 1, subsection A shall be applied by substituting $2,500 for $500. 2, subsection B1 shall be applied by substituting $50,000 for $10,000. And 3, subsection B2 shall be applied by substituting $250,000 for $50,000. D, inflation adjustment. 1, in general, in the case of any failure relating to a return required to be filed in a calendar year beginning after 2025, each of the dollar amounts in subsections A, B, and C shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year, determined by substituting calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A, sub 2 thereof. 2, rounding. A, in general, if the $500 amount in subsection A and C1 or the $2,500 amount in subsection C1, after being increased under paragraph 1, is not a multiple of $10, such dollar amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. B, asset threshold. If the $10 million amount in subsection B2, after being increased under paragraph 1, is not a multiple of $10,000, such dollar amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10,000. C, other dollar amounts. If any dollar amount in subsection B or C, other than any amount to which subparagraph A or B applies, after being increased under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of $1,000, such dollar amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $1,000. B, information required to be sent to other taxpayers. Section 6724D2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended, 1, by striking or at the end of subparagraph LL, 2, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph MM and inserting a comma, and 3, by inserting after subparagraph MM the following new subparagraphs. NN, section 6039KC, relating to disposition of qualified opportunity fund investments, or OO, section 6039L, relating to information required from certain qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. 3, electronic filing. Section 6011E is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 8, qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Notwithstanding paragraphs 1 and 2, any return filed by a qualified opportunity fund or qualified rural opportunity fund under section 6039K shall be filed on magnetic media or other machine-readable form. 4, clerical amendments. The table of sections for subpart A of part 3 of subchapter A of chapter 61 is amended by inserting after the item relating to section 6039J the following new items. Section 6039K, returns with respect to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Section 6039L, information required from qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. B, the table of sections for Part 2 of Subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 6725 the following new item. Section 6726, failure to comply with information reporting requirements relating to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. 5, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. E, Secretary reporting of data on Opportunity Zone and Rural Opportunity Zone tax incentives. 1, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $15 million to remain available until September 30th, 2028 for necessary expenses of the Internal Revenue Service to make the reports described in paragraph 2. Paragraph 2, reports. As soon as practical after the date of the enactment of this act and annually thereafter, the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate, referred to in this section as the Secretary, shall make publicly available a report on qualified opportunity funds. 3, information included. The report required under paragraph 2 shall include, to the extent available, the following information. A, the number of qualified opportunity funds. B, the aggregate dollar amount of assets held in qualified opportunity funds. C, the aggregate dollar amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in qualified opportunity fund property, stated separately for each North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code. D, the percentage of population census tracts designated as qualified opportunity zones that have received qualified opportunity fund investments. E, for each population census tract designated as a qualified opportunity zone, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees of the qualified opportunity zone businesses in such qualified opportunity zone for the preceding 12-month period, within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary, or such other indication of the employment impact of such qualified opportunity fund businesses as determined appropriate by the Secretary. F, the percentage of the total amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in 1, qualified opportunity zone property, which is real property, and 2, other qualified opportunity zone property. G, for each population census tract, the aggregate approximate number of residential units resulting from investments made by qualified opportunity funds in real property. H, the aggregate dollar amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in each population census tract. 4, additional information. A, in general, beginning with a report submitted under paragraph 2 for the 6th year after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall include as such report the impacts and outcome of a designation of a population census tract as a qualified opportunity zone as measured by economic indicators such as job creation, poverty reduction, new business starts, and other metrics as determined by the Secretary. B, semi-decennial information. 1, in general, in the case of any report submitted under paragraph 2 in the 6th year or the 11th year after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall include the following information. 1, for population census tracts designated as a qualified opportunity zone, a comparison based on aggregate information of the factors listed in Clause 3 between the 5-year period ending on the date of the enactment of Public Law 115-97 and the most recent 5-year period for which data is available. 2, for population census tracts designated as qualified opportunity zone, a comparison based on aggregate information of the factors listed in Clause 3 for the most recent 5-year period for which data is available between such population census tracts and similar population census tracts that were not designated as a qualified opportunity zone. 2, control groups. For purposes of Clause 1, the Secretary may combine population census tracts into such groups as the Secretary determines appropriate for purposes of making comparisons. 3, factors listed. The factors listed in this clause are the following. 1, the unemployment rate. 2, the number of persons working in the population census tract, including the percentage of such persons who were not residents in the population census tract in the preceding year. 3, individual, family, and household poverty rates. 4, median family income of residents of the population census tract. 5, demographic information on residents of the population census tract, including age, income, education, race, and employment. 6, the average percentage of income of residents of the population census tract spent on rent annually. 7, the number of residences in the population census tract. 8, the rate of home ownership in the population census tract. 9, the average value of residential property in the population census tract. 10, the number of affordable housing units in the population census tract. 11, the number of new business starts in the population census tract. And 12, the distribution of employees in the population census tract by the NAICS code. 5, Protection of identifiable return information. In making reports required under this subsection, the Secretary, A, shall establish appropriate procedures to ensure that any amounts reported do not disclose taxpayer return information that can be associated with any particular taxpayer or competitive or proprietary information, and B, if necessary to protect taxpayer return information, may combine information required with respect to individual population census tracts into larger geographic areas. 6, definitions. Any term used in this subsection, which is also used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. 7, reports on qualified rural opportunity funds. The Secretary shall make publicly available, with respect to qualified rural opportunity funds, separate reports as required under this subsection. Applied, A, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears. B, by substituting a reference to this act for Public Law 115-97, and C, by treating any reference after the application of subparagraph A to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, qualified rural opportunity zone business, or qualified opportunity zone business property as stock, interest, business, or property, respectively, described in subclause 1 or 2, as the case may be, of Section 1400Z 2B 2C1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Section 70422, permanent enhancement of low-income housing tax credit. A, permanent state housing credit ceiling increase for low-income housing credit. 1, in general, Section 42H3I is amended, A, by striking 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, and inserting beginning after December 31st, 2025. B, by striking 1.125 and inserting 1.12, and C, by striking 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 in the heading and inserting calendar years after 2025. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31st, 2025. B, tax-exempt bond financing requirement. 1, in general, Section 42H4 is amended by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B, special rule where minimum percent of buildings is financed with tax-exempt bonds subject to volume cap. For purposes of subparagraph A, paragraph 1 shall not apply to any portion of the credit allowable under subsection A with respect to a building if 1, 50% or more of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located is financed by one or more obligations described in subparagraph A, or 2, 1, 25% or more of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located is financed by one or more obligations described in subparagraph A, and 2, one or more of such obligations, AA, are part of an issue, the issue date of which is after December 31, 2025, and BB, provide the financing for not less than 5% of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located. 2, effective date. A, in general, the amendment made by this subsection shall apply to buildings phased in service in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. B, rehabilitation expenditures treated as separate new building. In the case of any building with respect to which any expenditures are treated as separate new building under Section 42E of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, for purposes of subparagraph A, both the existing building and the separate new building shall be treated as having been placed in service on the date such expenditures are treated as placed in service under Section 42E4 of such code. Section 70423, permanent extension of New Markets tax credit. A, in general, Section 45D F1H is amended by striking for each of calendar years 2020 through 2025 and inserting for each calendar year after 2019. B, carryover of unused limitations. Section 45D F3 is amended, 1, by striking if the and inserting the following. A, in general, if the. And 2, by striking the second sentence and inserting the following. B, limitation. No amount may be carried under subparagraph A to any calendar year after the 5th calendar year after the calendar year in which the excess described in such subparagraph occurred. For purposes of this subparagraph, any excess described in subparagraph A with respect to any calendar year before 2026 shall be treated as occurring in calendar year 2025. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70424. Permanent and expanded reinstatement of partial deduction for charitable contributions of individuals who do not elect to itemize. A, in general, Section 170P is amended, 1, by striking $300 and inserting by striking $300 paren $600, close paren, inserting $1,000 paren $2,000, and 2, by striking beginning in 2021. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70425, 0.5% floor on deduction of contributions made by individuals. A, in general. 1, in general, paragraph 1 of section 170B is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. 1, 0.5% floor. Any charitable contribution otherwise allowable without regard to this subparagraph as a deduction under this section shall be allowed only to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions exceeds 0.5% of the taxpayer's contribution base for the taxable year. The preceding sentence shall be applied, 1, first, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph D applies to the extent thereof. 2, second, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph C applies to the extent thereof. 3, third, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph B applies to the extent thereof. 4th, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph E applies to the extent thereof. 5th, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph A applies to the extent thereof. And 6th, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph G applies to the extent thereof. 2, application of carry forward. Paragraph 1 of section 170D is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, contributions disallowed by 0.5% floor carried forward only from years in which limitation is exceeded. In general, in the case of any taxable year for which an excess is carried forward, determined without regard to this subparagraph, under any carryover rule, the applicable carryover rule shall be applied by increasing the excess determined under such applicable carryover rule for the contribution year, before the application of subparagraph B, by the amount attributable to the charitable contributions to which each rule applies, which is not allowed as a deduction for the contribution year by reason of subsection B11. 2, carryover rule. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term carryover rule means 1, subparagraph A of this paragraph, 2, subparagraphs C2, D2, E2, and G2 of subsection B1, and 3, the second sentence of subsection B1B. 3, applicable carryover rule. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term applicable carryover rule means any carryover rule applicable to charitable contributions which were, in whole or in part, not allowed as a deduction for the contribution year by reason of subsection B11. 3, coordination with deduction for non-itemizers. Section 170P as amended by this act is further amended by inserting B11 after subsections B1G2. Modification of limitation for cash contributions. 1, in general, clause 1 of section 170B1G is amended to read as follows. 1, in general, for taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2017, any contribution of cash to an organization described in subparagraph A shall be allowed as a deduction under subsection A to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions does not exceed the excess of 1, 60% of the taxpayer's contribution base for the taxable year, over 2, the aggregate amount of contributions taken into account under subparagraph A for such taxable year. 2, coordination with other limitations. In general, clause 3 of section 170B1G is amended. 1, by striking subparagraphs A and B in the heading and inserting subparagraph A, and 2, in subclause 2 by striking, quote, and subparagraph B, unquote, and all that follows through this subparagraph. B, other contributions. Subparagraph B of section 170B1 is amended. 1, by striking to which subparagraph A, both places it appears, and inserting to which subparagraph A or G, and 2, in clause 2, by striking over the amount and all that follows through subparagraph C, and inserting over 1, the amount of charitable contributions allowable under subparagraph A determined without regard to subparagraph B and subparagraph G, reduced by 2, so much of the contributions taken into the account under subparagraph G as does not exceed 10% of the taxpayer's contribution base. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70426, 1% floor on deduction of charitable contributions made by corporations. A good place? A, in general, section 170B2A is amended to read as follows. A, in general, any charitable contribution otherwise allowable without regard to this subparagraph as a deduction under this section for any taxable year, other than any contributions to which subparagraph B or C applies, shall be allowed only to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions, 1, exceeds 1% of the taxpayer's taxable income for the taxable year, and 2, does not exceed 10% of the taxpayer's taxable income for the taxable year. B, application of carry forward. Section 170D2 is amended to read as follows. right there at the top of the page.
My name is Michael Berkowitz. I serve as the policy director for the Jewish Democratic Council of America, which represents Jewish voters who share our Jewish and democratic values and who overwhelmingly oppose this bill. Two, corporations. In general, any charitable contribution taken into account under subsection B2A for any taxable year which is not allowed as a deduction by reason of Clause 2 thereof shall be taken into account as a charitable contribution for the succeeding taxable year, except that for purposes of determining under this subparagraph whether such contribution is allowed in such succeeding taxable year, contributions in such succeeding taxable year determined without regard to this paragraph shall be taken into account under subsection B2A before any contribution taken into account by reason of this paragraph. B, 5-year carry forward. No charitable contribution may be carried forward under subparagraph A to any taxable year following the 5th taxable year after the taxable year in which the charitable contribution was first taken into account. For purposes of the preceding sentence, contributions shall be treated as allowed on a first-in, first-out basis. C, contributions allowed by 1% floor carried forward only from years in which 10% limitation is exceeded. In the case of any taxable year from which a charitable contribution is carried forward under subparagraph A, determined without regard this subparagraph, subparagraph A shall be applied by substituting clause or 2 for clause 2. Special rule D, special rule for net operating loss carryovers. The amount of charitable contributions carried forward under subparagraph A shall be reduced to the extent that such carry forward would, but for this subparagraph, reduce taxable income as computed for the purposes of the second sentence of section 172B2 and increase a net operating loss carryover under section 172 to a succeeding taxable year. C, conforming amendments. Subparagraphs B2 and C2 of section 170B2 are each amended by inserting other than subparagraph C thereof after subsection D2. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70427, permanent increase in limitation on carryover of tax on distilled spirits. In general, paragraph 1 of section 7652F is amended to read as follows. 1, $13.25, or B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to distilled spirits brought into the United States after December 31st, 2025. Section 70428, nonprofit community development activities in remote native villages. A, in general, for purposes of subchapter F of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, any activity substantially related to participation or investment in fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, statistical and reporting areas as described in Figure 1 of Section 679 of Title 50 Code of Federal Regulations, carried on by an entity identified in Section 305 I1D of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, 16 U.S.C. 1855 I1D, as in effect on the date of enactment of this section, shall be considered substantially related to the exercise or performance of the purpose constituting the basis of such entity's exemption under Section 501A of such code if the conduct of such activity is in furtherance of one or more of the purposes specified in Section 305 I1A of such act as so in effect. For purposes of this paragraph, activities substantively related to participation or investment in fisheries include the harvesting, processing, transportation, sales, and marketing of fish and fish products of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, statistical and reporting areas. B, application to certain wholly owned subsidiaries. If the assets of a trade or business relating to an activity described in subsection A of any subsidiary wholly owned by an entity identified in Section 305 I1D of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act as in effect on the date of enactment of this section are transferred to such entity, including in liquidation of such subsidiary, not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of this act. 1. No gain or income resulting from such a transfer shall be recognized to either such subsidiary or such entity under such code. And 2. All income derived from such subsidiary from such transferred trade or business shall be exempt from taxation under such code. C. Effective date. This section shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act and shall remain effective during the existence of the Western Alaska Community Development Quota Program established by Section 305I1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act as amended. Section 70429, adjustment of charitable production for certain expenses incurred in support of Native Alaskan subsistence whaling. A, in general, Section 170N1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking $10,000 and inserting $50,000. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70430, exception to percentage of completion method of accounting for certain residential construction contracts. A, in general, Section 460E is amended. 1, in paragraph 1A, by striking home construction contract, both places it appears, and inserting residential construction contract. And B, by inserting determined by substituting 3-year for 2-year in subparagraph B1 for any residential construction contract which is not a home construction contract. After the requirements of clauses 1 and 2 of subparagraph B, 2, by striking 4 and redesignating paragraph 5 as paragraph 4, and 3 in subparagraph A of paragraph 4 as so redesignated by striking paragraph 4 and inserting paragraph 3. B, application of exception for purposes of alternative minimum tax. Section 56A3 is amended by striking any home construction contract as designated in Section 460E6 and inserting any residential construction contract as defined in Section 460E4. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to contracts entered into in taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. Subchapter D, permanent investments in small businesses in rural America. Section 70431, expansion of qualified small business stock gain exclusion. A, phased increase in exclusion for gain form qualified small business stock. 1, in general, Section 1202A1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general, in the case of a taxpayer other than a corporation, gross income shall not include A, except as provided in paragraphs 3 and 4, 50% of any gain from the sale or exchange of qualified small business stock acquired on or before the applicable date and held for more than 5 years, and B, the applicable percentage of any gain from the sale or exchange of qualified small business stock acquired under the applicable date and held for at least 3 years. 2, applicable percentage. Section 1202A is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 5, applicable percentage. The applicable percentage under paragraph 1 shall be determined under the following table. Years stock held, 3 years, applicable percentage 50%, 4 years 75%, 5 years or more 100%. 3, applicable date, acquisition date. Section 1202A, as amended by paragraph 2, is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 6, applicable date, acquisition date. For purposes of this section, A, applicable date. The term applicable date means the date of the enactment of this paragraph. B, acquisition date. In the case of any stock which would, but for this paragraph, be treated as having been acquired before, on, or after the applicable date, whichever is applicable, the acquisition date for purposes of this section shall be the first day on which such stock was held by the taxpayer, determined after the application of Section 1223. 4, continued treatment as not item of tax preference. A, in general, Section 57A7 is amended by striking an amount and inserting, in the case of stock acquired on or before the date of the enactment of the Creating Small Business Jobs Act of 2010, an amount. B, conforming amendment. Section 1202A4 is amended, 1, by striking and at the end of subparagraph B and inserting a period, and 2, by striking subparagraph C. 5, other conforming amendments. A, paragraphs 3A and 4A of section 1202A are each amended by striking paragraph 1 and inserting paragraph 1A. B, paragraph 4A of section 1202A is amended by inserting and on or before the applicable date after 2010. C, sections 1202B2, 1202G2A, and 1202J1A are each amended by striking more than 5 years and inserting at least 3 years, more than 5 years in the case of stock acquired on or before the applicable date. 6, effective dates. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, the amendments made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. B, continued treatment as not item of tax preference. The amendments made by paragraph 4 shall take effect as if included in the enactment of section 2011 of the Creating Small Business Jobs Act of 2010. B, increase in per issuer limitation. 1, in general, subparagraph A of section 1202B1 is amended to read as follows. A, the applicable dollar limit for the taxable year, or 2, applicable dollar limit, section 1202B is amended by adding at the end of the following. 4, applicable dollar limit. For purposes of paragraph 1A, the applicable dollar limit for any taxable year with respect to eligible gain from one or more dispositions by a taxpayer of qualified business stock of a corporation is A, if such stock was acquired by the taxpayer on or before the applicable date, $10 million reduced by the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for prior taxable years and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer before, on, or after the applicable date. And B, if such stock was acquired by the taxpayer after the applicable date, $15 million reduced by the sum of 1, the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for prior taxable years and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer before, on, or after the applicable date, plus 2, the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for the taxable year and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer on or before the applicable date. 5, inflation adjustment. A, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $15 million amount in paragraph 4B shall be increased by an amount equal to 1, such dollar amount multiplied by 2, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2, thereof, if any increase under this paragraph, this subparagraph is not a multiple of $10,000, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10,000. B, no increase once limit reached. If, for any taxable year, the eligible gain attributable to dispositions of stock issued by a corporation and acquired by the taxpayer after the applicable date exceeds the applicable dollar limit, then notwithstanding any increase under subparagraph A for any subsequent taxable year, the applicable dollar limit for such subsequent taxable year shall be 0. 3, separate returns. Subparagraph A of section 1202B3 is amended to read as follows. A, separate returns. In the case of a separate return by a married individual for any taxable year, 1, paragraph 4A shall be applied by substituting 5 million for 10 million, and 2, paragraph 4B shall be applied by substituting 1/2 of the dollar amount in effect under such paragraph for the taxable year for the amount so in effect. 4, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. C, increase in limit in aggregate gross assets. 1, in general, subparagraphs A and B of section 1202D1 are each amended by striking 50 million and inserting 75 million. 2, inflation adjustment. Section 1202B is amended by adding at the end the following. 4, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $75 million amounts in paragraphs 1A and 1B shall each be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. If any increase under this paragraph is not a multiple of $10,000, each increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10,000. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to stock issued after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70432, repeal of revision to de minimis rules for third-party network transactions. A, reinstatement of exception for de minimis payments as in effect prior to enactment of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. 1, in general, section 6050WE is amended to read as follows. E, exception for de minimis payments by third-party settlement organizations. A third-party settlement organization shall be required to report any information under subsection A with respect to third-party network transactions of any participating payee only if, 1, the amount which would otherwise be reported under subsection A2 with respect to such transactions exceeds $20,000, and 2, the aggregate number of such transactions exceeds 200. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall take effect as if included in section 9674 of the American Rescue Plan Act. B, application of de minimis rule for third-party network transactions to backup withholding. 1, in general, section 3406B is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 8, other reportable payments include payments in settlement of third-party network transactions only where aggregate transactions exceed reporting threshold for the calendar year. A, in general, any payment in settlement of a third-party network transaction required to be shown on a return required under section 6050W, which is made during any calendar year, shall be treated as a reportable payment only if, 1, the aggregate number of transactions with respect to the participating payee during such calendar year exceeds the number of transactions specified in section 605WE2, and 2, the aggregate amount of transactions with respect to the participating payee during such calendar year exceeds the dollar amount specified in section 6050WE1 at the time of such payment.
Thank you so much. All right, if you just want to pick up.
I'm Christopher Hooper with Mayday Movement USA and Common Defense. I'm a disabled retired Navy veteran as well. Section B, exemption if the third-party network transactions made in prior year were reportable, subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to payments of, to any participating payee during the calendar year. If one or more payments in settlement of third-party network transactions made by the payer to the participating payee during the preceding calendar year were reportable payments. 2, effective dates. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70433, increase in threshold for requiring information reporting with respect to certain payees. A, in general, Section 6041A is amended by striking $600 and inserting $2,000. B, inflation adjustment, Section 6041 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. H, inflation adjustment. In any case of the calendar year after 2026, dollar amount in subsection A shall increase by the amount equal to, one, such dollar amount multiplied by two, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 of such calendar year, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. If any increase under the preceding sentence is not multiples of 100, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of 100. C, application to reporting of remuneration for services, section 6041 alpha. Alpha 2 is amended by striking is $600 or more and inserting equals or exceeding the dollar amount in effect for such calendar year under section 6041 alpha. Delta, application of backup withholding, section 3406 B6 is amended by striking $600 in subparagraph A and inserting the dollar amount in effect for such calendar year under section 6041 alpha, and 2 by striking only whereas aggregate for calendar year is $600 or more in the heading and inserting only where in excess of the threshold. E, conforming amendments. 1, the heading of section 6041A is amended by striking of $600 or more and inserting exceeding threshold. 2, section 6041A is amended by striking taxable year and inserting calendar year. F, effective date. The adjustments made by this section shall apply with respect to payments made after December 31st, 2025. Section 70435, exclusion of interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property, and alpha. In general, Part 3 of subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by the preceding provisions of this act is amended by inserting after Section 139K of the following new sections. Section 139L, interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. Alpha, in general, gross income shall not include 25% of the interest received by the qualified lender on any qualified real estate loan. B, qualified lender. For purposes of this section, term qualified lender means, 1, any bank or savings association and the deposits of which are insured under the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, 12 U.S. Code 1811 esquire. 2, any state or federally regulated insurance company. 3, any entity wholly owned directly or indirectly by any company that is treated as a bank holding company for purposes of Section 8 of the International Banking Act of 1978, 12 U.S. Code 3106. If alpha, such entity is organized, incorporated, or established under the laws of the United States in any state, and Bravo, the principal place of business of such entity as the United States, including any territory of the United States. 4, the entity wholly owned directly or indirectly by a company that is considered an insurance holding company under the laws of any state if such entity satisfies the requirement described in subparagraphs alpha and bravo, paragraphs 3, and 5, with respect to interest received on qualified real estate loan secured by real estate described in subsection Charlie 3 alpha. Any federally chartered instrumentality of the United States established under Section 8.1 alpha of the Farm Credit Act of 1971, 12 U.S. Code 2279 alpha alpha 1 alpha. Charlie, qualified real estate loans. For purposes of this section, in general, the term qualified real estate loans means any loan, A, secured by rural or agricultural real estate, or 2, any leasehold mortgage with a status as a lien or on rural or agricultural real estate. Bravo, made to a person other than specified for an entity as defined in section 7701 alpha 51, and Charlie, made after the date of the enactment of this section. For purposes of the preceding sentence, the determination of whether property securing such loan is rural or agricultural real estate shall be made as of the time of the interest income on such loan has occurred. 2, refinancings. For purposes of subparagraphs alpha and Charlie of paragraphs 1, a loan shall not be treated as made after the date of the enactment of this section to the extent of the proceedings of such loan are used to refinance a loan which was made on or before the date of the enactment of this section, or in any case, a series of refinancing, the original loan was made on or before such date. 3, rural or agricultural real estate. The term rural or agricultural real estate means any real property which is substantially used for the production of one or more agricultural products. Bravo, any real property which is sustainably used in the trade or business of fishing or seafood processing, and C, any aquaculture facility. Such terms shall not include any property which is not located in a state or possession of the United States. 4, aquaculture facility. The term aquaculture facility means any land structure or other appurtenance that is used for aquaculture and including any hatchery, rearing pond, raceway, pen, or incubator. Delta, coordination with Section 265. In the case of any qualified real estate loan, Section 265 shall be applied. 1, by treating any qualified real estate loan for purposes of subsection alpha 2 thereof as an obligation, the interest on which is wholly exempt from the taxes imposed by this subsection. 2, substituting 25% of the interest on indebtedness for interest on indebtedness in subsection alpha 2. 3, by treating 25% of the adjusted basis of any qualified real estate loan as an adjusted basis of a tax-exempt obligation, described in subsection Bravo 4, Bravo, thereof, and 4, substituting 25% of the amount of such indebtedness for the amount of such indebtedness in subsection B6 alpha, alpha 2 thereof. Bravo, clerical adjustment. The table of sections for Part 2 of Subchapter B and Chapter 1 are amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended in inserting after line item relating to Section 139K and the following new item. Charlie, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years ending after the date of this enactment of this Act. Section 74036, reduction of transfer and manufacturer tax of certain devices. Transfer tax. Section 5811 alpha is amended to read as following. Alpha rate, there should be levied, collected, and paid on firearms transferred a tax at the rate of $1, $200 for each firearm transferred in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and 2, $0 for any firearm transferred with which is not described in paragraph 1. B, making tax. Section 5821 alpha is amended to read as the following. A, rate, there shall be levied, collected, and paid upon the making of a firearm a tax at the rate of $1, $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and 2, $0 for any firearm which is not described in paragraph 1. Charlie, conforming amendment, section 4182 alpha is amended by adding at the end of the following. For purpose of the preceding sentence, any firearm described in section 5811 alpha 2 shall be deemed to be a firearm on which tax provided by section 5811 has been paid. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to the calendar quarters beginning more than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70437, treatment of capital gains from the sale of certain farmland properties. In general, Part 4 of the subchapter 0 of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating Section 1062 as Section 1063 by inserting after Section 1061 the following new section. Section 1062, gain from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to qualified farmers. Alpha, election to pay tax in installments. In the case of gain from the sale of exchange of qualified farmland property or qualified farmer at the election of the taxpayer, the portion of the net income tax such taxpayer for the taxable year of the sale or exchange, which is equal to the applicable net tax liability, will be paid in 4 equal installments. Bravo, rules relating to installment payments. 1, date for payment of installments. If an election is made under the subsection A, the first installment shall be paid on the due date determined by, without regard to any extension of time for filing the return for the return of tax for the taxable year in which the sale or exchange occurs, and such succeeding installments shall be paid on the due date as so determined for the return of the tax for the taxable following the taxable year with the respect to which the preceding installments was made. 2, acceleration of payments. Alpha, in general, if there is an addition to tax for the failure to timely pay for an installment required under the section, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be due on the date of such failure. Bravo, individuals. In the case of an individual, if the individual dies, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be paid on the due date for the return of the tax for the taxable year in which the taxpayer dies. C, Charlie corporations. In the case of a taxpayer, which is a Charlie corporation, trust, or estate, if there is a liquidation of sale of substantially all assets of taxpayer, including in a Title 11 or similar case, a cessation of business by the taxpayer in case of a C corporation or any similar situation, then the unpaid portion of the remaining installment shall be due on the date of such event, or in the case of a Title 11 or similar case, the day before the petition is filed. The preceding sentence shall not apply to the sale substantially all the assets of a taxpayer to a buyer if such a buyer enters into an agreement with the secretary under which the buyer is liable for the remaining installments due under this subsection in the same manner as if the buyer were the taxpayer. 3, proration of deficiency to installments. If an election is made under the subsection alpha to pay for the applicable net tax liability in installments, and deficiency has been assessed with respect to such applicable net tax liability, the deficiency shall be prorated to the installment payable under the subsection A. The part of the deficiency so prorated to any installment, the date of payment, which has not arrived, shall be collected at the same time as, and as such installment, the part of the deficiency so prorated to any installment, the date for payment of which has arrived, shall be paid upon notice and demand from the secretary. This section shall not apply if the deficiency is due to negligence, to internal disregard of rules and regulations, or to fraud with the intent to evade tax. C, election. 1, in general, any election under the subsection A shall be made no later than the due date for the return of tax of the taxable year described in subsection A. 2, partnerships and S corporations. In the case of sale or exchange described in subsection A by partnership of the S corporations, the election under subsection alpha shall be made at the partner or shareholder level. The secretary may prescribe such regulation or other guidance as necessary to carry out the purposes of this paragraph. D, definitions. For purposes of the section, applicable net tax liability, alpha, applicable net tax liability with respect to the sale or exchange of any property described in subsection alpha is the excess, if any, of 1, such taxpayer's net income for the taxable year over 2, such taxpayer's net income for such taxable year determined without regard to any gain recognized from the sale or exchange of such property. Bravo, net tax income. The term net income tax means regular tax liability reducing by the credit allowed under the subparts A, B, and D in Part 4 of Subchapter A. 2, qualified farmland properties. In general, the term qualified farmland properties means real property located in the United States which 1, has been used by the taxpayer as a farm or farming purposes, or 2, leased by the taxpayer to qualified farmers for farming purposes during substantially all of the 10-year period ending on the date of the qualified sale or exchange, and 2, which is subject to the covenant or other legally enforceable restrictions which prohibits the use of such property other than a farm for farming purposes for any period, the date that is 10 years after the date of the sale or exchange described in subsection A. For purposes of clause 1, property which is used or leased by a partnership of S corporation in a manner described in such clause shall be treated as used or leased in such a manner by each person who holds a direct or indirect interest in such partnership or S corporation. B, farming purposes. The term farm and farming purposes have respective meanings given such terms under subsection 2032A Echo. 3, qualified farmer. The term qualified farmer means any individual who is actively engaged in farming within the means of subsections B and C of section 1001 of the Food Securities Act of 1986. Echo, return requirement. A taxpayer making an election under subsection A shall include with the return for the taxable year of the sale or exchange described in subsection A copy of the covenant or other legally enforceable restrictions described in subsection D2A2. Clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 4 of Subchapter 0, of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating the item related to subsection 1002 as related to section 10063, and by inserting after the item relating to section 1061 the following new item. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to sale or exchange of taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70438, extension of rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses. For purposes of applying Section 304B of the Taxpayer Certainty and Disaster Relief Act of 2020, Section 301 of such act shall be applied by substituting the date of the enactment of this section for the date of the enactment of this act, each place it appears. Section 70439, restoration of tax rate subsidiary asset test. In general, Section 856 Charlie 4 Bravo 2 is amended, striking 20% and inserting 25%. Bravo effective date, the amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jackson. I'm the Senior Director for Strategy at an organization called Voters of Tomorrow. We are the nation's largest Gen Z-led youth vote organization, representing chapter members and volunteers across all 50 states and the District of Columbia, and we stand strongly in opposition to the GOP's budget proposal. This budget proposal is one of the most dangerous and harmful pieces of legislation that has been proposed by Congress in my lifetime. Voters of Tomorrow and young people across the country unequivocally oppose this Republican proposal to redistribute wealth from young people and working Americans to 10,000 of Donald Trump's millionaire and billionaire buddies. Republicans don't want you to know what's in this bill, so that's why we've been here with Representative Ansari throughout the day to read this bill and make sure you know that this budget proposal means more kids will go hungry, more students will lose their academic scholarships, and more young people will lose life-saving health care. And with that, I'm going to continue reading this bill. Chapter 5, Ending Green New Deal Spending, Promoting America First Energy and Other Reforms. Subchapter A, Termination of Green New Deal Subsidies. Section 25EG is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting September 30th, 2025. Termination of Clean Vehicle Credit. In general, Section 30DH is amended by striking placed in service after December 31st, 2032 and inserting acquired after September 30th, 2025. Conforming amendments, Section 30DE is amended in paragraph 1 in clause 3 by inserting and after the comma at the end, in clause 4 by striking and inserting a period, and by striking clause 5, and in paragraph 2B, in clause 2 by inserting and after the comma at the end, in clause 3 by striking the comma at the end and inserting a period, and by striking clauses 4 through 6. Termination of qualified, section 70503, termination of qualified commercial clean vehicles credit. Section 45WG is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting September 30th, 2025. Section 30CI is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting June 30th, 2026. Termination of energy efficient home improvement credit. In general, Section 25CH is amended by striking placed in service and all that follows through December 31st, 2032, and inserting placed in service after December 31st, 2025. Conforming amendment. Section 25C D2C is amended to read as follows. Quote, any oil furnace or hot water boiler which meets or exceeds 2021 Energy Star efficiency criteria and is rated by the manufacturer for use with fuel blends at least 20% of the volume of which consists of an eligible fuel. Section 70506, termination of residential clean energy credit. In general, Section 25DH is amended by striking to property placed in service after December 31st, 2034, and inserting with respect to any expenditures made after December 31st, 2025. Conforming amendments. Section 25DG is amended in paragraph 2 by inserting and after the comma at the end. In paragraph 3 by striking and before January 1st, 2033, 30% and inserting 30%, and by striking paragraphs 4 and 5. Section 70507, termination of energy efficient commercial buildings deduction. Section 179D is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. Termination. This section shall not apply with respect to property, the construction of which begins after June 30th, 2026. Section 70508, termination of new energy efficient home credit. Section 45LH is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting June 30th, 2026. Section 70509, termination of cost recovery for energy property. Energy property, Section 168E3B6 is amended by Section 13703 of Public Law 117 through 169, is amended by striking subclause 1, and by redesignating subclauses 2 and 3 as subclauses 1 and 2 respectively. Effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to property the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2024. Section 70510, modifications for zero-emission nuclear power production credit. Restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities, Section 45UE UC, is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. Restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. In general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A 51B. Other prohibited foreign entities, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is a foreign influenced entity without regard to clause 1(2) thereof, I2 thereof. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. Section 70511, termination of clean hydrogen production credit. Section 45V C3C is amended by striking January 1st, 2033 and inserting January 1st, 2028. Section 70512, termination and restrictions on clean energy production credit. Termination for wind and solar facilities. Section 45YD is amended in paragraph 1 by striking the amount of and inserting subject to paragraph 4, the amount of, and by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following paragraphs. Applicable year. For purposes of this subsection, the term applicable year means calendar year 2032. Termination for wind and solar facilities. In general, this section shall not apply with respect to any applicable facility placed in service after December 31st, 2027. Applicable facility. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable facility means a qualified facility which uses wind to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in Section 45D1, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, or uses solar energy to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in Section 45D4, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. Restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities, Section 45Y is amended in subsection B1 by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term qualified facility shall not include any facility for which construction begins after December 31st, 2025, if the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A52, and in subsection G by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. Restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. In general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is a specified foreign entity or a foreign influence entity without regard to clause I2 thereof. Effective control. In the case of a taxpayer for which Section 7701A51D I2 is determined to apply for any taxable year, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to a qualified facility described in subsection B1. Definitions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 7701A is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraphs, prohibited foreign entity. In general, the term prohibited foreign entity means a specified foreign entity or a foreign influence entity. Determination. In general, subject to subclause 2, for any taxable year, the determination as to whether an entity is a specified foreign entity or foreign influenced entity shall be made as of the last day of such taxable year. Initial taxable year. For purposes of the first taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph, the determination as to whether an entity is as a specified foreign entity described in clauses 1 through 4 of subparagraph B shall be made as of the first day of such taxable year. Specified foreign entity. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified foreign entity means a foreign entity of concern described in subparagraph A, B, D, or E of Section 99018 of the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. An entity identified as a Chinese military company operating in the United States in accordance with Section 1260H of the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. An entity included on a list required by Clause 1, 2, 4, 5, or 5 of Section 2D2B of Public Law 117 through 78. An entity specified under Section 154B of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024, or a foreign-controlled entity. For purposes of subparagraph B, the term foreign-controlled entity means the government, including any level of government below the national level of a covered nation, an agency or instrumentality of a government described in Clause 1, a person who is a citizen or a national of a covered nation, provided that such a person is not an individual who is a citizen, national, or lawful permanent resident of the United States. An entity or a qualified business unit, as defined in Section 989A, incorporated or organized under the laws of or having its principal place of business in a covered nation, or an entity, including subsidiary entities, controlled as determined under subparagraph G by an entity described in Clause 1, 2, 3, or 4. Foreign-controlled entity. Foreign influenced entity. In general, for purposes of subparagraph A, the term foreign influenced entity means an entity with respect to which during the taxable year, a specified foreign entity has the direct authority to appoint a covered officer of such entity. A single specified foreign entity owns at least 25% of such entity. One or more specified foreign entities own in the aggregate at least 40% of such entity, or at least 15% of the debt of such entity has been issued in the aggregate to one or more specified foreign entities, or which during the previous taxable year made a payment to a specified foreign entity pursuant to a contract, agreement, or other arrangement which entitles such specified foreign entity or an entity related to such specified foreign entity to exercise effective control over any qualified facility or energy storage technology of the taxpayer or any person related to the taxpayer, or with respect to any eligible component produced by the taxpayer or any person related to the taxpayer, the extraction, possessing, or recycling of any applicable critical mineral, or the production of an eligible component which is not an applicable critical mineral. Effective control. In general, general rule. Subject to subclause 2 for purposes of clause 1, I2, the term effective control means one or more agreements or arrangements similar to those described in some subclauses 2 and 3, which provide one or more contractual counterparties of a taxpayer with specific authority over key aspects of the production of eligible components, energy generation in a qualified facility, or energy storage, which are not included in the measures of control through authority, ownership, or debt held which are described in clause I1. Guidance. The Secretary shall issue such guidance as is necessary to carry out the purposes of this clause, including the establishment of rules to prevent entities from evading, circumventing, or abusing the application of the restrictions described subparagraph C and subclauses 2 and 3 of this agreement through a contract agreement or other arrangement. Application of rules prior to issuance of guidance. During any period prior to the date that the guidance described in subclause 1BB is issued by the Secretary for purposes of Clause I2, the term effective control means the unrestricted contractual right of a contractual counterparty to determine the quantity or timing of production of an eligible component produced by the taxpayer, determine the amount or timing of activities related to the production of electricity undertaken at a qualified facility of the taxpayer or the storage of electrical energy and energy storage technology of the taxpayer, determine which entity may purchase or use the output of a production unit of the taxpayer that produces eligible components, determine which entity may purchase or use the output of a qualified facility for the taxpayer. Restrict access to data critical to production or storage of energy undertaken at a qualified facility of the taxpayer or to the site of production or any part of a qualified facility or energy storage technology of the taxpayer to the personnel or agents of such contractual counterparty.
Hey, my name is Jovan Y. I'm a senior legislative strategist at P Street. We're the government affairs sister organization of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, and we represent more than 1 million people across the country who stand together in opposition to Donald Trump and congressional Republicans' horrific reconciliation bill. The legislation we're reading here today, which marks the single largest cut to our social safety net in a single bill in American history, rips healthcare away from 17 million people, takes food out of the mouths of millions of families, all to make billionaires and mega corporations even richer than they already are. Republicans have tried to jam this bill through in the dead of night, scheduling hearings and markups when the American people are asleep, so they can get away with destroying services people need, all to cut taxes for their billionaire buddies. I'm proud to be here with Representative Ansari and everyone else shining a light on this dangerous bill, and we'll keep fighting tooth and nail with everyone else here today. We'll get started. FF. On an exclusive basis, maintain, repair, or operate any plant or equipment which is necessary to the production by the taxpayer of eligible components or electricity. Section 3, licensing and other agreements. AA, in general, in addition to subclause 2, for purposes of clause I2, the term effective control means with respect to a licensing agreement for the provision of intellectual property or any other contract agreement or other arrangement entered into with a contractual counterparty related to such licensing agreement with respect to a qualified facility, energy storage technology, or the production of an eligible component, any of the following. AA, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to specify or otherwise direct one or more sources of components, subcomponents, or applicable critical minerals utilized in a qualified facility, energy storage technology, or in the production of an eligible component. BB, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to direct the operation of any qualified facility, any energy storage technology, or any production unit that produces an eligible component. CC, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to limit the taxpayer's utilization of intellectual property related to the operation of a qualified facility or energy storage technology, or in the production of an eligible component. DD, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to receive royalties under the licensing agreement or any similar agreement or payments under any related agreement beyond the 10th year of the agreement, including modifications or extensions thereof. EE, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to direct or otherwise require the taxpayer to enter into an agreement for the provision of services for a duration longer than 2 years, including any modifications or extensions thereof. FF, such contract, agreement, or other arrangement does not provide the licensee with all the technical data, information, and know-how necessary to enable the licensee to produce eligible component or components subject to the contract, agreement, or other arrangement without further involvement from the contractual counterparty or a specified foreign entity. GG, such contract, agreement, or other arrangement was entered into or modified on or after the date of enactment of this paragraph. BB, exceptions. AA, in general, Item AA shall not apply in the case of a bona fide purchase or sale of intellectual property. BB, bona fide purchase or sale. For purposes of item AA, any purchase or sale of intellectual property where the agreement provides that ownership of the intellectual property reverts to the contractual counterparty after a period of time shall not be considered a bona fide purchase or sale. Persons related to taxpayer. For purposes of subclauses 1, 2, and 3, the term taxpayer shall include any person related to the taxpayer. Contractual counterparty. For purposes of this clause, the term contractual counterparty means an entity with which the taxpayer has entered into a contract, agreement, or other arrangement. 3, guidance. Not later than December 31st, 2026, the Secretary shall issue such guidance as is necessary to carry out the purposes of this subparagraph, including establishment of rules to prevent entities from evading, circumventing, or abusing the application of the restrictions against impermissible technology, licensing arrangements with specified foreign entities, such as through temporary transfers of intellectual property, retention by a specified foreign entity of a reversionary interest in transferred intellectual property or otherwise. E, publicly traded entities. In general, I, non-application of certain foreign-controlled entity rules. Subparagraph CV shall not apply in the case of any entity, the securities of which are regularly traded on AA, a national securities exchange, which is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, BB, the national market system established pursuant to Section 11A of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934, or CC, any other exchange or other market which the Secretary has determined in guidance issued under Section 1296E1A2 has rules adequate to carry out the purposes of Part 4 of Subchapter P of Chapter 1 of Subtitle A. 2, non-application of certain foreign-influenced entity rules. Subparagraph DI1 shall not apply in the case of any entity, AA, the securities of which are regularly traded in a manner described in subclause 1, or BB, which not less than 80% of the equity securities of such entity are owned directly or indirectly by an entity which is described in item AA. 3, exclusion of exchanges or markets in covered nations. Subclause 1CC shall not apply with respect to any exchange or market which AA is incorporated or organized under the laws of a covered nation, or BB has its principal place of business in a covered nation. 2, additional foreign-controlled entity requirements for publicly traded companies. In the case of the entities described in I1, such entity shall be deemed to be a foreign-controlled entity under subparagraph CV if such entity is controlled as determined under subparagraph G by 1, one or more specified foreign entities as determined without regard to subparagraph BV that are required to report their beneficial ownership pursuant to a rule described in clause 3I1BB, or 2, one or more foreign-controlled entities as determined without regard to subparagraph CV that are required to report their beneficial ownership pursuant to a rule described in such clause. Additional foreign-influenced entity requirements for the publicly traded companies. In the case of an entity described in clause I2, such entity shall be deemed to be a foreign-influenced entity under subparagraph DI1 if, 1, during the taxable year, AA, a specified foreign entity has the authority to appoint a covered officer of such entity. BB, a single specified foreign entity required to report its beneficial ownership under Rule 13D3 of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934, or in the case of an exchange or market described in Clause I1CC, an equivalent rule, owns not less than 25% of such entity, or CC, one or more specified foreign entities that are each required to report their beneficial ownership under Rule 13D3 of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 own, in the aggregate, not less than 40% of such an entity, or 2, such entity has issued debt as part of an original issuance in excess of 15% of its publicly traded debt to one or more specified foreign entities. F, covered officer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term covered officer means, with respect to an entity, I, a member of the Board of Directors, Board of Supervisors, or equivalent governing body, II, an executive-level officer, including the President, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Financial Officer, General Counsel, or Senior Vice President, or III, an individual having powers or responsibilities similar to those of officers or members described in Clause I or II. Determination of control. For purposes of subparagraph CV, the term control means I, in the case of a corporation, ownership by vote or value of more than 50% of the stock of such corporation. II, in the case of a partnership, ownership of more than 50% of the profit interests or capital interests in such partnership. Or III, in any other case, ownership of more than 50% of the beneficial interests in the entity. H, determination of ownership. For purposes of this paragraph, Section 318A2 shall apply for purposes of determining ownership of stock in a corporation. Similar principles shall apply for purposes of determining ownership of interests in any other entity. Other definitions. For purposes of this paragraph, I, applicable critical mineral. The term applicable critical mineral has the same meaning given such term under section 45XC6. II, covered nation. The term covered nation has the same meaning given under such term under section 4872F2 of Title 10 United States Code. III, eligible component. The term eligible component has the same meaning given under such term under section 45XC1. IV, energy storage technology. The term energy storage technology has the same meaning given such term under section 48E C2. 5, qualified facility. The term qualified facility means 1, a qualified facility as defined in section 45YB1, and 2, a qualified facility as defined in section 48E B3. 6, related. The term related shall have the same meaning given such term under sections 267B and 707B. J, beginning of construction. For purposes of applying any provision under this paragraph, the beginning of construction with respect to any property shall be determined pursuant to rules similar to the rules under Internal Revenue Service Notice 2013-29 and Internal Revenue Service Notice 2018-59, as well as any subsequently issued guidance clarifying, modifying, or updating either such notice as in effect on January 1st, 2025. K, regulations and guidance. The Secretary may prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the provisions of this paragraph, including rules to prevent the circumvention of any rules or restrictions with respect to prohibited foreign entities. 52, material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. In general, the term material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity means 1, with respect to any qualified facility or energy storage technology, a material assistance cost ratio, which is less than the threshold percentage applicable under subparagraph B, or 2, with respect to any facility which produces eligible components, a material assistance cost ratio, which is less than the threshold percentage applicable under subparagraph C. B, threshold percentage for qualified facilities in energy storage technology. For purposes of subparagraph A1, the threshold percentage shall be 1, in the case of a qualified facility, the construction of which begins 1, during calendar year 2026, 40%. 2, during calendar year 2027, 45%. 3, during calendar year 2028, 50%. 4, during calendar year 2029, 55%. And 5, after December 31st, 2029, 60%, and 2, in the case of energy storage technology, the construction of which begins 1, during calendar year 2026, 55%, 2, during calendar year 2027, 60%, 3, during calendar year 2028, 65%, 4, during calendar year 2029, 70%, and after December 31st, 2029, 75%. C, threshold percentage for eligible components. In general, for purposes of subparagraph A2, the threshold percentages shall be 1, in the case of any solar energy component, as such term is defined in section 45XC3A, which is sold AA during calendar year 2026, 50%, BB during calendar year 2027, 60%, CC during calendar year 2028, 70%, DD during calendar year 2029, 80%, and EE after December 31st, 2029, 85%. 2, in the case of any wind energy component, as such term is defined in section 45XC4A, which is sold AA during calendar year 2026, 85%, and BB during calendar year 2027, 90%. 3, in the case of any inverter described in subparagraphs B through G of section 45XC2, which is sold AA during calendar year 2026, 50%, BB during calendar year 2027, 55%, CC during calendar year 2028, 60%, DD during calendar year 2029, 65%, and EE after December 31st, 2029, 70%. 4, in the case of any qualifying battery component, as such term is defined in section 45XC5A, which is sold AA, during calendar year 2026, 60%, BB during calendar year 2027, 65%. CC during calendar year 2028, 70%. DD during calendar year 2029, 80%. And EE after December 31st, 2029, 85%. And 5, subject to Clause 2 in the case of any applicable critical mineral as such term is defined in Section 45XC6, which is sold AA after December 31st, 2025, and before January 1st, 2030, 0%. BB during calendar year 2030, 25%. CC during calendar year 2031, 30%. BB during calendar year 2032, 40%. And EE after December 31st, 2032, 50%. 2, adjusted threshold for percentage for applicable critical minerals. Not later than December 31st, 2027, the Secretary shall issue threshold percentages for each of the applicable critical minerals described in Section 45XC6, which shall, 1, apply in lieu of the threshold percentage determined under Clause 1(5) for each calendar year, and 2, equal or exceed the threshold percentage which would otherwise apply with respect to such applicable critical mineral under such clause for such calendar year, taking into account AA, domestic geographic availability, BB, supply chain constraints, CC, domestic processing capacity needs, and DD, national security concerns. D, material assistance cost ratio. 1, qualified facilities and energy storage technology. For purposes of subparagraph AI, the term material assistance cost ratio means the amount expressed as a percentage equal to the quotient of 1, an amount equal to AA, the total direct costs to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components, which are incorporated into the qualified facility or energy storage technology upon completion of construction, minus BB, the total direct costs to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components which are AA, incorporated into the qualified facility or energy storage technology upon completion of construction, and BB, mined, produced, or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, divided by 2, the amount described in subclause 1AA. II, eligible components. For purposes of subparagraph A2, the term material assistance cost ratio means the amount expressed as a percentage equal to the quotient of 1, an amount equal to AA with respect to an eligible component, the total direct material costs that are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 461 and any regulations issued under Section 263A by the taxpayer for production of such eligible component, minus BB, with respect to an eligible component, the total direct material costs that are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 461 and any regulations issued under 263A by the taxpayer for production of such eligible component that are mined, produced, or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, divided by 2, the amount described in subclause 1A. 3, safe harbor tables. In general, not later than December 31st, 2026, the Secretary shall issue safe harbor tables and such other guidance as deemed necessary to AA, identify the percentage of total direct costs of any manufactured product which is attributable to a prohibited foreign entity. BB, identify the percentage of total direct material costs of any eligible component which is attributable to a prohibited foreign entity. And CC, provide all rules necessary to determine the amount of a taxpayer's material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity within the meaning of this paragraph. 2, safe harbors prior to issuance. For purposes of this paragraph, prior to the date on which the Secretary issues the safe harbor tables described in subclause 1, and for construction of a qualified facility or energy storage technology which begins on or before the date, which is 30 days after the date of issuance of such tables, a taxpayer may, AA, use the tables included in Internal Revenue Service Notice 2025-08 to establish the percentage of the total direct costs of any listed eligible component and any manufactured product, and BB, rely on a certification by the supplier of the manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mackenzie Burgoyne here on behalf of the National Partnership for Women and Families to support the fight against this unethical budget bill. We work at the intersection of economic and health justice for all American women, currently focusing our advocacy efforts on Black maternal health, a national paid leave policy, and reproductive justice. Thank you, Representative Ansari, for inviting us. AA of the total direct, thank you. AA of the total direct cost or the total direct material cost as applicable of such product or component that was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or, quote, BB, that such product or component was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity. 3, exception, notwithstanding subclauses 1 and 2, AA, if the taxpayer knows or has reason to know that a manufactured product or eligible component was produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, the taxpayer shall treat all direct costs with respect to such manufactured product or all direct material costs with respect to such eligible component as attributable to a prohibited foreign entity, and BB, if the taxpayer knows or has reason to know that the certification referred to in subclause IIBB pertaining to manufactured product or eligible component is inaccurate, the taxpayer may not rely on such certification. 4, certification requirement. In a manner consistent with Treasury Regulation Section 1.45X-4C4I, as in effect on the date of enactment of this paragraph, the certification referred to in subclause IIBB shall AA include capital AA, the supplier's employment identification number, or capital BB, any such similar identification number issued by a foreign government. BB, be signed under penalties of perjury. CC, be retained by the supplier and the taxpayer for a period of not less than 6 years and shall be provided to the Secretary upon request. And DD, be from the supplier from which the taxpayer purchased any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent elements, materials, or subcomponents of an eligible component, stating, AA, that such property was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, and that the supplier does not know or have reason to know that any prior supplier in the chain of production of that property is a prohibited foreign entity. BB, for purposes of Section 45X, the total direct material costs for each component, constituent element, material, or subcomponent that were not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or CC, for purposes of Section 45Y or Section 48E, the total direct costs attributable to all manufactured products that were not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity. 4, existing contract. Upon the election of the taxpayer in such form and manner as the Secretary shall designate, in the case of any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component, which is I, acquired by the taxpayer or manufactured or assembled by or for the taxpayer pursuant to a binding written contract which was entered into prior to June 16th, 2025. And 2, AA, placed into service before January 1st, 2030, or in the case of an applicable facility as defined in Section 45YD4B, before January 1st, 2028, in a facility the construction of which began before August 1st, 2025, or BB, in the case of a constituent element, material, or subcomponent used in a product sold before January 1st, 2030. The cost to the taxpayer with respect to such product, component, element, material, or subcomponent shall not be included for purposes of determining the material assistance cost ratio under this subparagraph. 5, anti-circumvention rules. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to prevent circumvention of the rules under this subparagraph, including prevention of I, any abuse of the exception provided under Clause 4 through the stockpiling of any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component during any period prior to the application of the requirements under this paragraph. Or 2, any evasion with respect to the requirements of this subparagraph where the facts and circumstances demonstrate that the beginning of construction of a qualified facility or energy storage technology has not in fact occurred. E, other definitions for purposes of this paragraph. I, Eligible component. The term eligible component means I, any property described in section 45XC1 or I, any component which is identified by the Secretary pursuant to regulations or guidance issued under subparagraph G. 2, energy storage technology. The term energy storage technology has the same meaning given such under term section 48EC2. 3, manufactured product. The term manufactured product means 1, a manufactured product which is a component of a qualified facility as described in section 45YG11B and any guidance issued thereunder, or 2, any product which is identified by the Secretary pursuant to regulations or guidance issued under subparagraph G. 4, qualified facility. The term qualified facility means 1, a qualified facility as defined in section 45YB1, 2, a qualified facility as defined in section 48EB3, and 3, any qualified interconnection property as defined in section 48EB4, which is part of the qualified investment with respect to a qualified facility as described in section 48B1. F, determination of ownership beginning of construction. Rules similar to the rules under subparagraphs H and J of paragraph 51 shall apply for purposes of this paragraph. G, regulations and guidance. The Secretary may prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the provisions of this paragraph, including 1, identification of components or products for purposes of clauses I and III of subparagraph E, and 2, for purposes of subparagraph AII, rules to address facilities which produce more than one eligible component. D, denial of credit for certain wind and solar leasing arrangements. Section 45Y is amended by adding at the following new subsection, H, denial of credit for wind and solar leasing arrangements. No credit shall be determined under this section with respect to any production of electricity during the taxable year with respect to property described in paragraph 1 or 4 of section 25DD, as applied by substituting lessee for a taxpayer, if the taxpayer rents or leases such property to a third party during such taxable year. E, emission rates tables. Section 45YB2C is amended by adding at the following new clause. 3, existing studies. For purposes of Clause I in determining greenhouse gas emission rates for types or categories of facilities for the purpose of determining whether a facility satisfies the requirements under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall consider studies published on or before the date of enactment of this clause which demonstrate a net life cycle greenhouse gas emissions rate, which is not greater than 0 using widely accepted life cycle assessment concepts, such as concepts described in standards developed by the International Organization for Standardization. F, nuclear energy communities. 1, in general, section 45B11 is amended. A, in subparagraph B, I in clause II, capital II, by striking or at the end. II in clause III, capital I, by striking the period at the end or inserting or and III by adding at the end the following new clause. 4, for purposes of any qualified facility which is an advanced nuclear facility, a metropolitan statistical area which has or at any time during the period beginning after December 31st, 2009 had 0.17% or greater direct employment related to the advancement of nuclear power, including employment related to 1, an advanced nuclear facility, 2, advanced nuclear power research and development, 3, nuclear fuel research, nuclear fuel cycle research, development, or production, including mining, enrichment, manufacture, storage, disposal, or recycling of a nuclear fuel. And 4, the manufacturing or assembly of components used in an advanced nuclear facility. And B, adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, advanced nuclear facilities. I, in general, subject to clause II for purposes of subparagraph B, IV, the term advanced nuclear facility means any nuclear facility, the reactor design for which is approved in the manner described in section 45JD2. 2, special rule. For purposes of clause I, a facility shall be deemed to have a reactor design which is approved in the manner described in section 45JD2 if the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has authorized construction and issued a site-specific construction permit or combined license with respect to such facility without regard to whether the reactor design was approved after December 31st, 1993. 2, non-application for clean electricity investment credit. Section 48EA3AI is amended by inserting as applied without regard to clause 4 thereof after section 45B11B. G, conforming amendment section 45Y B1 is amended. 1, by redesignating subparagraph D as subparagraph E, and 2, by inserting after subparagraph C the following new subparagraph. D, determination of capacity. For purposes of subparagraph C, additions of capacity of a facility shall be determined in any reasonable manner, including based on 1, determinations by or reports to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, including interconnection agreements, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or any similar entity reflecting additions of capacity. 2, determinations of reports reflecting additions of capacity made by an independent professional engineer. 3, reports or issued by regional transmission organizations or independent system operators reflecting additions of capacity. Or 4, any other method or manner provided by the Secretary. H, prohibition on transfer of credits to specified foreign entities. Section 6418G is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 5, prohibition of transfer of credits to specified foreign entities with respect to any eligible credit described in clause 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 11 of subsection F1A. An eligible taxpayer may not elect to transfer any portion of such credit to a taxpayer that is a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B. 1, extension of period of limitations for errors relating to determining a material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. Section 6501 is amended by 1, redesignated subsection O as subsection P, and 2, by inserting after subsection N the following new subsection O. Material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity in the case of a deficiency attributable to an error with respect to the determination of section 7701A52 for any taxable year. Such deficiency may be assessed at any time within 6 years after the return for such yield was filed. J, imposition of accuracy-related penalties. 1, in general, section 6662 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection M, substantial understatement of income tax due to disallowance of applicable energy credits. 1, in general, in the case of a taxpayer for which there is a disallowance of an applicable energy credit for any taxable year for purposes of determining whether there is a substantial understatement of income tax for such payable year, subsection D1 shall be applied, A, in subparagraphs A and B by substituting 1% for 10% each place it appears, and B, without regard to subparagraph C. 2, disallowance of an applicable energy credit for purposes of this subsection. The term disallowance of an applicable energy credit means the disallowance of a credit under section 45X, 45Y, or 48E by reason of overstating the material assistant cost ratio as determined under section 7701A52 with respect to any qualified facility, energy storage technology, or facility which produces eligible components. 2, conforming amendment. Section 6417D6 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. D, disallowance of an applicable energy credit in the case of an applicable entity which made an election under subsection A with respect to an applicable credit for which there is a disallowance described in section 6662M2, paragraph A shall apply with respect to any excessive payment resulting from such disallowance. K, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by a supplier. 1, in general, part 1 of subchapter B of chapter 68 is amended by inserting after section 6695A the following new section. Section 6695B, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. A, imposition of penalty if 1, a person, A, provides a certification described in clause III, capital II, BB of section 7701A52D with respect to any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material or subcomponent of an eligible component, and B, knows or reasonably should have known that the certification would be used in connection with a determination under such section. 2, such person knows or reasonably should have known that such certification is inaccurate or false with respect to A, whether such property was produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or B, the total direct cost or total direct material cost of such property that was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity that were provided on such certification, and 3, the inaccuracy or falsity described in paragraph 2 resulted in the disallowance of an applicable energy credit as defined in section 6662M2 and an understatement of income tax within the meaning of section 662D2 for the taxable year in an amount which exceeds the lesser of A, 5% of the tax required to be shown on the return for the taxable year, or B, $100,000. Then such person shall pay a penalty in the amount determined under subsection B. B, amount of penalty. The amount of penalty imposed under subsection A on any person with respect to a certification shall be equal to the greater of 1, 10% of the amount of the underpayment as defined in section 6664A, solely attributable to the inaccuracy or falsity described in subsection A2, or 2, $5,000, exception, no penalty shall be imposed under subsection A if the person establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary that any inaccuracy or falsity described in subsection A2 is due to a reasonable cause and not willful neglect. D, definitions. Any term used in this section, which is also used in section 7701A52, shall have the meaning given such term in such section. 2, clerical amendments. A, section 6696 is amended I in the heading by striking and 6695A and inserting 6695A and 6695B. 2, in subsections A, B, and E by striking and 6695A, each place that appears and inserting 6695A and 6695B. 3, in subsection C by striking or 6695A and inserting 6695A or 6695B. And 4, in subsection D, in paragraph 1 by inserting or in the case of any penalty under section 6695B, 6 years after assessed within 3 years, and 2, in paragraph 2 by inserting or in the case of any claim for refund of an overpayment of any penalty assessed under section 6695B, 6 years after filed within 3 years. B, the table of sections for part I of subchapter B of chapter 68 is amended by inserting after item relating to section 6695A the following new item. Section 6695B, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by the supplier, effective dates. I'm going to need the next binder because it's so long. What page?
527. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yep, 527. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, 3, and 4, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment in this act. 2, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection B1 shall apply to facilities for which construction begins after December 31st, 2025. 3, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. The amendments made by subsection K shall apply to certifications provided after December 31st, 2025. 4, termination for wind and solar facilities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to facilities the construction of which begins after the date, which is 12 months after the date of enactment of this act. Section 70513, termination and restrictions on clean electricity investment credit. A, termination for wind and solar facilities. Section 48E is amended, 1, in paragraph 1 by striking the amount of and inserting subject to paragraph 4 the amount of, and 2, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, termination for wind and solar facilities. A, in general, this section shall not apply to any qualified property placed in service by the taxpayer after December 31st, 2027, which is part of an applicable facility. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable facility means a qualified facility which 1, uses wind to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in 45D1 as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. Or 2, uses solar energy to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in section 45D4 as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. C, exception. The paragraph shall not apply with respect to any energy storage technology which is placed in service at any applicable facility. B, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, section 48E is amended A in subsection B by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, and 2, by inserting after paragraph 5 the following new paragraph. 6, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term qualified facility and qualified interconnection property shall not include any facility or property the construction, reconstruction, or erection of which begins after December 31st, 2025. If the construction, reconstruction, or erection of such facility or property includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity as defined in section 7701A52. And B, in subsection C, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 3, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term energy storage technology shall not include any property, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2025, if the construction of such property includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity as defined in section 7701A52. 2, additional restriction, section 48ED is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is I, a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B, or 2, a foreign influence entity as defined in section 7701A without regard to clause I, capital double I. Therefore, B, effective control in the case of a taxpayer for which section 77A is determined to apply for any taxable year. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to a qualified facility described in subsection B3 or energy storage technology described in subsection C2. 3, recapture. A, in general, section 50A is amended. 1, by redesignating paragraphs 4 through 6 as paragraphs 5 through 7, respectively. 2, by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, payments to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, if there is an applicable payment made by a specified taxpayer before the close of the 10-year period beginning on the date such taxpayer placed in service investment credit property which is eligible for the Clean Electricity Investment Credit under section 48EA, then the tax under this chapter for the taxable year in which such applicable payment occurs shall be increased by 100% of the aggregate decrease in the credits allowed under section 38 for all prior taxable years, which would have resulted solely from reducing to 0 any credit determined under section 46, which is attributable to the Clean Electricity Investment Credit under section 48EA, with respect to such property. B, applicable payment. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable payment means, with respect to any taxable year, payment or payments described in section 7701A51D I. C, specified taxpayer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified taxpayer means any taxpayer who has been allowed a credit under section 48EA for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph. 3, in paragraph 5, as redesignated by clause 1, by striking or any applicable transaction to which paragraph 3A applies and inserting any applicable transaction to which paragraph 3A applies, or any applicable payment to which paragraph 4A applies, and 4, in paragraph 7, as redesignated by clause 1, by striking or 3 and inserting 3 or 4. B, conforming amendments. 1, section 1371D1 is amended by striking section 50A5 and inserting section 50A6. 2, section 6418G3 is amended by striking subsection A5, each place it appears, and inserting subsection A7. C, denial of credit for expenditures for certain wind and solar leasing arrangements. 1, in general, section 48E is amended A by redesignating subsection I as subsection J, and B by inserting after subsection H the following new subsection. I, denial of credit for expenditures for wind and solar leasing arrangements. No credit shall be determined under this section for any qualified investment during the taxable year with respect to property described in paragraph 1 or 4 of section 25DD as applied by substituting laissez for taxpayer if the taxpayer rents or leases such property to a third party during such taxable year. 2, conforming rule section 50 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection.
Hi, everyone. This is Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari. I wanted to just say thank you, first of all, for being here. Thank you to everyone who has been tuned in online. We have been at this for almost 12 hours today. Started this morning, 8 a.m. outside of the Capitol on the grass. And the reason for that is very clear, actually. We know that Republicans have been working on a bill in a manner that has been completely in the dark. They have been doing this in a manner that has not been transparent. The Senate, just a couple of hours ago, voted 50-50 on this horrific bill. And the fact that just one more Republican finding the courage and growing a spine to not rip away health care from 17 million people, to not rip away food assistance, to not roll back historic clean energy advancements and kill millions of jobs is really, really devastating. And wanted to just give a little bit of an update. Now this bill is back in the House, so I will be heading over to the Rules Committee shortly, which is the committee that is now, again, House Democrats are there offering more than 400 amendments to try to mitigate some of the harm in this legislation. So we will be there all night. We'll be there as long as it takes. We really hope that we can do something to stop this, to slow them down, to again, mitigate the harm that is in this legislation. And we truly could not do it without you. The pressure is working. The effort is working in this room. We have so many incredible organizations. And the only reason we're at this point and that this bill hasn't passed already is because of all of you. So I want to just really say thank you, because we know that calling these members of Congress, calling the senators over and over and over again and telling your personal stories of impact, whether you're a veteran, whether you're a mom, whether you're a student who just wants to be able to afford to go to college, all of these stories make a really big difference. I spoke with a labor union leader from my district yesterday, a Republican labor leader, who said that this, he's just like, I just don't understand how any Republican can vote for this. This is gonna kill so many jobs in Arizona. Many red states are the ones who are going to be most impacted. So just wanted to give you all that update. We'll be in Rules. We're gonna keep holding the fort down here. I think we have a couple hundred more pages of this bill, which again, just goes to show this bill text just came out today. How are Republicans voting on a bill that just came out today? They haven't read it. So it's crazy. It's outrageous. It's disgusting. I mean, I've run out of words to describe what it is. So thank you all so much. I'm going to hand it over to lovely, lovely lady. She'll introduce herself, but we're so lucky. We've had many members of Congress here today, leaders, advocates. So thank you so much for being here.
Hello, everybody. I am Congresswoman Nikema Williams, and I represent Georgia's fighting 5th Congressional District, centered in Atlanta. And in Atlanta, we fight for our freedoms, y'all, and it's time for everybody to stand up and fight for what we believe in. I'm in the seat that was held by the late Congressman John Lewis, and he taught us when something is not fair, something is not just or right, you have a moral obligation to find a way to get in the way. So when I had the opportunity to come before you, even if it was going to be outside on the grassy lawn, I knew that I needed to be here to read a portion of this bill, just to bring light to the darkness that the Republicans are trying to pull over the eyes of the American people. So, domestic content rules. Subparagraph B of Section 48E(a)(3) is amended to read as follows: domestic content. Rules similar of the rules of Section 48A(12) shall apply, except that for purposes of subparagraph B of subsection and the application of rules similar to the rules of Section 45B 9B, the adjusted percentage as determined under Section 45B 9C shall be determined as follows. In the case of any unqualified investment with respect to any qualified, or energy storage technology, the construction of which begins before June 16, 2025, 40% or in the case of a qualified facility, which is an offshore wind facility, 20%. In the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility or energy storage technology, the construction of which begins on or after June 16, 2025, and before January 1st, 2026, 45%, or in the case of a qualified facility, which is an offshore wind facility, 27.5%. In the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility or energy storage technology, the construction of which begins during calendar year 2026, 50%, or in the case of a qualified facility, which is an offshore wind facility, 35%. In the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility or energy storage technology, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2026, 55%. Elimination of energy credit for certain energy property. Section 48A2 is amended. In subparagraph A2 by striking 2% and inserting 0%. And by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, none application of increases to energy percentage for purposes of energy property described in subparagraph A2, the energy percentage applicable to such property pursuant to such subparagraph shall not be increased or otherwise adjusted by any provision of this section. Application of clean electricity investment credit to qualified fuel cell property. Section 48E, as amended by subsection C, is amended by redesignating subsection J as subsection K and by inserting after section I the following new subsection. Application to qualified fuel cell property. For purposes of this section, in the case of any qualified fuel cell property as defined in section 48C1, as applied without regard to subparagraph E thereof. Subsection B3A shall be applied without regard to clause 3 thereof. For purposes of subsection A1, the applicable percentage shall be 30%, and such percentage shall not be increased or otherwise adjusted by any other provision of this section, and subsection G shall not apply. Effective dates. In general, except as provided in paragraph 2, 3, 4, and 5, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. Domestic content rules. The amendment made by subsection D shall apply on or after June 16, 2025. Elimination of energy credit for certain energy property. The amendments made by subsection E shall apply to property, the construction of which begins on or after June 16, 2025. Application of clean electricity investment credit to qualified fuel cell property. The amendments made by subsection F shall apply to property, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2025. Termination for wind and solar facilities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to facilities, the construction of which begins after the date, which is 12 months after the date of enactment of this act. Restriction on the extension of Advanced Energy Project Credit Program. In general, Section 48C, E3C is amended by striking shall be increased by inserting shall not be increased. Effective date, the amendment made by this section shall take effect on the date of enactment of this act. Do I keep going? Subchapter B. Enhancement of America First Energy Policy. Section 70521, Extension and Modification of Clean Fuel Production Credit, Prohibition of Foreign Feedstocks. In general, Section 45Z F1A is amended. A in Clause 1, 2, BB by striking and at the end. B in Clause 2 by striking the period at the end and inserting and by adding at the end of the following new clause. Such fuel exclusively derived from a feedstock which was produced or grown in the United States, Mexico, or Canada. Effective date, the amendments made by this subsection shall apply to transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. Prohibition on negative emission rates. In general, Section 45Z B1 is amended by striking paragraph C and inserting the following. And now I think we're going to have our next reader. Thank you all so much for being here to bring light to this bill that I know my Republican colleagues have not read. They have not even had time to read it. You see how long it takes to read this. I am headed up to the Rules Committee where I have 18 amendments because they're going to ram this bill through, but I'm going to do my part to bring light and bring the voices of the people that I represent into this conversation, whether they want to pass it and accept my amendments or not. They're going to hear from the people that I represent through me. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Chambers. I'm the president of the Student Government Association at American University, originally from Chattanooga, Tennessee. And when I was in high school, I was actually the vice chair of the High School Democrats of America. So a long time ago, but proud to be involved. Okay. Section C, rounding of emissions rates. The secretary may round emission rates under subparagraph B to the nearest multiple of 5 kilograms of CO2e per millimeter BTU, and subsection B, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, prohibition of negative emissions rates. For purposes of this section, the emission rates for the transportation fuel may not be less than 0. Subsection 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to the emissions rate published for transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. Determination of emissions rates. In subsection 1, in general, section 445ZB1B is amended by adding at the end of the following new clauses. Subsection 4, exclusion of indirect land use changes, notwithstanding clauses 1, 2, and 3. The emissions rate shall be adjusted as necessary to exclude any emissions attributed to indirect land use change. Any such adjustment shall be based on regulations or methodologies determined by the Secretary. Animal measures with respect to any transportation fuel which is derived from animal manure, the Secretary, 1, shall provide a distinct emissions rate with respect to such fuel based on the specific animal manure feedstock, which may include dairy manure, swine manure, poultry manure, or any other sources as are determined appropriate by the Secretary. And 2, notwithstanding subparagraph E, may provide any emissions rates that is less than 0, conforming amendment section 45ZB1BI is amended by striking clauses 2 and 3 and inserting clauses 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Effective date, the amendments made by this subsection shall apply to the emissions rate published for the transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. D, extension of clean fuel production credit. Section 45ZG is amended by striking December 31st, 2027 and inserting December 31st, 2029. E, preventing double credit. Section 45ZB5 is amended 1 in subparagraph A in the clause 2 by striking and at the end, B in the clause 3 by striking the period at the end of inserting and subsection C by adding at the end of the following clause. 4, is not produced by for fuel for credit under this section is allowable, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, regulations and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other necessary guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of this subparagraph. F, sales to unregulated persons. Section 45ZF3 is amended by adding at the end of the following, the Secretary may prescribe additional related persons rules familiar to the rule described in the preceding sentence for entities which are not described in such sentence, including rules for related persons with respect to the taxpayer has reason to believe will sell fuel to unrelated person in a manner described in subsection A4. G, treatment of sustainable aviation fuel. 1, coordination of credits. A, in general, section 6426K is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph, coordination of new credits. With respect to any gallon sustainable aviation fuel is a qualified mixture, this section shall not apply to any such gallon for which a credit under section 45Z is allowable, as determined without regard to subsection A1A of such section. B, effective date. This amendment shall be made by the following paragraph and shall be applied to, 1, fuel sold or used on or after the date of enactment of this act, and 2, fuel sold or used before the date of enactment of this act, but only to the extent the claims under the credit under section 640-6K of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to such sale or use have not been paid or allowed as of such date. 2, elimination of special rate. In general, paragraph 3 of section 45ZA is amended as follows, to read as follows. 3, definition of sustainable aviation fuel. For purposes of this section, this term sustainable aviation fuel means liquid fuel, the portion of which is not kerosene, which is sold for use in aircraft and which, A, meets the requirements of ASTM International Standard D7566, or 2, the Fischer-Tropsch provision of ASTM International Standard D1655, Annex A1, and B, is not derived from palm fatty acid distillates or petroleum. B, confirming amendment. Section 45Z C1 is amended by striking the $1 amount in the subsection A to B, the 35-cent amount in subsection A3A1, and the $1.75 amount in subsection A3A2, and inserting the $1 amount in subsection A2B. Effective date, the amendments made by this paragraph shall apply to the fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. H, sustainable aviation fuel credit. Section 6426K, as amended by the following preceding provisions of this act, is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 5, termination. The subsection shall not apply to any sale or use of for any period after September 30th, 2025. Registration of producers of fuel eligibility for clean fuel production credit. In general, section 13704B5 of the Public Law 117-169 is amended by striking after section 6426K3 and inserting after section 40B. Effective date. The amendment made after this subsection shall apply to the transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2024. Extensions of modification of small agricultural producer credit. In general, section 40A is amended A in subsection B4, 1 in subsection A by striking 10 cents and inserting 20 cents. Subsection 2 in subparagraph B by inserting in a manner which complies with the requirements under section 45ZF1A3 after producing by an eligible small agri-biodiesel producer, and 3 by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph D, coordination with clean fuel production credit. The credit determined under this paragraph with respect to any gallon of fuel shall be in addition to any credit determined under subsection 47Z with respect to such gallon of fuel, and B, in subsection G, by inserting, or in the case of a small agri-biodiesel producer credit, any sale or use after December 31st, 2026, after December 31st, 2024. Transfer of credit. Section 6418F18 is amended by adding at the end of the following new clause. So much of the biodiesel fuels credit determined under section 40A, which consists of the small agri-diesel producer credit determined under section 4B, B4 of such section. Effective date. The amendments made by this subsection apply to all fuels sold or used after June 30th, 2025. Restrictions related to prohibited for foreign entities. In general, section 45ZF is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 8, restrictions related to the prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is specified for an entity as defined in section 7701A551B. B, other prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph, if the taxpayer is foreign influenced entity as defined in subsection 7701A51D, without regard to clause 1, 2, therefore, what did the strike through means? Who knows? Okay. Section 7067, Task Force on the Replacement of Direct File. Out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, there is hereby appropriated for the fiscal year ending in September 30th, 2026. $15 million to remain and available until September 30th, 2026 for necessary expenses of the Department of Treasury to deliver to Congress within 90 days following the date of enactment of this act. I reported on 1, the cost of enhancing and establishing public-private partnerships which provide for free tax filing for up to 70% of all taxpayers calculated by adjusted gross income, and to replace any direct e-file programs run by the Internal Revenue Service. 2, taxpayer options and the preference regarding a taxpayer-funded government-run service for a free service provided by the private sector. And 3, assessment of the feasibility of a new approach to how to make these options consistent and similar for taxpayers across all participating providers, and how to provide fixtures to address taxpayer needs, and 4, the cost, including options for differential coverage based on taxpayer adjusted gross income and return complexity of developing and running a free direct e-file tax return system, includes costs to build and administer each release. Subsection B, Health, Chapter 1, Medicaid. Subsection A, Reducing Fraud and Improving Enrollment Processes. Section 71101, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule related to eligibility and enrollment in Medicare savings programs. A, in general, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending on September 30th, 2034, implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made by the provisions of the final rule publication published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on September 21st, 2023, and entitled Streamlining Medicaid, Medicare Savings Program, Eligibility Determination and Enrollment, 88 Fed Regulation 65230, to the following sections of the title of this code, federal regulations. Section 406.21C, Section 435.4, Section 435.601, Section 435.911, Section 435.952, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of this sections in Section 71102, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, $1 million for the fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expanded. Section 7102, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule related to eligibility and enrollment for Medicaid CHIP and the Basic Health Program. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this bill and section ending on September 30th, 2034, the implementation, administer, or enforce the amendments made by the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on April 2nd, 2024, and titled Medicaid Programs, Streamlining the Medicaid Children's Health Insurance Program and Basic Health Program Application Eligibility Determined, Enrollment and Renewal Processes, 89 Fed Reg 22780, to following sections of the Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Part 431, Section 431.213D, Part 435, Section 435.222, Section 435.407, Section 435.907, Section 435.911C, Section 435.912, Section 435.916, Section 435.919, Section 435.1200B3, subsections 1 through 4. Sections 435, 1200 E1, subsection 2, Section 435, 1200 H, subsection 1, Part 44, Section 477.56 A1, subsection 5, Part 437, Section 457.33, Section 457.960, Section 457.1140 D4, Section 457.1170, Section 457.1180, Section 7103, Reducing Duplicate Enrollment under the Medicaid and CHIP Programs. A, Medicaid. In general, Section 1902 of the Social Security Act of 42 U.S.C. 1396A is amended A. In subsection A, in paragraph 86 by striking "and" at the end 2, in paragraph 87, by striking the period and inserting and by inserting after the paragraph of the following new paragraph. 88, provide, A, beginning not later than January 1, 2027, in the case of one of the 50 states at the District of Columbia for the processes to regularly obtain address information for individuals enrolled under such plan, or a waiver of such plan, in accordance with subsection 10, and B, beginning not later than October 1, 2029, 1, for the state to submit to the system established by the Secretary under subsection UU with respect to an individual enrolled or seeking such plan not less frequently to the once enrolled month and during each determination or redetermination of the eligibility of such individual for Medicaid assistance under such plan or waiver of such plan. 1, the Social Security number of such individual, if such individual has a Social Security number and is required to provide such number to enrolled under such plan or waiver, and that.
Hi, I'm Ruth Wattenberg, and I'm here for myself and also with Free DC, which, for those of you who don't know, is set up to defend the rights of DC, which is so vulnerable at this time because we are not a state. Okay. Roman 2, such other information with respect to such individual as determined necessary by the Secretary for purposes of preventing individuals from simultaneously being enrolled under state plans or waivers of such plans of multiple states. II, for the use of such system to prevent such simultaneous enrollment, and III, in the case that such system indicates that an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under such plan or waiver of such plan is enrolled under a state plan or waiver of such a plan of another state, for the taking of appropriate action as determined by the Secretary to identify whether such an individual resides in the state and disenroll an individual from the state plan of such state if such individual does not reside in such state, unless such individual meets such an exception as the Secretary may specify. And B, by adding at the end the following new subsections. UU, prevention of enrollment under multiple state plans. 1, in general, not later than October 1, 2029, the Secretary shall establish a system to be utilized by the Secretary and states to prevent an individual from being simultaneously enrolled under the state plans or waivers of such plans of multiple states. Such system shall A, provide for the receipt of information submitted by a state under subsection A88BI, and B, not less than once each month, transmit information to a state or allow the Secretary to transmit information to a state regarding whether an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under the state plan of such state or waiver of such plan is enrolled under the state plan or waiver of such plan of another state. 2, standards. The Secretary shall establish such standards as determined necessary by the Secretary to limit and protect information submitted under such system and ensure the privacy of such information consistent with subsection A7. Number 3, implementation funding. There are appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services out of amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, in addition to amounts otherwise available, A, for fiscal year 2026, $10 million for purposes of establishing the system and standards required under this subsection to remain available until expended, and B, for fiscal year 2029, $20 million for purposes of maintaining such system to remain available until expended. VV, process to obtain enrollment address information. 1, in general, for purposes of subsection A88, capital A, a process to regularly obtain address information for individuals enrolled under a state plan or a waiver of such plan shall obtain address information from reliable data sources described in paragraph 2 and take such actions as the Secretary shall specify with respect to any changes to such address based on such information. 2, reliable data sources described. For purposes of paragraph 1, the reliable data sources described in this paragraph are the following. A, mail returned to the state by the United States Postal Service with a forwarding address. B, the National Change of Address Database maintained by the United States Postal Service. C, a managed care entity as defined in section 1932A1B, or prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in section 1903M9D, that has a contract under the state plan if the address information is provided to such entity or plan directly from or verified by such entity or plan directly with such individual. D, other data sources as identified by the state and approved by the Secretary. 2, conforming amendments. A, Paris, section 1903 R3 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396B, paren R, paren 3 is amended by 1, by striking in order and inserting capital A in order. II, by striking through the public and inserting through I, the public, semicolon. Okay, 3 I's, by striking the period at the end and inserting quotation marks. And II, beginning October 1, 2029, the system established by the Secretary under section 1902 UU. And 4, Roman 4, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. B, beginning October 1, 2029, the Secretary may determine that a state is not required to have an operation, an eligibility determination system which provides for data matching for purposes of address verification under section 1902 VV, though through the system described in subparagraph capital A, Roman 1, to meet the requirements of this paragraph. B, managed care. Section 1932 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396U-2, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. Transmission of address information. Beginning January 1, 2027, each contract under a state plan with a managed care entity, as defined in section 1932A1B, or with a prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, paren, as such the terms are defined in section 1903M9D, end paren, shall provide that such entity or plan shall promptly transmit to the state any address information for an individual enrolled with such entity or plan that is provided to such entity or plan directly from or verified by such entity or plan directly with such individual.
Everybody, I'm Congressman Johnny Olszewski. I represent Maryland's 2nd District, and honored to be joining you tonight as we stand up to fight against these awful, cruel cuts to health care, food benefits, and so much more to Americans across this country. So thanks for being part of this. CHIP. In general, Section 2107E1 of the Social Security Act, 24 U.S.C. 1397 GGE1 is amended A by redesignating subparagraphs H through U as subparagraphs I through V, respectively, and B by inserting after subparagraph G the following new subparagraph. H, Section 1902A88, related to address information for enrollees and prevention of simultaneous enrollments. 2, managed care. Section 2103F3 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1937 CCF3 is amended by striking, quote, "and E" and inserting E and J. Section 71106, payment reduction related to certain erroneous excess payments under Medicaid. A, in general, Section 1903 U1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 BU1 is amended, 1, in subparagraph A, by inserting, quote, "for audits conducted by the Secretary or at the option of the Secretary, audits conducted by the state after exceeds 0.03, and B, by inserting to the extent practicable before the period at the end. 2, in subparagraph B, A, by striking the Secretary and inserting subject to the clause 2, the Secretary, and B, by adding at the end of the following new clause. 2, the amount waived under Clause 1 for the fiscal year may not exceed an amount equal to the erroneous excess payments for medical assistance described in subparagraph D12 made for such fiscal year that exceed the allowable error rate of 0.03. 3, in subparagraph C, by striking he in each place it appears and inserting the Secretary in each such place. And 4, in subparagraph D1A, in subclause 1, by striking and at the end. B, in subclause 2, by striking the period at the end and inserting or payments where insufficient information is available to confirm eligibility. And C, by adding at the end the following new subclause 3. Payments other than payments described in subclause 1 for items and services furnished to an individual who is not eligible for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan with respect to such items and services, or payments where insufficient information is available to confirm eligibility. B, effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning with respect to fiscal year 2030. Section 71107, eligibility redeterminations. A, in general, Section 1902E14 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 AE14 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. L, frequency of eligibility redeterminations for certain individuals. 1, in general, subject to Clause 2 with respect to redeterminations of eligibility for medical assistance under a state plan or waiver of such plan scheduled on or after the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 31st, 2026, a state shall make such a redetermination once every 6 months for the following individuals. 1, individuals enrolled under subsection A10A1. 8, 2, individuals described in each subsection who are otherwise enrolled under a waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in section 5000AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations to all individuals described in subsection A10A18. Exemption. The requirements described in Clause 1 shall not apply to any individual described in subsection XX9A22. 3, state defined. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. B, guidance. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this section, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, shall issue guidance related to the implementation of the amendments made by this section. C, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Administrator for the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services $75 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 71108, revising home equity limit for determining eligibility for long-term care services under the Medicaid program. A, revising home equity limit. Section 1917 F1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 PF1 is amended. 1, in subparagraph B. A, by striking a state and inserting 1, a state. B, in clause 1, inserted by subparagraph A, 1, by striking 500,000 and inserting the amount specified in subparagraph A, and 2, by inserting in the case of an individual's home that is located on a lot that is zoned for agricultural use, after apply subparagraph A, and C, by adding at the end of the following new clause. 2, a state may elect, without regard to the requirements of section 1902A1 relating to state wideness and section 1902A10B relating to comparability, to apply subparagraph A in the case of an individual's home that is not described in clause 1 by substituting for the amount specified in each subparagraph an amount that exceeds such amount but does not exceed $1 million. And 2, in subparagraph C, A, by inserting other than the amount specified in subparagraph B2 relating to certain non-agricultural homes after specified in this paragraph, and B, by adding at the end of the following new sentence, in the case that application of the preceding sentence would result in a dollar amount other than the amount specified in subparagraph B1 relating to certain agricultural homes exceeding $1 million, such amount shall be deemed to be equal to $1 million. B, clarification, section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A is amended 1 in subsection R2 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, this paragraph shall not be construed as permitting a state to determine the eligibility of an individual for medical assistance with respect to nursing facility services or other long-term care services without application of the limit under section 1917 F1, and 2 in subsection E14 D4. A, by striking subparagraphs and inserting 1 in general subparagraphs, and B, by adding at the end the following new subclause. 2, application of home equity interest limit. Section 1917F shall apply for purposes of determining the eligibility of an individual for medical assistance with respect to nursing facility services or other long-term care services. C, effective date, the amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning on January 1st, 2028. Section 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. A, Medicaid, section 1903V of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 BV is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking and 4 and inserting 4 and 5, and 2 by adding at the end the following new paragraph. Notwithstanding the preceding paragraphs of this subsection, beginning on October 1st, 2026, except as provided in paragraphs 2 and 4, in no event shall payment be made to a state under this section for medical assistance furnished to an individual unless such individual is A, a resident of one of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, or a territory of the United States, and B, either a citizen or natural of the United States, 2, an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence as an immigrant as defined by sections 101A15 and 101A20 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, excluding, among others, alien visitors, tourists, diplomats, and students who enter the United States temporarily with no intention of abandoning their residence in a foreign country. 3, an alien who's been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or 4, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with a compact of free association referred to in section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. Chip. Oh, thank you. B, Chip. Section 2107E1 of the Social Security Act is amended by section 71103B is further amended. 1, by redesignated subparagraphs R through V as paragraphs S through W, respectively, and 2, by inserting after paragraph Q the following. R, section 1903V5 related to payments for medical assistance furnished to aliens except in relation to payments for services provided under section 2105A1D2. C, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Administrator of the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services $15 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Thank you all very much for being here.
Hi, everyone. Dave Min, newly elected out of Orange County, California, California 47. And I'm here reading because, as we have heard, this is the worst, cruelest, and most immoral bill of our lifetimes. We're talking about something, and I just will make this a little bit personal. We have a lot of colleagues on the other side of the aisle who profess very, very explicitly their Christian faith. But if you've ever actually read the Bible, what we're talking about here is the exact opposite of anything Jesus Christ would ever stand for. We're talking about a religion and an ethos that is about helping the poor, helping the vulnerable, standing up against the powerful and rich. And what we see in this bill is the exact opposite of that. It is literally stealing food from hungry children, taking away health care from those who need it, all to give more tax breaks to people who don't need it, the wealthiest people in the world. And it is cold comfort to know that Jeff Bezos can afford to get married 10 more times because of this tax cut. It's cold comfort to know that $500 billion will go to foreign investors because of this tax cut. That is how immoral this is. Now, I don't have the dulcet tones of Johnny O, but I will do my best. Section 71110, expansion FMAP for emergency Medicaid. Subsection A, in general, Section 1905 of the Social Security Act, parentheses 42 U.S. Code 1396D, is amended by adding the following new subsection. Subsection KK, FMAP for treatment of an emergency medical condition, dash, notwithstanding subsection Y and Z, beginning in October 1st, 2026, the federal medical assistance percentage for payments for care and services described in paragraph 2 of subsection 1903V furnished to an alien described in paragraph 1 of subsection shall not exceed the federal medical assistance percentage determined under subsection B for such state. B, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services $1 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Subchapter B, preventing wasteful spending. Section 71111, moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending September 30th, 2034, implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made by the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on May 10th, 2024, entitled, quote, Medicare and Medicaid Programs, comma, minimum staffing standards for long-term care facilities, and Medicaid institutional payment transparency reporting, unquote. 89 Fed Reg 408076. To the following sections of Part 483 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, Section 483.5 and Section 483.35. All right, that brings us to our next chapter. Section 71112, reducing state Medicaid costs. In general, this is subsection A, Section 1902A34 of the Social Security Act, parentheses 42 U.S. Code 1396A34 is amended to read as follows. Subsection 34, provide that in the case of any individual who's been determined to be eligible for medical assistance under the plan and subsection A is enrolled under paragraph 10A18, such assistance will be made available to the individual for care and services included under the plan and furnished in or after the month, before the month in which the individual made application or application was made on the individual's behalf in the case of a deceased individual. For such assistance, if such individual was, or upon application would have been, eligible for such assistance at the time such care and services were furnished, or subsection B is not described in subparagraph A, such assistance will be made available to the individual for care and services included under the plan and furnished in or after the second month before the month in which the individual made application, parentheses, or application was made on the individual's behalf in the case of a deceased individual, end parentheses, for such assistance if such individual was, or upon application would have been eligible for such assistance at the time such care and services were furnished. Now, I'll just editorialize here very quickly. There's a lot of commentary in here that is, very technical, and it's very procedural based. And you're hearing a lot of the Republicans talk about how this really is just about, quote unquote, illegal immigrants or able-bodied individuals. And I just want to emphasize that you have to look to the purpose of what they're trying to do. All of this stuff that we're talking about, that we're reading right now, has huge impacts on real people out there. And the goal of Republicans was never to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse or to get illegal immigrants off of health care. It was always to find $1 trillion in spending cuts so that they could partially pay for the massive tax cuts. We have to understand what the goal is. They do not know what the impacts of this will be, nor do they actually care. All they care about is finding $930 billion in cost savings so that they can pass their immoral tax cuts. And they don't really give a damn, but we know from independent analysts out there, from the people in my district, that this is going to shut down hospitals, it's going to deny aid to people. So every little clause here has a real impact, and I just want to emphasize, I know this stuff is incredibly academic. I was a law professor before becoming a politician, and I know this stuff can get very deep in the weeds, but everything matters here, and what the goal here is to find cost savings, and they're doing that by kicking $17 million off Medicaid, and don't let them lie to you and tell you otherwise. With that, I'll resume. Sorry for the little sidebar there. B, definition of medical assistance. Section 1905A of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1396D, subsection A, is amended by striking, quote, in or after the third month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance, and inserting, quote, comma, with respect to an individual described in section 1902A34A, comma, in or after the month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance, and with respect to an individual described in section 1902A34B, in or after the second month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance. Subsection C, CHIP. Section 2102B1B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1397BB, subsection B, subsection 1, subsection B is amended. 1, in clause 4 by striking and at the end. 2, in clause 5 by striking the period and inserting, quote, comma, and, unquote, and 3, by adding at the end the following new clause. Clause 6, shall in the case that the state elects to provide child health or pregnancy-related assistance to an individual for any period prior to the month in which the individual made application for such assistance, parentheses, or application was made on behalf of the individual, provide that such assistance is not made available to such individual for items and services included under the state child health plan or waiver of such plan that are furnished before the second month preceding the month in which such individual made application, parentheses, or application was made on behalf of such individual, end parentheses, for assistance. Subsection D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to medical assistance, child health assistance, and pregnancy-related assistance with respect to individuals whose eligibility for such medical assistance, child health assistance, or pregnancy-related assistance is based on an application made on or after the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 31st, 2026. Subsection E, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of, comma, and the amendments made by, comma, this section, they're appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. The administrators of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, $10 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 71113, federal payments to prohibited entities. Subsection A, in general, no federal funds that are considered direct spending and provided to carry out a state plan under Title under Title X1X, which would be, yes, 19, of the Social Security Act, or waiver of such a plan shall be used to make payments to a prohibited entity for items and services furnished during the one-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act, including any payments made directly to the prohibited entity or under a contract or other arrangement between a state and a covered entity. B, definitions. In this section, subsection 1, prohibited entity. The term prohibited entity means an entity, including its affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, and clinics, subsection A, that as of the first day of the first quarter beginning after the date of enactment of this act, 1 is an organization described in Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and exempt from tax under Section 501A of such code. 2 is an essential community provider described in Section 156.235 of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations, parentheses, as in effect on the date of enactment of this act, and parentheses, that is primarily engaged in family planning services, reproductive health, and related medical care. And subsection 3 provides for abortions other than an abortion, 1, if the pregnancy is the result of an act of rape or incest, or 2, in the case where a woman suffers from a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness, including a life-endangering physical condition caused by or arising from the pregnancy itself that would, as certified by a physician, place the woman in danger of death unless an abortion is performed. And B, for which the total amount of federal and state expenditures under the Medicaid program under Title 19 of the Social Security Act for medical assistance furnished in fiscal year 2023 made directly or by a covered organization to the entity or to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity, or made to the entity or to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity as part of a nationwide healthcare provider network exceeded $800,000. Subsection 2, direct spending. The term direct spending has the meaning given that term under Section 250E of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, 2 U.S. Code 900C. You guys are still awake, okay. 3, covered organization. The term covered organization means a managed care entity as defined in Section 1932A1B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1396 U-2A1B, or prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in Section 1903M9D of such act, 42 U.S. Code 1396B-M9D. Subsection 4, the term state has the meaning given each such term in Section 1101 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1301. Subsection C, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out this section, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services $1 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. We are now at subchapter C, stopping abusive financing practices. I'll keep going. All right, section 71114, sunsetting increased FMAP incentive. Section 1905-23 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1396-23 is amended, 1, by striking, quote, which has not, end quote, and inserting the following, which, quote, A has not, subsection 2 in subparagraph A as so inserted by striking the period at the end and inserting, quote, colon and, end quote, and 3 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. Quote, B, begins to expend amounts for all such individuals prior to January 1st, 2026. Section 71115, provider taxes. Change in threshold for hold, harmless provision of broad-based healthcare related taxes. Section 1903 W4 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1396BW4 is amended. 1, in subparagraph C2 by inserting quote, semicolon, and for fiscal years beginning on or after October 1st, 2026, the applicable percent determined under subparagraph D shall be substituted for, quote, 6% each place it appears after, quote, each place it appears. And subsection 2, by inserting after subparagraph C2 the following new subparagraph. Quote, D1, for purposes of subparagraph C2, the applicable percentage determined under this subparagraph is 1, in the case of a non-expansion state or unit of local government in such state, and a class of healthcare items or services described in section 433.56A of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on May 1st, 2025. AA, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the non-expansion state or unit of local government in such state has enacted a tax and imposes such tax on such class, and the Secretary determines that the tax is within the hold harmless threshold, as of that date, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined, and BB, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the non-expansion state or unit of local government in such state has not enacted or does not impose a tax with respect to such class, 0%, and 2, in the case of an expansion state or unit of local government in such state, and a class of healthcare items or services described in section 433.56A of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, as in effect on May 1st, 2025, subject to clause 4, AA, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the expansion state or unit of local government in such state has enacted a tax and imposes such tax on such class, and the Secretary determines that the tax is within the hold harmless threshold as of that date, the lower of AA, and how are we doing here? How much more am I doing here? Okay, do I have anybody on deck, or? Yeah. Okay. Let me finish this one, and then we can switch. AA, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined, and BB, the applicable percent specified in class 2 for the fiscal year. And I'll leave you right there. Thank you. Thank you so Appreciate much. It.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shruti. I'm a college student and an intern in Congress this summer. And as a young person, I'm fearful if this bill becomes law. I study environmental sciences and economics at Brown University, and this bill will not help Americans. It is giving tax cuts to the rich and most powerful corporations in the world at the expense of cutting healthcare for millions of people, making our clear skies smoggier, and in fact, creating a future where for the first time in American history, our generation will not have it easier than our parents. I urge Congress and all politicians to reject this bill if we want to keep our kids and the future of this country safe. For purposes of clause, the applicable percent is for fiscal year 2028, 5.5%. For fiscal year 2029, 5%. For fiscal year 2031, 4%. And for fiscal year 2032 and each subsequent fiscal year, 3.5%. For purposes of clause 1, expansion state. The term expansion state means a state that beginning on January 1st, 2014, or on any date thereafter, elects to provide medical assistance to all individuals described in section 1902A, under the state plan under this title, or under a waiver of such plan. 2, the non-expansion state. The term non-expansion state means a state that is not an expansion state. In the case of a tax of an expansion state or unit of local government in such state in effect on the date of enactment of this clause, that applies to a class of healthcare items or services that is described in paragraph 3 or 4 of section 433.56A of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, as an effect of May 1st, 2025, and for which, on such date of enactment, is within the hold harmless threshold, as determined by the Secretary. The applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined shall apply for a fiscal year instead of the applicable percent specified in Clause 2 for the fiscal year. B. Non-application to territories. The amendments made by this section shall only apply with respect to a state that is one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. C. Implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they're appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services $20 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. In general, subject to subsection B, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in this section referred to as the Secretary, shall revise section 438.6 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation, such that with respect to a payment described in each section made for a service furnished during rating period beginning on or after the date of the enactment of this act, the total payment rate for such service is limited to 1, in the case of a state that provides coverage to all individuals described in Section 1902A10 of the Social Security Act, that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage, as described in Section 5000A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations. Under the state plan or waiver of such plan of such state under Title 19 of such act, 100% of the specified total published Medicare payment rate, or in the absence of a specified total published Medicare payment rate, the payment rate under a Medicare state plan or under a waiver of such plan. Or, in the case of a state other than a state described in paragraph 1, 110% of the specified total published Medicare payment rate, or in the absence of a specified total published Medicare payment rate, the payment rate under a Medicare state plan or under the waiver of such plan. B. Grandfathering certain payments. In the case of a payment described in Section 438.6 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation for which written private approval or a good faith effort to receive such approval as determined by the Secretary was made before May 1st, 2025, or a payment described in such section for a rural hospital, as defined in subsection D2, for which written prior approval or a good faith effort to receive such approval as determined by the Secretary was made by the date of enactment of this act, for the rating period occurring within 180 days of the date of the enactment of this act, or a payment so described for such rating period for which a completed preprint was submitted to the Secretary prior to the date of enactment of this act, beginning with the rating period on or after January 1st, 2028. The total amount of such payment shall be reduced by 10 percentage points each year until the total payment rate for such service is equal to the rate for each service specified in subsection A. C. Treatment of expansion states. The provisions described in subsection A shall provide that with respect to a state that begins providing the coverage described in paragraph 1 of such subsection, on or after the date of the enactment of this act, the limitation described in such paragraph shall apply to each state which respect to a payment described in section 438.6 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation, for a service furnished during a rating period beginning on or after the date of enactment of this act. D. Definitions. In this section, 1, rating period. The term rating period has a meaning given the term in section 438.2 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation. 2, rural hospital. The term rural hospital means the following. A subsection. D, hospital as defined in paragraph 1B of section 1886D of the Social Security Act. That is located in a rural area as defined in paragraph 2D of such section, is treated as being located in a rural area pursuant to paragraph 8E of such section, or is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register or February 27, 1992. A critical access hospital of such Act 42 U.S.C., a sole community hospital as defined in section 1886 D5 of such Act 42 U.S.C. 1395 WW, a Medicare-dependent small rural hospital as defined in section 1886 of such Act 42 U.S.C. A low-volume hospital, as defined in Section 1886 of such Act 42 U.S.C. A rural emergency hospital, as defined in Section 1861 KKK of such Act 42 U.S.C. 3. State. The term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. Total published Medicare payment rate. The term total published Medicare payment rate has a meaning given to such term in Section 438.6A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. 5. Written prior approval. The term written prior approval has a meaning given to such term in Section 438.6C of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. E. Funding. They are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $7 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2033 for purposes of carrying out this section to remain available until expended. Section 71117, requirements regarding waiver of uniform tax requirement for Medicaid provider tax. A, in general, Section 1903W of the Social Security Act is amended in paragraph 3E by inserting after clause the following new clause. For purposes of clause, a tax is not considered to be generally redistributive if any of the following conditions apply. Within a permissible class, the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group, as defined in paragraph 7J, explicitly defined by its relatively lower volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units, is lower than the tax rate imposed on any other taxpayer or tax rate group, explicitly defined by its relatively higher volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units. Within a permissible class, the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group, as so defined based upon its Medicaid taxable units, is higher than the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group based upon its non-Medicaid taxable unit. The tax excludes or imposes a lower tax rate on a taxpayer or tax rate group based on or defined by any description that results in the same effort as described in subclause 1 or 2 for a taxpayer or tax rate group. Characteristics that may indicate such type of exclusion include the use of terminology to establish a tax rate group. Based on payments or expenditures made under the program under this title without mentioning the term Medicaid or any similar term to accomplish the same effect as described in subclause 1 or 2, or that closely approximates a taxpayer or tax rate group under the program under this title, to the same effect as described in subclause 1 or 2. And in paragraph 7, by adding at the end the following new subparagraphs. The term Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being taxed within a healthcare-related tax that is applicable to the program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for payment under the program under this title, such as Medicaid bed days, Medicaid revenue, costs associated with the program under this title, such as Medicaid charges, claims, or expenditures, and 4, other units associated with the program under this title, as determined by the Secretary. The term non-Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being taxed within a healthcare-related tax that is not applicable to the program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for payment by non-Medicaid payers, such as non-Medicaid bed days, non-Medicaid revenue, costs that are not associated with the program under this title, such as non-Medicaid charges, non-Medicaid claims, or non-Medicaid expenditures, and other units not associated with the program under this title, as determined by the Secretary. The term tax rate group means a group of entities contained within a permissible class of a healthcare-related tax that are taxed at the same rate. B, non-application to territories. The amendments made by this section shall only apply with respect to a state that is one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall take effect upon the date of enactment of this act, subject to any applicable transition period determined appropriate by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, not to exceed 3 fiscal years. Section 7118, requiring budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects under Section 1115. In general, Section 1115 of the Social Security Act is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection: requirement of budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects. In general, beginning January 1st, 2027, the Secretary may not approve an application for, or renewal, or amendment of, an experimental, pilot, or demonstration project undertaken under subsection A to promote the objection of Title 19 in a state, in this subsection referred to as Medicaid Demonstration Project, under the Chief Actuary for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, certifies that such project, or in the case of a renewal, the duration of the preceding waiver, is not expected to result in an increase in the amount of federal expenditures compared to the amount that such expenditures would otherwise be in the absence of such project. For purposes of this subsection, expenditures for the coverage of populations and services that the state could have otherwise provided through the Medicaid state plan or other authority under Title 19, including expenditures that would be made under such authority but for the provision of such services at a different site of service than authorized under such state plan or other authority, shall be considered expenditures in the absence of such a project. 2. Treatment of savings. In the event that expenditures with respect to a state under a Medicaid demonstration project are, during an approval period for such project, less than the amount of such expenditures that would have otherwise been made in the absence of such project, the Secretary shall specify the methodology to be used with respect to the subsequent approval period for such project for purposes of taking the difference between such expenditures into account. Implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services $5 million for each of fiscal years 2026 and 2027 to remain available until expended. Subchapter D, increasing personal accountability. Section 7119, requirement for states to establish Medicaid community engagement requirements for certain individuals. In general, Section 1902 of the Social Security Act as amended by Sections 71103 and 71104 is further amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. Community engagement requirements for applicable individuals. In general, except as provided in paragraph 11, beginning not later than the first day or the first quarter that begins after December 31st, 2026, or at the option of the state under a waiver or demonstration project under Section 1115 or the state plan, such earlier date as the state may specify, subject to the succeeding provisions of the subsection, a state shall provide as a coalition of eligibility for medical assistance for an applicable individual, that such individual is required to demonstrate community engagement. Under paragraph 2, in the case of an applicable individual who has filed an application for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title for one or more, but not more than 3, as specified the state, consecutive months immediately preceding the month during which such individual applies for such medical assistance, and in the case of an applicable individual enrolled and receiving medical assistance under a state plan or under a waiver of such plan under this title for one or more, as specified by the state, months, whether or not consecutive, during the period between such individual's most recent determination or redetermination as applicable of eligibility and such individual's next regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility as verified by the state as part of such regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, or in the case of a state that is elected under paragraph 4 to conduct more frequent verifications of compliance with the requirement to demonstrate community engagement during the period between the most recent and next such verification with respect to such individual. Community engagement compliance described, subject to paragraph 3, an applicable individual demonstrates community engagement under this paragraph for a month if such individual meets one or more of the following conditions with respect to such month, as determined in accordance with criteria established by the Secretary through regulation. The individual works not less than 80 hours. The individual completes not less than 80 hours of community service. The individual is enrolled in an educational program at least half-time. The individual engages in any combination of the activities described in subparagraphs A through D for a total of not less than 80 hours. The individual has a monthly income that is not less than the applicable minimum wage requirement under Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, multiplied by 80 hours. The individual had an average monthly income over the preceding 6 months that is not less than the applicable minimum wage requirement under Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, multiplied by 80 hours, and is a seasonal worker, as described in Section 45R of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Exceptions. Mandatory exception for certain individuals. the state shall deem an applicable individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for a month and may elect to not require an individual to verify information resulting in such deeming if, 1, for part of all such month, the individual was a specified excluded individual or was under the age of 19, entitled to or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title 18, or enrolled for benefits under Part B of Title 18, or described in any of subclauses 1 through 7 of subsection A10AI, or at any point during the 3-month period ending on the first day of such month, the individual was an inmate of a public institution. Optional exception for short-term hardship events. In general, the state plan or waiver of such plan may provide in the case of an applicable individual who experiences a short-term hardship event during a month, that the state shall, under procedures established by the state, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary, in the case of a short-term hardship event described in Clause 2.2, and upon the request of such individual, a short-term hardship event described in subclause 1 or 3 of Clause 2, deems such individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for such month. Short-term hardship event defined. For purposes of this subparagraph, an applicable individual experiences a short-term hardship event during a month if, for part of or all of such month, such individual receives inpatient hospital services, nursing facility services, services in an intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual disabilities, inpatient psychiatric hospital services, or such other services of similar acuity, including outpatient care relating to other services specified in the subclause, as the Secretary determines appropriate. Such individual resides in a county, or equivalent unit of local government in which there exists an emergency or disaster declared by the President pursuant to the National Emergency Act or the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, or that's subject to request from the states to the Secretary, made in such form at such time, and containing such information as the Secretary may require, has an unemployment rate that is at or above the lesser of 8% or 1.5 times the national unemployment rate. Or such individual or the dependent must travel outside of the community for an extended period of time to receive medical services necessary to treat a serious or complex medical condition that are not available within their community of residence.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pellet Galeria. I'm not here representing an organization. I'm just like an average American who moved here. I work down the street at the federal and superior courthouses working in criminal defense and immigration law. I'm the daughter of immigrants. I grew up surrounded by immigrants in California. I'm a college student. I navigate student loans, debt, and now a really expensive housing and cost of living market. And I'm a poli-sci major trying to make sense of everything that goes on in this building. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity here to shed light on this absolutely atrocious piece of work. 4, option to conduct more frequent compliance verifications. With respect to an applicable individual enrolled and receiving medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, the state shall verify in accordance with procedures specified by the Secretary that each such individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1 during each such individual's regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, except that a state may provide for such verifications more frequently. 5, ex parte verifications. For purposes of verifying that an applicable individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1, or determining such individual to be deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, or that an individual is a specified excluded individual under paragraph 9A2, the state shall, in accordance with standards established by the Secretary, establish processes and use reliable information available to the state, such as payroll data or payments or encounter data under this title for individuals, and data on payments to such individuals for the provision of services covered under this title, without requiring, where possible, the applicable individual to submit additional information. 6, procedure in the case of noncompliance. A, in general, if a state is unable to verify that an applicable individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1, including, if applicable, by verifying that such individual was deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, the state shall, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary, 1, provide such individual with the notice of noncompliance described in subparagraph B, 2, provide such individual with a period of 30 calendar days beginning on the date on which such notice of noncompliance is received by the individual to, quote, AA, make a satisfactory showing to the state of compliance with such requirement, including, if applicable, by showing that such individual was or should be deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, or double B, make a satisfactory showing to the state that such requirement does not apply to such individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of applicable individual under paragraph 9A. And 2, if such individual is enrolled under the state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, continue to provide such individual with medical assistance during the 30 calendar day period. And 3, if no such satisfactory showing is made and the individual is not a specified excluded individual described in paragraph 9A2, deny such individual's application for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, or as applicable, disenroll such individual from the plan or waiver of such plan not later than the end of the month following the month in which such 30 calendar day period ends, provided that the state first determines whether, with respect to the individual, there is any other basis for eligibility for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, or for another insurance affordability program, and 2, the individual is provided written notice and granted an opportunity for a fair hearing in accordance with subsection A3. B, notice. The notice of noncompliance provided to an applicable individual under subparagraph A1 shall include information in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary on 1, how such individual may make a satisfactory showing of compliance with such requirement as described in subparagraph A2, or make a satisfactory showing that such requirement does not apply to such an individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of applicable individual under paragraph 9A, and 2, how such individual may reapply for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan under this title in the case that such individual's application is denied, or as applicable in the case that such individual is disenrolled from the plan or waiver. 7, treatment of non-compliant individuals in relation to certain other provisions. A, certain FMAP increases. A state shall not be treated as not providing medical assistance to all individuals described in section 1902A10A18, or as not expending amounts for all such individuals under the state plan or waiver of such plan solely because such an individual is determined ineligible for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver on the basis of a failure to meet the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1. B, other provisions. For purposes of section 36B, C2B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, an individual shall be deemed to be eligible for minimal essential coverage described in section 500A F1A2 of such code for a month if such individual would have been eligible for medical assistance under a state plan or waiver of such plan under this title, but for a failure to meet the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1. 8, outreach. A, in general, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary beginning not later than the date that precedes December 31st, 2026, or if the state elects under paragraph 1 to specify an earlier date, such earlier date by the number of months specified by the state under paragraph 1A plus 3 months, and periodically thereafter the state shall notify applicable individuals enrolled under a state plan or waiver under this title of the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under this subsection. Such notice shall include information on 1, how to comply with such requirement, including an explanation of the exceptions to such requirement under paragraph 3, and the definition of the term applicable individual under paragraph 9A. 2, the consequences of noncompliance with such requirement, and 3, how to report to the state any change in the individual's status that could result in 1, the applicability of an exception under paragraph 3, or 2, the individual qualifying as a specified excluded individual under paragraph 9A2. B, form of outreach notice. A notice required under subparagraph A shall be delivered, 1, by regular mail, 2, in one or more additional forms, which may include telephone, text message, internet, other such electronic means. 9, definitions. In this subsection A, applicable individual. The term applicable individual means an individual other than a specified excluded individual as defined in Clause 2. 1, who is eligible to enroll or is enrolled under the state plan under subsection A10, A18, or 2, who, AA, is otherwise eligible to enroll or is enrolled under a waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in section 500AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and as determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations, and B has attained the age of 19 and is under 65 years of age, is not pregnant, is not entitled to or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title IX, or enrolled for benefits under Part B of Title IX. Oh, I realize that's 19. I can't read Roman numerals. And is not otherwise eligible to enroll under such plans. 2, specified excluded individual. For purposes of Clause 1, the term specified excluded individual means an individual as determined by the state, who 1 is described in subsection A10, A19. 2, who AA is an Indian or an urban Indian, as such terms are defined in paragraph 13 and 28 of section 4 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. B is a California Indian described in section 809A of such act, or C has otherwise been determined eligible as an Indian for the Indian Health Service under regulations promulgated by the Secretary. 3, who is the parent, guardian, caretaker, relative, or family caregiver as defined in Section 2 of the Raised Family Caregivers Act of a dependent child 13 years of age and under, or a disabled individual. 4, who is a veteran with a disability rated as total under Section 1155 of Title 38 United States Code. Or 5, who is medically frail or otherwise has special medical needs as defined by the Secretary, including an individual AA who is blind or disabled, B with a substance abuse disorder, C with a disabling mental disorder, D with a physical, intellectual, or developmental disability that significantly impairs their ability to perform one or more activities of daily living, or E with a serious condition, serious or complex medical condition, who 4, AA, is in compliance with any requirements imposed by the state pursuant to Section 407, or B is a member of a household that receives supplemental nutritional assistance program benefits under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 and is not exempt from a work requirement under such act. 6, who is participating in a drug addiction or alcoholic treatment and rehabilitation program as defined in Section 3.8 of H of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 8, who is an inmate of a public institution, or 9, who is pregnant or entitled to postpartum medical assistance under paragraph 5 or 16 of subsection E. B, educational program. The term educational program includes 1, an institution of higher education, 2, a program of career or technical education. C, the state. The state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. D, work program. The term work program has the meaning given such term in Section 601 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 10, prohibiting waivers of community engagement requirements. Notwithstanding Section 1115A, the provisions of the subsection may not be waived. 11, special implementation rule. A, in general, subject to subparagraph C, the Secretary may exempt a state from compliance with the requirements of this subsection if 1, the state submits to the Secretary a request for such exemptions made in such form and at such time as the Secretary may require, and including the information specified in subparagraph B, and 2, the Secretary determines that based on such request, the state is demonstrating a good faith effort to comply with the requirements of this subsection. B, good faith effort determination. In determining whether a state is demonstrating a good faith effort for purposes of subparagraph A2, the Secretary shall consider 1, any actions taken by the state towards compliance with the requirements of the subsection. 2, any significant barriers to or challenges in meeting such requirements, including related to funding, design, development, procurement, or installation of necessary system or resources. 3, the state's detailed plan and timeline for achieving full compliance with such requirements, including any milestones of such plan as defined by the Secretary. And 4, any other criteria determined appropriate by the Secretary. C, duration of exemption. 1, in general, an exemption granted under subparagraph A shall expire no later than December 31st, 2028, and may not be renewed beyond such date. 2, early termination. The Secretary may terminate an exemption granted under subparagraph A prior to the expiration date of such exemption if the Secretary determined that the state has 1, failed to comply with the reporting requirements described in subparagraph D, or 2, based on the information provided pursuant to subparagraph D, failed to make continued good faith efforts towards compliance with the requirements of this subsection. D, reporting requirements. A state granted an exemption under subparagraph A shall submit to the Secretary 1, quarterly progress reports on the state's status in achieving the milestones towards full compliance described in subparagraph B3, and 2, information on specific risks or newly identified barriers or challenges to full compliance, including the state's plan to mitigate such risks, barriers, or challenges. B, conforming amendment, section 1902A10A1-8 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 139-6A, is amended by striking subsection K and inserting subject to subsections K and XX. C, prohibiting conflicts of interest. A state shall not use a Medicaid managed care entity or other specified entity, such as terms defined in section 1903 M9D, or other contractor to determine beneficiary compliance under such section unless the contractor has no direct or indirect financial relationship with any Medicaid managed care entity or other specified entity that is responsible for providing or arranging for coverage of medical assistance for individuals enrolled with the entity pursuant to a contact with such state. D, interim final rulemaking. Not later than June 1st, 2026, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall promulgate an interim final rule for purposes of implementing the provisions of and the amendments made by this section. Any action taken to implement the provisions of and the amendments made by this section shall not be subject to the provisions of Section 553 of Title V United States Code. E, development of government efficiency grants to states. 1, in general, in order for states to establish systems necessary to carry out the provisions of and amendments made by this section or other sections of this chapter that pertain to conducting eligibility determinations or redeterminations, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall A, out of amounts appropriated under paragraph 3A, award to each state a grant equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 for such state, and B, out of amounts appropriated under paragraph 3B, distribute an equal amount among such states. 2, amount specified. For purposes of paragraph 1A, the amount specified in this paragraph is an amount that bears the same ratio to the amount appropriated under paragraph 3A, as the number of applicable individuals as defined in section 1902XX of the Social Security Act as added by subsection A residing in such state bears a total to the total number of such individuals residing in all states as of March 31st, 2025. 3, funding. There are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $100 million for fiscal year 2026 for purposes of awarding grants under paragraph 1A to remain available until expended, and B, $100 million for fiscal year 2026 for purposes of award grants under paragraph 1B to remain available until expended.
Hi, my name is Emily Ann Santiago. I'm currently president of DC College Democrats as well as George Washington University College Democrats, though I do not represent these organizations today. I'm also a Truman Scholar at the state of Georgia for 2025, and I'm from George Washington University studying political science and accounting. This bill makes it so that students are limited in the amount of debt that they're allowed to pull, yet it provides exponential amount of debt for billionaires and adds to the debt of this nation. That's unacceptable in every single way. Definition. In this subsection, the term state means one of the 50 states in the District of Columbia. Implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. $200 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 71120, modifying cost sharing requirements for certain expansion individuals under the Medicare program. In general, Section 1916 of the Social Security Act is amended. 1. In subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by inserting, quote, other than beginning October 1st, 2028, specified individuals as defined in subsection K3, end quote, after individuals, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subsection, K, special rules for the certain expansion individuals. 1. Premiums. Beginning October 1st, 2028, the state plan shall provide that in case of a specified individual as defined in paragraph 3, who is eligible under the plan, no enrollment fee, premium, or similar charge will be imposed under the plan. 2. Required imposition of cost sharing. A. In general, subject to subparagraph B and subsection J, in the case of a specified individual, the state plan shall, beginning October 1st, 2028, provide for the imposition of such deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges, determined, appropriated by the state, in the amount greater than $0 with respect to certain care, items, or services furnished to such individual as determined by the state. B. Limitations. Exclusion of certain services. In no case may deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge be imposed under the state plan with respect to care, items, or services described in any of the subparagraphs, B through J, of subsection A2, or any primary care services, mental health care services, substance use disorder services, or services provided by a federal qualified health center, as defined in 1905, section 1 and 2, certified community behavioral health clinic, as defined in section 1905, JJ2, or rural health clinic, as defined in 1905, section 1.1, furnished to a specific individual. Item and service limitations. 1. In general, except as provided in subclause 2, in no case may deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge imposed under the state plan with respect to care or an item or service furnished to a specified individual exceed $35. 2. Special rules for the prescription drugs. In no case may deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge imposed under the state plan with respect to a prescription drug furnished to a specified individual exceed the limit that would be applicable under paragraph 2A1 or 2B of section 1916AC. With respect to such drug, an individual, if such drugs if furnished, were subject to cost sharing under such section. Maximum limit on cost sharing. The total aggregate amount of deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges imposed under the state plan for all individuals in the family may not exceed 5% of the family income of the family involved, as applied on a quarterly or monthly basis as specified by the state. C. Cases of non-payment. Notwithstanding subsection E, a state may permit a provider participating under the state plan to require as a condition for the provision of care, items, or services to a specified individual and entitled to medical services under this title for such care, items, or services, the payment of any deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges authorized to be imposed with respect to such care, items, or services. Nothing in this subparagraph shall be construed as preventing a provider from reducing or waiving the application of such deductions, cost sharings, or similar charges on a case-by-case basis. 3. Specified individual defined. For the purposes of this subsection, the term specified individual means an individual who has a family income, as determined in accordance with the section 1902E14, that exceeds the poverty line, as defined in section 2110C5, applicable to a family the size involved, and A is enrolled under the section 1902A, 10, section A1, or B is described in such subsection and otherwise enrolled under a waiver of the state plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to the minimum essential coverage as described in section 500A F1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary in regulations. To all individuals described in Section 1902A. State defined. For purposes of the subsection, the term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. Conforming amendments. Required application. Section 1902A-14 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A-14, is amended by inserting, and I quote, and provide for imposition of such deductions, cost sharings, or similar charges for care items or services furnished to specified individuals as determined in paragraph 3 of section 1916K in accordance with paragraph 2 of such section, end quote, after section 1916. Non-applicability of alternative cost sharing. Section 1916A1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 13960, is amended in the second sentence by striking, and I quote, or J, and I quote, and inserting J or K. Implementing funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. $15 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Subchapter E, expanding access to care. Section 71121, making certain adjustments to coverage of home or community-based services under Medicaid. Expanding HCBS coverage under Section 1915C. Waivers. Section 1915C, the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396NC is amended. 1. In paragraph 3, by inserting paragraph 11, or before subsection H2, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 11. Expanding coverage for home or community-based services. A. In general, beginning July 1st, 2028, notwithstanding paragraph 1, the Secretary may approve a waiver that is standalone from any other waiver approved under this subsection to include as medical assistance under the state plan of such state payment for part or all the cost of home or community-based services, other than room and board, as described in paragraph 1, approved by the Secretary, which are provided pursuant to a written plan of care to individuals described in subparagraph B3. A waiver approved under this paragraph shall be an initial term of 3 years, and upon the request of the state, shall be extended for an additional 5-year periods, unless the Secretary determines that for the previous waiver period, the requirements specified under the subsection, excluding those accepted under subparagraph B, have not been met. B. State requirements. In addition to the requirements specified under the subsection, except for the requirements described in subparagraphs C and D of paragraph 2, and any other requirements specified under this subsection that the Secretary determines to be inapplicable in the context of a waiver that does not require individuals to have it determined described in paragraph 1, a state shall meet the following requirements as a condition of waiver approval. 1. As of the date that such state requests a waiver under this subsection to provide home or community-based services to individuals described in Clause 3, all other waivers, if any, granted under this subsection to such state met the requirement of this subsection. 2. The state demonstrates that to the Secretary that approval of a waiver under this subsection with respect to individuals described in Clause 3 will not result in a material increase of the average amount of time the individuals with respect to whom a determined described in paragraph 1 has been made will need to wait to receive home or community-based services under any other waiver granted under this subsection as determined by the Secretary. 3. The state establishes needs-based criteria subject to the approval of the Secretary regarding who will be eligible for home or community-based services under a waiver approved under this paragraph, without requiring such individual to have a determined described in paragraph 1 and specifies the home or community-based services such individuals so eligible will receive. 4. The state establishes needs-based criteria for determining whether an individual described in Clause 3 requires the level of care provided in a hospital, nursing facility, or intermediate care facility for individuals with developmental delays under the state plan or under any waiver of such plan that are more stringent than the needs-based criteria established under Clause 3 for determining eligibility for home or community-based services. 5. The state attests the state's average per capita expenditure for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, provided with respect to such individuals enrolled in a waiver under this paragraph, will not exceed the state's average per capita expenditure for medical assistance for individuals receiving institutional care under the state plan or waiver of such plan for the duration that the waiver under this paragraph is in effect. 6. The state provides to the Secretary data in such form and manner as the Secretary may specify regarding the number of individuals described in Clause 3 with respect to a state seeking approval of a waiver under this subsection, to whom the state will make such services available under such waiver. 7. The state argues to provide to the Secretary, not less frequently than annually, data for such purposes of paragraph 2, section E, in such form and manner as the Secretary may specify, regarding with respect to each preceding year in which a waiver under this subsection to provide a home or community-based services to individuals described in Clause 3 was in effect. 1. The cost, as such term is defined by the Secretary, of such services furnished to individuals described in Clause 3, broken down by types of services. 2. With respect to each type of home or community-based services provided under the waiver, the length of time that such individuals have received such services. 3. A comparison between the data described in subclause 1 and any comparable data available with respect to individuals with respect to whom a determination described in paragraph 1 has been made, and with respect to individuals receiving institutional care under this title. And 9, the number of individuals who have received home or community-based services under the waiver during the preceding year. Section C, limitations of payments. No payments made to carry out this paragraph shall be used by a state to make payments to a third party on behalf of an individual practitioner for benefits such as health insurance, skills training, or other benefits customary for employees in the case of a class of practitioners for which the program established under this title is the primary source of revenue. B, implementation funding. 1, in general, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. A, for fiscal year 2026, $50 million for purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section to remain available until expended. And B, for fiscal year 2027, $100 million for purposes of making payments to states subject to paragraph 2 to support state systems to deliver home or community-based services under subsection 1915C of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 NC, as amended by this section, or under section 1115 of such act, 42 U.S.C. 1315, to remain available until expended. 2, payments based on the state's HCBS eligible population. Payments to the states from accounts made available by paragraph 1B shall be made with respect to a state on the basis of the proportion of the population of the state that's receiving home or community-based services under section 1915C of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 NC, as amended by this section, or under section 1115 of such act, 42 U.S.C. 1315, as compared to all states. Chapter 2, Medicare. Subchapter A, strengthening eligibility requirements. Section 71201, limiting Medicare coverage of certain individuals. Title XV3 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395, is amended by adding at the end of the following new section. Section 1899C, limiting Medicare coverage of certain individuals. A, in general, subject to subsection B, an individual may be entitled to or enrolled for benefits under this title only if the individual is 1, a citizen or a national of the United States, 2, an alien who is lawfully admitted for permanent residence under the Immigration and Nationality Act, 3, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or 4, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with a compact of free association referred to in Section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. B, application to individuals currently entitled to or enrolled for benefits. 1, in general, in the case of an individual who's entitled to or enrolled for benefits under this title as of the date of the enactment of this section, subsection A, shall apply beginning on the date that is 18 months after such date of enactment. 2, review by Commissioner of Social Security. A, in general, not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this section, the Commissioner of the Social Security shall complete a review of individuals entitled to or enrolled for benefits under this title as of such date of enactment for purposes of identifying individuals not described in any of the paragraphs 1 through 4 of subsection A. B, notice. The Commissioner of Social Security shall notify each individual identified under the review conducted under subparagraph A that such individuals' entitlement to or enrollment for benefits under this title will be terminated as of the date that is 18 months after the date of the enactment of this section. Such notification shall be made as soon as practicable after such identification and in a manner designed to ensure the individual's comprehension of such notification. Subchapter B, improving services for seniors. Section 71202, temporary payment increase under the Medicare physician fee scheduled to account for exceptional circumstances. A, in general, Section 1848T of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395W-4T is amended. 1, in the subsection heading by striking during 2021 through 2024. 2, in paragraph 1, A, in the matter preceding the subparagraph A by striking and 2024 and inserting 2024 and 2026. B, in subparagraph D by striking out and at the end. C, in subparagraph E by striking the period at the end and inserting a semicolon and D by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, and I quote, F, such services furnished on or after January 1st of 2026 and before January 1st of 2027 by 2.5%, end quote. And 3, in paragraph 2C, A, in the subparagraph heading by inserting and 2026 after 2024, and B, by striking or 2024, each place it appears and inserting 2024 or 2026. B, conforming amendment, Section 1848C2B 45 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395W-4C2B 4 is amended by striking or 2024 and inserting 2024 or 2026. Section 71203, expanding and clarifying the exclusion for orphan drugs under the Drug Price Negotiation Program. A, in general, Section 1192E of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320F-1E is amended. 1. In paragraph 1, in the matter preceding subparagraph A, by striking and 3 and inserting through 4. 2. In paragraph 3A, by striking only one rare disease or condition and inserting one or more rare diseases or conditions. And B, by striking such disease or condition and inserting one or more such rare diseases or conditions, as such term is defined in Section 526A2 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And 3, by adding at the end of the following new paragraph, and I quote, 4, treatment of the former orphan drugs in the case of a drug or biological product that, as of the date of the approval or licensure of such drug or biological product, is a drug or biological product described in paragraph 3A, paragraph 1A2, or 1B2 as applicable, shall apply as if the reference to the date of such approval or the date of such licensure, respectively, were instead a reference to the first day after the date of such approval, for which such drug is not a drug described in paragraph 3A, or the first day after the date of such licensure, for which biological product is not a biological product described in paragraph 3A, respectively. B, application. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply with respect to initial price applicability years as defined in section 1191B of the Social Security Act, beginning on or after January 1st of 2028. Chapter 3, Health Tax. Subchapter A, Improving Eligibility Criteria, section 71301, permitting premium tax credits only for certain individuals. A, in general, section 36BE1 is amended by inserting, and I quote, or in the case of aliens who are lawfully present are not eligible aliens, end quote, after, and I quote, individuals who are not lawfully present, end quote. B, eligible aliens, section 36BE2 is amended, 1, by striking for purposes of this section an individual and inserting for purposes of this section. A, in general, an individual, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subsection paragraph. B, eligible aliens, an individual who is an alien and lawfully present shall be treated as an eligible alien if such individual is and is reasonably expected to be for the entire period of enrollment for which the credit under this section is being claimed. 1, an alien who is lawfully admitted for permanent residence under the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101. 2, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, or 3, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with a compact of free association referred to in Section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996, 8 U.S.C. 1612B2G. C, conforming amendments. 1, verification of information. Section 1411 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18081, is amended. A, in subsection A, 1, in paragraph 1, by striking and section 36BE of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and 2, in paragraph 2, 1, in subparagraph A, by striking and at the end, 2, in subparagraph B, by adding and at the end, and 3, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. And I quote, C, in the case such individuals is an alien lawfully present in the United States, whether such individual is an eligible alien within the meaning of Section 36BE2 of such code, end quote. B, in subsection B3, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. And I quote, D, immigration status. In the case the individual's eligibility is based on the attestation of the enrollee's immigration status, an attestation that such individual is an eligible alien within the meaning of 36BE2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, end quote. And C, in subsection C2B2 by adding at the end of the following new subclause. 3, in the case of an individual described in clause I1 with respect to whom a premium tax credit under section 36B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is being claimed, the attestation that the individual is an eligible alien within the meaning of section 36B E2 of such code. Number 2, advance determinations. Section 1412D of the Patient Protection and Affordability Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18082D, is amended by inserting before the period at the end of the following. And I quote, "Where credits under section 36B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for aliens who are not eligible aliens within the meaning of section 36B E2 of such code." 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply with respect to plan years beginning on or after January 1st of 2027. D, requirements to maintain minimum essential coverage. Section 5000A D3 is amended by striking, and I quote, "an alien lawfully present in the United States," and inserting an eligible alien within the meaning of section 36B E2. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section, other than the amendments made by subsection C, shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st of 2026. Section 71302, disallowing premium tax credit during periods of Medicare ineligibility due to alien status. A, in general, section 36B C1 is amended by striking subparagraph B. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter B, preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. Section 71303, requiring verification of eligibility for premium tax credit. A, in general, section 36BC is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraphs. 5, exchange enrollment verification requirements. A, in general, the term coverage month shall not include with respect to any individual covered by a qualified health plan enrolled in through an exchange any month beginning before the exchange verifies, using applicable enrollment information that shall be provided or verified by the applicant. Such individuals' eligibility
Hi, my name is Marshall. I'm here representing 5051 DC. We're a group dedicated to peacefully defending democracy and ending executive overreach. And I'm vehemently opposed to this bill. It is a consolidation of power at the expense of the people. It is a transfer of wealth from the poor to the very, very rich. And I am here in solidarity with all of you to oppose it because we won't stand by quietly and do nothing while things like this are being done to the American people. So, thank you. Begin quote, I, to enroll in the plan through the exchange and, begin quote, I, 2, for any advance payment under Section 1412 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of the credit allowed under this section. B, applicable enrollment information. For purposes of subparagraph A, applicable enrollment information shall include affirmation of at least the following information to the extent relevant in determining eligibility described in subparagraph A. 1, household income and family size. 2, whether the individual is an eligible alien. 3, any health coverage status or eligibility for coverage. 4, place of residence. 5, such other information as may be determined by the Secretary in consultation with the Secretary of Health and Human Services as necessary to the verification prescribed under subparagraph A. C, verification of past months. In the case of a month that begins before verification prescribed by subparagraph A, such month shall be treated as a coverage month if the exchange verifies for such month using applicable enrollment information that shall be provided or verified by the applicant, such individual's eligibility to have so enrolled, and for any such advance payment. D, exchange participation, coordination with other procedures for determining eligibility. An individual shall not solely by reason of failing to meet the requirements of this paragraph with respect to a month, be treated for such month as ineligible to enroll in a qualified health plan through an exchange. E, waiver for certain special enrollment periods. The Secretary may waive the application of subparagraph A in the case of an individual who enrolls in a qualified health plan through an exchange for 1 or more months of the taxable year during a special enrollment period provided by the exchange on the basis of a change in the family size of the individual. F, information and reliance on third-party sources. An exchange shall be permitted to use any data available to the exchange and any reliable third-party sources in collecting information for verification by the applicant. 6, exchange compliance with filing requirements. The term coverage month shall not include, with respect to any individual covered by a qualified health plan enrolled in through an exchange, any month for which the exchange does not meet the requirements of section 155.305 F4.3 of Title 45, Code of Federal Regulations as published in the Federal Register on June 25th, 2025, 90 Fed Reg 27074, applied as though it applied to all plan years after 2025, with respect to the individual. B, pre-enrollment verification process required. Section 36B, C, 3A is amended. 1, by striking health plan, the term, and inserting health plan, end quote. 1, in general, the term, and 2, by adding at the end the following new clause. 2, pre-enrollment verification process required. Such term shall not include any plan enrolled in through an exchange unless such exchange provides a process for pre-enrollment verification through which any applicant may beginning not later than August 1st, verify with the exchange the applicant's household income and eligibility for enrollment in such plan for plan years beginning in the subsequent year. C, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2027. Section 71304, disallowing premium tax credit in case of certain coverage enrolled in during special enrollment period. A, in general, Section 36B, C, 3A, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by adding at the end of the following new clause. 3, exception in case of certain special enrollment periods. Such terms shall not include any plan enrolled in during a special enrollment period provided for by an exchange. I need the next. Okay. Thank you very much. 1, on the basis of the relationship of the individual's expected household income to such a percentage of the poverty line, or such other amount as is prescribed by the Secretary of Health and Human Services for purposes of such period, and 2, not in connection with the occurrence of an event or change in circumstances specified by the Secretary of Health and Human Services for such purposes. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply with respect to plan years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 71305, eliminating limitation on recapture of advance payment of premium tax credit. A, in general, Section 36B F2 is amended by striking subparagraph B. B, conforming amendments. 1. Section 36B F2 is amended by striking advance payments and all that follows through if the advance payments and inserting the following. Advance payments if the advance payments. 2. Section 35G 12B2 is amended by striking then Section 36B F2B shall be applied by substituting the amount determined under Clause 1 for the amount determined under Section 36B F2A, and inserting, then the amount determined under Clause 1 shall be substituted for the amount determined under Section 36B F2. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter C, enhancing choice for patients. Section 71306, permanent extension of safe harbor for absence of deductible for telehealth services. A, in general, subparagraph E of section 223C2 is amended to read as follows. E, safe harbor for absence of deductible for telehealth. A plan shall not fail to be treated as a high deductible health plan by reason of failing to have a deductible for telehealth and other remote care services. B, certain coverage disregarded. Clause 2 of Section 223C1B is amended by striking in the case of months or plan years to which paragraph 2E applies. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to plan years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 71307, allowance of bronze and catastrophic plans in connection with health savings accounts. A, in general, Section 223C2 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. H, bronze and catastrophic plans treated as high deductible health plans. The term high deductible health plan shall include any plan which is 1, available as individual coverage through an exchange established under Section 1311 or 1321 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, and 2, described in subsection D1A or E of Section 1302 of such act. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to months beginning after December 31st, 2025. Chapter 4, protecting rural hospitals and providers. Section 71401, Rural Health Transformation Program. A, in general, Section 2105 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1397EE, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. H, Rural Health Transformation Program. 1, appropriation. A, in general, there are appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, in this subsection referred to as the administrator, to provide allotments to states for purposes of carrying out the activities described in paragraph 6. 1, $10 billion for fiscal year 2026. 2, 10 billion years for fiscal year 2027. 3, $10 billion for fiscal year 2028. 4, $10 billion for fiscal year 2029. 5, $10 billion for fiscal year 2030. B, unexpended or unobligated funds. 1, in general, any amounts appropriated under subparagraph A that are unexpended or unobligated as of October 1st, 2032, shall be returned to the Treasury of the United States. 2, redistribution of unexpended or unobligated funds. In carrying out subparagraph A, the administrator shall, not later than March 31st, 2028, and annually thereafter through March 31st, 2032, determine the amount of funds, if any, that are available under such subparagraph for a previous fiscal year, are unexpended or unobligated with respect to such fiscal year, and will not be available to a state in the current fiscal year, pursuant to Clause 3. 3. Availability of funds. 1. In general, amounts allotted to a state under this subsection for a year
It's been a while, so the batteries. Sure.
Mic check. And manner as the administrator may specify that includes 1. A detailed rural health transformation plan. 1. To improve access to hospitals, other healthcare providers, and healthcare items and services furnished to rural residents of the state. 2. To improve healthcare outcomes of rural residents of the state. 3. To prioritize the use of new and emerging technologies that emphasize prevention and chronic disease management. 4. To initiate, foster, and strengthen local and regional strategic partnerships between rural hospitals and other healthcare providers in order to promote measurable quality improvements, increase financial stability, maximize economies of scale, and share best practices in care delivery. 5. To enhance economic opportunity for and the supply of healthcare clinicians through enhanced recruitment and training. 6. To provide data and technology-driven solutions that help rural hospitals and other rural care providers furnish high-quality healthcare services as close to a patient's home as possible. 7. That outlines strategies to manage long-term financial solvency and operating models of rural hospitals in the state. And 8, that identifies specific causes driving the accelerating rate of standalone rural hospitals becoming at risk of closure, conversion, or service reduction. 2, a certification that none of the amounts provided under this subsection shall be used by the state for an expenditure that is attributable to an intergovernmental transfer, certified public expenditure, or any other expenditure to finance the non-federal share of expenditures required under any provision of law, including under the state plan established under this title, the state plan established under Title 19, or under a waiver of such plans. And 3, such other information as the administrator may require. B, deadline for approval. Not later than December 31st, 2025, the administrator shall approve or deny all appropriations submitted for an allotment under this subsection. C, one-time application. If an application of a state for an allotment under this subsection is approved by the administrator, the state shall be eligible for an allotment under this subsection for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, except as provided in paragraph 1B4. D, eligibility. Only the 50 states shall be eligible for an allotment under this subsection, and all references in this subsection to a state shall be treated as only referring to the 50 states. 3, allotments. A, in general, for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, the administrator shall determine under subparagraph B the amount of the allotment for such fiscal year for each state with an approved application under this subsection. B, amount determined, subject to subparagraph C from the amounts appropriated under paragraph 1A for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, the administrator shall allot 1, 50% of the amounts appropriated for each such fiscal year equally among all states with an approved application under this subsection, and 2, 40% of the amounts appropriated for each such fiscal year among all such states in an amount to be determined by the administrator in accordance with subparagraph C. C, requirements. In determining the amount to be allotted to a state under Clause 2 of subparagraph B for a fiscal year, the administrator shall, 1, ensure that not less than 1/4 of the states with an approved application under this subsection for a fiscal year are allotted funds from amounts that are to be allotted under Clause 2 of such Clause 2 of such subparagraph, and 2, consider 1, the percentage of the state population that is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27th, 1992, 57 Reg 6725. 2, the proportion of rural health facilities as determined in subparagraph D in the state relative to the number of rural health facilities nationwide. 3, the situation of hospitals in the state as described in section 1902A 13A4, and 4, any other factors that the administrator determines appropriate. D, rural health facility defined. For the purposes of subparagraph C2, the term rural health facility means the following: a subsection D hospital as defined in paragraph 1B of section 1886D, that 1 is located in a rural area as defined in paragraph 2D of such subsection. 2 is treated as being located in a rural area pursuant to paragraph 8E of such subsection, or 3 is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27th, 1992, 57 Fed Reg 6725. 2, a critical access hospital as defined in section 1861 MM1. 3, a sole community hospital as defined in section 1886 D5D3. 4, a Medicare-dependent small rural hospital as defined in section 1886 D5G4. 5, a low-volume hospital as defined in section 1886 D12C. 6, a rural emergency hospital as defined in section 1861 KKK2. 7, a rural health clinic as defined in section 1861 AA2. 8, a federally qualified health center as defined in section 1861 AA4. 9, A community mental health center, as defined in Section 1861 FF3B. 10, a health center that is receiving a grant under Section 330 of the Public Health Service Act. 11, an opioid treatment program as defined in Section 1861 JJJ2 that is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992, 57 Reg 6725. 12, a certified community behavioral health clinic as defined in Section 1905 JJ2 that is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992, 57 Fed Reg 6725. 4, no matching payment. A state approved for an allotment under this subsection for a fiscal year shall not be required to provide any matching funds as a condition for receiving payments from the allotment. 5, terms and conditions. The administrator shall specify such terms and conditions for allotments to states provided under this subsection as the administrator deems appropriate, including the following. A, each state shall submit to the administrator at a time and in a form and manner specified by the administrator, 1, a plan for the state to use its allotment to carry out 3 or more of the activities described in paragraph 6, and 2, annual reports on the use of allotments, including such additional information as the administrator determines appropriate. B, not more than 10% of the amount allotted to a state for a fiscal year may be used by the state for administrative expenses. 6, use of funds. Amounts allotted to a state under this subsection shall be used for 3 or more of the following health-related activities. A, promoting evidence-based measurable interventions to improve prevention and chronic disease management. B, providing payments to healthcare providers for the provision of healthcare items or services as specified by the administrator. C, promoting consumer-facing, technology-driven solutions for the prevention and management of chronic diseases. D, providing training and technical assistance for the development and adoption of technology-enabled solutions that improve care delivery in rural hospitals, including remote monitoring, robotics, artificial intelligence, and other advanced technologies. E, recruiting and retaining clinical workforce talent to rural areas with commitments to serve rural communities for a minimum of 5 years. F, providing technical assistance, software and hardware for significant information technology advances designed to improve efficiency, enhance cybersecurity capability development, and improve patient health outcomes. G, assisting rural communities to right-size their healthcare delivery systems by identifying needed preventative, ambulatory, pre-hospital, emergency, acute, inpatient care, outpatient care, and post-acute care service lines. H, supporting access to opioid use disorder treatment services as defined in Section 1861 JJJ1, other substance use disorder treatment services, and mental health services. 1, developing projects that support innovative models of care that include value-based care arrangements and alternative payment models as appropriate. J, additional uses designed to promote sustainable access to high-quality rural healthcare services as determined by the administrator. 7, exemptions. Paragraphs 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 12 of subsection C do not apply to payments under this subsection. 8, review. There shall be no administrative or judicial review under Section 1116 or otherwise of amounts allotted or redistributed to states under this subsection, payments to states withheld or reduced under this subsection, or previous payments recovered from states under this subsection. 9, healthcare provider defined. For purposes of this subsection, the term healthcare provider means a provider of services or supplier who is enrolled under this title, Title 18 or Title 19. B, conforming amendments. Title 21 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1397AA is amended in Section 2101. A, in subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking the purpose and inserting, except with respect to the Rural Health Transformation Program established in Section 2105H, the purpose, and B, in subsection B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by inserting subsection A or G of before Section 2105. 2. In Section 2105C1 by striking and may not include, and inserting, or to carry out the Rural Health Transformation Program established in subsection H, and, except in the case of amounts made available under subsection H, may not include. And 3, in Section 2106A1 by inserting subsection A or G of before Section 2105. C, implementation. The administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services shall implement this section, including the amendments made by this section, by program instruction or other forms of program guidance. D, implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, there are appropriated, out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, $200 million for fiscal year 2025 to remain available until expended. Subtitle C, Increase in Debt Limit. Section 72001, Modification of Limitation on the Public Debt. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 United States Code, as most recently increased by Section 401B of Public Law 118-5, 31 U.S.C. 3101, note, is increased by $5 trillion. Had to count it. Subtitle D, Unemployment, Section 73001, Ending Unemployment Payments to Jobless Millionaires. A, Prohibition on Use of Federal Funds. 1. In general, no federal funds may be used, A, to make payments of unemployment compensation benefits under an unemployment compensation program of the United States in a year to an individual whose wages during the individual's base period are equal to or exceed $1 million, or B, for any administrative costs associated with making payments described in subparagraph A. 2. Compliance. Self-certification. Any application for unemployment compensation under an unemployment compensation program of the United States shall include a form or procedure for an individual applicant to certify that such individual's wages during the individual's base period do not equal or exceed $1 million. B, verification. Each state agency that is responsible for administering any unemployment compensation program of the United States shall utilize available systems to verify wage eligibility by assessing claimant income to the degree possible. 3, recovery of overpayments. Each state agency that is responsible for administering any unemployment compensation program of the United States shall require individuals who have received amounts of unemployment compensation under such a program to which they were not entitled to repay such amounts. 4, effective date. The prohibition under paragraph 1 shall apply to weeks of unemployment beginning on or after the date of the enactment of this act. B, Unemployment Compensation Program of the United States defined. In this section, the Unemployment Compensation Program of the United States means 1, unemployment compensation for federal civilian employees under Subchapter 1 of Chapter 85 of Title 5 United States Code. 2, unemployment compensation for ex-service members under Subchapter 2 of Chapter 85 of Title 5 United States Code. 3, extended benefits under the Federal State Extended Unemployment Compensation Act of 1970, USC 3304 Note. 4, any federal temporary extension of unemployment compensation. 5, any federal program that increases the weekly amount of unemployment compensation pay able to individuals. And 6, any other federal program providing for the payment of unemployment compensation as determined by the Secretary of Labor.
Hello all, I'm Ritzy. I'm from Unite Here, and I think our Secretary Treasurer Nia Winston said it best that this bill is a horror show. It both cuts services for millions of working class Americans in order to fund tax breaks for the ultra wealthy. All right. Title 8, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Subtitle A, Exemption of Certain Assets. Exemption of certain assets. Section 480 F2 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 VVF2 is amended by striking net value of the, and inserting the following, net value of the, by striking the period at the end and inserting a semicolon, and by adding at the end of the following, a family farm on which the family resides. A small business with not more than 100 full-time or full-time equivalent employees or any part of such a small business that is owned and operated by the family, or a commercial fishing business and related expenses, including fishing vessels and permits owned and controlled by the family. Effective date and application. The amendments made by subsection A shall take effect on July 1st, 2026, and shall apply with respect to award year 2026 to 2027 and each subsequent award year, as determined under the Higher Education Act of 1965. Subtitle B, Loan Limits. Establishment of loan limits for graduate and professional students and parent borrowers, termination of graduate and professional plus loans. Section 455A of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended in paragraph 3, in the paragraph heading by inserting and federal direct plus loans after loans. B, by striking subparagraph A and inserting the following. A, termination of authority to make interest-subsidized loans to graduate and professional students. Subject to paragraph B, and notwithstanding any provision of this part or part B, I, for any period of instruction beginning on or after July 1st, 2012, a graduate or professional student shall not be eligible to receive a federal direct Stafford loan under this part. And 2, for any period of instruction beginning on July 1st, 2012, and ending on June 30th, 2026, the maximum annual amount of federal district unsubsidized Stafford loans such as a student may borrow in any academic year, as defined in Section 481A2 or its equivalent, shall be the maximum annual amount for such student determined under Section 428H, plus an amount equal to the amount of federal direct Stafford loans the student would have received in the absence of this subparagraph. And C, by adding at the end of the following. C, termination of authority to make federal direct plus students loans to graduate and professional students. Subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or part B for any period of instruction beginning on or after July 1st, 2026, a graduate or professional student shall not be eligible to receive a federal direct plus loan under this part. And 2, by adding at the end of the following. Graduate and professional annual and aggregate limits for federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans beginning July 1st, 2026. A, annual limits beginning July 1st, 2026. Subject to paragraph 7A and 8, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the maximum annual amount of federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans. I, a graduate student who is not a professional student, may borrow in any academic year or its equivalent shall be $20,500. And I, a professional student, may borrow in any academic year or its equivalent shall be $50,000. B, aggregate limits. Subject to paragraph 6, 7A, and 8, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the maximum aggregate amount of federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans, in addition to the amount borrowed for undergraduate education, that a graduate student, one who is not and has not been a professional student, may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph CI, shall be $100,000, or 2, who is or has been a professional student may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph CI shall be amount equal to AA, $200,000 minus BB, the amount such student borrowed for programs of study described in subparagraph C2, and 2, a professional student, I, who has not been a graduate student, may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph C2 shall be $200,000. Or 2, who is or who has been a graduate student may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph C2 shall be an amount equal to AA, $200,000 minus BB, the amount such student program for programs of study described in subparagraph CI. Definitions. Graduate student. The term graduate student means a student enrolled in a program of study that awards a graduate credential other than a professional degree upon completion of the program. Professional student. In this paragraph, the term professional student means a student enrolled in a program of study that awards a professional degree as defined under section 668.2 of Title 34 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of enactment of this paragraph, upon completion of the program. 5, parent-borrower annual and aggregate limits for federal direct plus loans beginning July 1st, 2026. A, annual limits. Subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, for each dependent student, the total maximum annual amount of federal direct plus loans that may be borrowed on behalf of that dependent student by all parents of that dependent student shall be $20,000. B, aggregate limits. Subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, for each dependent student, the total maximum aggregate amount of federal direct plus loans that may be borrowed on behalf of that dependent student by all parents of that dependent student shall be $65,000, without regard to any amounts repaid, forgiven, canceled, or otherwise discharged on any such loan. 6, lifetime maximum aggregate amount for all students. Subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the maximum aggregate amount of loans made, insured, or guaranteed under this title that a student may borrow, other than a federal direct plus loan or loan under section 428B, made to the student as a parent borrower on behalf of a dependent student shall be $257,500, without regard to any amounts repaid, forgiven, canceled, or otherwise discharged on any such loan. Additional rules regarding annual loan payments. A, less than full-time enrollment. Notwithstanding any provision of this part or part B in any case in which a student is enrolled in a program of study of an institution of higher education on less than a full-time basis during any academic year, the amount of a loan that a student may borrow for an academic year or its equivalent shall be reduced in direct proportion to the degree to which that student is not enrolled on a full-time basis, rounded to the nearest whole percentage point as provided in a schedule of reductions published by the Secretary, computed for purposes of this subparagraph. B, institutionally determined limits. Notwithstanding the annual loan limits established under this section and for undergraduate students under this part and part B beginning on July 1st, 2026, an institution of higher education at the discretion of a financial aid administrator at the institution may limit the total amount of loans made under this part for a program of study for an academic year that a student may borrow, and that a parent may borrow on behalf of such student as long as any such limit is applied consistently to all students enrolled in such program of study. 8, interim exception for certain students. A, application of prior limits, paragraphs 3C, 4, 5, and 6, shall not apply, and paragraphs 3A shall apply as such paragraph was in effect for periods of instruction ending before June 30th, 2026, during the expected time to credential described in subparagraph B, with respect to an individual who, as of June 30th, 2026, is enrolled in a program of study in an institution of higher education and has received a loan, or on whose behalf a loan was made under this part for such program of study. B, expected time to credential. For purposes of this paragraph, the expected time to credential of an individual shall be equal to the lesser of 3 academic years or the period determined by calculating the difference between the program length for the program of study in which the individual is enrolled and the period of such program of study that such an individual has completed as of the date of the determination under this subparagraph. Definition of program length. In this paragraph, the term program length means the minimum amount of time in weeks, months, or years that is specified in the catalog, marketing materials, or other official publications of an institution of higher education for a full-time student to complete the requirements for a specific program of study. Subtitle C, loan repayment. Transition to income-based repayment plans. 1, selection. The Secretary of Education shall take such steps as may be necessary to ensure that before July 1st, 2028, each borrower who has one or more loans that are in a repayment status in accordance with or an administrative forbearance associated with an income contingent repayment plan authorized under Section 455E of the Higher Education Act of 1965, referred to in this subsection as covered income contingent loans, selects one of the following income-based repayment plans that is otherwise applicable and for which that borrower is otherwise eligible for the repayment of the covered income contingent loans of the borrower. A, the repayment assistance plan under Section 455Q of the Higher Education Act of 1965. B, the income-based repayment plan under Section 493C of the Higher Education Act of 1965. C, any other repayment plan as authorized under Section 455D1 of the Higher Education Act of 1965. 2, commencement of new repayment plan. Beginning on July 1st, 2028, a borrower described in paragraph 1 shall begin repaying the covered income contingent loans of the borrower in accordance with the repayment plan selected under paragraph 1, unless the borrower chooses to begin repaying in accordance with the repayment plan selected under paragraph 1 before such date. 3, failure to select. In the case of a borrower described in paragraph 1 who fails to select a repayment plan in accordance with such paragraph, the Secretary of Education shall A, enroll the covered income contingent loans of such borrower in I, the repayment assistance plan under Section 455Q of the Higher Education Act of 1965 with respect to loans that are eligible for the repayment assistance plan under such subsection, or the income-based repayment plan under Section 493C of such act with respect to plans that are not eligible for the repayment assistance plan, and B, require the borrower to begin repaying covered income contingent loans according to the plans under subparagraph A on July 1st, 2028. B, repayment plans. Section 455D of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended. 1, in paragraph 1, A, in the matter preceding subparagraph A by inserting before July 1st, 2026, who has not received a loan made under this part or on or after July 1st, 2026, after made under this part. B, in subparagraph D, by inserting before June 30th, 2028, before an income contingent repayment plan, and by striking and after the semicolon. C, in subparagraph E, by striking that enables borrowers who have a partial financial hardship to make a lower monthly payment. By striking a federal direct consolidation loan if the proceeds of such loan were used to discharge the liability on such federal direct plus loan or loan under Section 428B made on behalf of a dependent student and inserting an accepted consolidation loan as defined in Section 493CA2. And by striking the period at the end, inserting semicolon and by adding at the end of the following, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the income-based repayment assistance plan under subsection Q, provided that such plan shall not be available for the repayment of expected loans as defined in paragraph 7E, and the borrower is required to pay each outstanding loan of the borrower made under this part under such repayment assistance plan, except that a borrower of such an expected loan, as defined in paragraph 7E, may repay the expected loans separately from other loans under this part obtained by the borrower. 2, in paragraph 5, by amending subparagraph B to read as follows. B, repay the loan pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under subsection Q or section 493C as applicable. And 3, by adding at the end of the following. 6, termination and limitation of repayment authority. A, sunset of repayment plans available before July 1st, 2026. Paragraphs 1 through 4 of this subsection shall only apply to loans made under this part before July 1st, 2026. B, prohibitions. The Secretary may not, for any loan made under this part on or after July 1st, 2026, authorize a borrower of such a loan to repay such loan pursuant to a repayment plan that is not described in paragraph 7A, or carry out or modify a repayment plan that is not described in such paragraph. 7, repayment plans for loans made on or after July 1st, 2026. A, design and selection. Beginning on July 6, 2026, the Secretary shall offer a borrower of a loan made under this part on or after such a date, including such a borrower who also had a loan made under this part before such date. 2, plans for repayment of the borrower's loans under this part, including principal and interest on such loans. The borrower shall be entitled to accelerate without penalty repayment on such loans. The borrower may choose a standard repayment plan with a fixed monthly repayment amount paid over a fixed period of time equal to the applicable period determined under such subclause 2, and 2, with the applicable period of time for repayment determined based on the total outstanding principal of all loans of the borrower made under this part before, on, or after July 1st, 2026, at the time the borrower is entering repayment under such plan as follows. AA, for a borrower with total outstanding principal of less than $25,000, a period of 10 years. BB, for a borrower with a total outstanding principal of not less than $25,000 and less than $50,000, a period of 15 years.
Congressman Washington Schultz. I'm just gonna have you start right here. Okay, so much.
Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I represent Florida's 25th Congressional District, and I am here to continue the reading of the Big Ugly Bill because it is absolutely outrageous that Republicans are willing to yank health care away from nearly 17 million Americans, to spend hundreds of billions of dollars in additional funding for immigration to go after people who are here simply to make a better way of life for themselves and their families, that are going to drive costs up instead of down, that are essentially cutting all of this, including the largest cut to nutrition assistance in American history, in service to giving more tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, while blowing a massive hole in the deficit, so big a hole that they trigger $500 billion in Medicare cuts when they said they wouldn't touch Medicare. So with that, I will continue the income-based repayment assistance plan under subsection Q. B, selection by secretary. If a borrower of a loan made under this part on or after July 1st, 2026 does not select a repayment plan described in subparagraph A, the secretary shall provide the borrower with the standard repayment plan described in subparagraph A sub I. C, selection applies to all outstanding loans. A borrower is required to pay each outstanding loan of the borrower made under this part under the same selected repayment plan, except that a borrower who selects the repayment assistance plan and also has an accepted loan that is not eligible for repayment under such repayment assistance plan shall repay the accepted loan separately from other loans under this part obtained by the borrower. D, changes of repayment plan. A borrower may change the borrower's selection of sub I, the standard repayment plan under subparagraph A sub I, or the secretary's selection of such plan for the borrower under subparagraph B, as the case may be, to the repayment assistance plan under subparagraph A sub double I at any time, and sub double I, the repayment assistance plan under subparagraph A sub double I to the standard repayment plan under subparagraph A I at any time. E, repayment for borrowers with accepted loans made on or after July 1st, 2026. Sub I, standard repayment plan required. Notwithstanding subparagraphs A through D beginning on July 1st, 2026, the Secretary shall require a borrower who has received an accepted loan made on or after such date, including such a borrower who also has an accepted loan made before such date, to repay each accepted loan, including principal and interest on those accepted loans, under the standard repayment plan under subparagraph A sub I. The borrower shall be entitled to accelerate without penalty repayment on such loans. Sub double I, accepted loan defined. For the purposes of this paragraph, the term accepted loan means a loan with an outstanding balance that is I, a federal direct plus loan that is made on behalf of a dependent student, or 2, a federal direct consolidation loan if the proceeds of such loan were used to discharge the liability on AA, an accepted plus loan as defined in section 493CA1, or sub double B, an accepted consolidation loan as such term is defined in section 493CA2A, notwithstanding subparagraph B of such section. C, elimination of authority to provide income contingent repayment plans. 1, repeal. Subsection E of section 455 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 EE is repealed. 2, further amendments to eliminate income contingent repayment. A, section 428 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1078 is amended. Sub I and subsection B1D by striking, quote, be subject to income contingent repayment in accordance with subsection M, unquote, and inserting, quote, be subject to income-based repayment in accordance with subsection M, unquote, and sub double I and subsection M, 1 in the subsection heading by striking, quote, income contingent and 2, by amending paragraph 1 to read as follows. 1, authority of secretary to require. The secretary may require borrowers who have defaulted on loans made under this part that are assigned to the secretary under subsection C8 to repay those loans pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C, and 3, in the heading of paragraph 2 by striking income contingent or. B, section 428C of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1078-3 is amended, sub I in subsection A3BIV by striking for the purposes of obtaining income contingent repayment or income-based repayment, and inserting, quote, for the purposes of qualifying for an income-based repayment plan under section 455Q or section 493C as applicable. Sub I in subsections B5 by striking, quote, be repaid either pursuant to income contingent repayment under Part D of this title, pursuant to income-based repayment under section 493C, or pursuant to any other repayment provision under this section, and inserting, quote, be repaid pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C, or any other repayment provision under this section, unquote. And sub I in subsection C, 1, in paragraph 2A by striking or by the terms of repayment pursuant to income contingent repayment offered by the secretary under subsection B5, and inserting or by the terms of repayment pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C, and 2, in paragraph 3B by striking except as required by the terms of repayment pursuant to income contingent repayment offered by the secretary under subsection B5, and inserting except as required by the terms of repayment pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C. C, section 485D1 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1092D1 is amended by striking income contingent, and D, section 494A2 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1098HA2 is amended. Sub I in the paragraph heading by striking income contingent and income-based and inserting income-based. And sub I in subparagraph A, 1 in the matter preceding clause sub I by striking income contingent or, and 2 in clause sub I 1 by striking section 455E8 or the equivalent procedures established under section 493C2B as applicable, and inserting section 493C2. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on July 1st, 2028. Sub D, repayment assistance plan. Section 455 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087E is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. Q, repayment assistance plan. In general, notwithstanding any other provision of this act, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the Secretary shall carry out an income-based repayment plan to be known as the Repayment Assistance Plan that shall have the following terms and conditions. A, the total monthly repayment amount owed by a borrower for all of the loans of the borrower that are repaid pursuant to the Repayment Assistance Plan shall be equal to the applicable monthly payment of a borrower calculated under paragraph 4B, except that the borrower may not be precluded from repaying an amount that exceeds such amount for any month. B, the Secretary shall apply the borrower's applicable monthly payment under this paragraph first toward interest due on each such loan, next toward any fees due on each loan, and then toward the principal of each loan. C, any principal due and not paid under subparagraph B or paragraph 2B shall be deferred. D, a borrower who is not in a period of deferment or forbearance shall make an applicable monthly payment for each month until the earlier of sub I, the date on which the outstanding balance of principal and interest due on all of the loans of the borrower that are repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan is $0, or sub I, the date on which the borrower has made 360 qualifying monthly payments. E, the Secretary shall cancel any outstanding balance of principal and interest due on a loan made under this part of a borrower to a borrower, sub I, who for any period of time participated in the repayment assistance plan under this subsection, sub I, whose most recent payment for such loan prior to the loan cancellation under this subparagraph was made under such repayment assistance plan, and sub triple I, who has made 360 qualifying monthly payments on such loan. F, for the purposes of this subsection, the term qualifying monthly payment means any of the following. Sub I, an on-time applicable monthly payment under this subsection. Sub double I, an on-time monthly payment under the standard repayment plan under subsection D7AI of not less than monthly payment required under such plan. Sub triple I, a monthly payment under any repayment plan, excluding the repayment assistance plan under the subsection, of not less than the monthly payment that would be required under a standard repayment plan under section 455 D1A with a repayment period of 10 years. 4, sub 4, a monthly payment under section 493C of not less than the monthly payment required under such section, including a monthly payment equal to the minimum payment amount permitted under such section. 5, sub 5, a monthly payment made before July 1st, 2028, under an income contingent repayment plan carried out under section 455 D1D, or under an alternative repayment plan in lieu of repayment under such an income contingent repayment plan, if placed in such an alternative repayment plan by the Secretary, of not less than the monthly payment required under such a plan, including a monthly payment equal to the minimum payment amount permitted under such a plan. Sub 6, a month when the borrower did not make a payment because the borrower was in deferment under subsection F2B or due to an economic hardship described in subsection F2D. Sub 7, a month that ended before the date of enactment of this subsection when the borrower did not make a payment because the borrower was in a period of deferment or forbearance described in section 685.209K4, sub 4 of Title 34 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on excuse me, as in effect on the date of enactment of the subsection. G, the procedures established by the Secretary under section 493C shall apply for annually determining the borrower's eligibility for the repayment assistance plan, including verification of a borrower's annual income and the annual amount due on the total amount of loans eligible to be repaid under the subsection, and such other procedures as are necessary to effectively implement income-based repayment under this subsection. With respect to carrying out section 494A2 for the repayment assistance plan, an individual may elect to opt out of the disclosures required under section 494A2A sub I in accordance with the procedures established under section 493CC2. Balance assistance for distressed borrowers. Oh, thank you. I'll hand it off. Thank you very much. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
My name is Danielle Doubt with Unite Here, and this is the worst piece of legislation for working Americans that any Congress has ever passed. B, matching principal payment. With respect to a borrower of a loan made under this part and not in a period of deferment or forbearance, for each month for which a borrower makes an on-time applicable monthly payment required under paragraph 1A, and such monthly payment reduces the total outstanding principal balance of all loans of the borrower repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan under this subsection by less than $50, the Secretary shall reduce such total outstanding principal balance of the borrower by an amount that is equal to I, the amount that is the lesser of 1, $50, or 2, the total amount paid by the borrower for such a month pursuant to paragraph 1A, minus 2, the total amount paid by the borrower for such month pursuant to paragraph 1A that is applied to such total outstanding principal balance. 3, additional documents. A borrower who chooses or is required to repay a loan under this subsection and for whom adjusted gross income is unavailable or does not reasonably reflect the borrower's current income shall provide to the Secretary other documentation of income satisfactory to the Secretary. which documentation the Secretary may use to determine repayment under this subsection. 4, definitions. In this subsection, A, adjusted gross income. The term adjusted gross income, when used with respect to a borrower, means the adjusted gross income, as such term is defined in Section 62 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, of the borrower and the borrower's spouse, as applicable, for the most recent taxable year, except that, in the case of a married borrower who files a separate federal income tax return, the term does not include the adjusted gross income of the borrower's spouse. B, applicable monthly payment. I, in general, except as provided in Clause 2, 3, or 6, the term applicable monthly payment means, when used with respect to a borrower, the amount equal to I, the applicable base payment of the borrower divided by 12, minus 2, $50 for each dependent of the borrower, which, in the case of a married borrower filing a separate federal income tax return, shall include only each dependent that the borrower claims on that return. 2, minimum amount. In the case of a borrower with an applicable monthly payment amount calculated under Clause I that is less than $10, the applicable monthly payment of the borrower shall be $10. 3, final payment. In the case of a borrower whose total outstanding balance of principal and interest on all of the loans of the borrower that are repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan is less than the applicable monthly payment calculated pursuant to Clause 1 or 2 as applicable, then the applicable monthly payment of the borrower shall be the total outstanding balance of principal and interest on all such loans. 4, base payment. The amount of the applicable base payment for a borrower with an adjusted gross income of 1, not more than $10,000, is $120. 2, more than $10,000 and not more than $20,000 is 1% of such adjusted gross income. 3, more than $20,000 and not more than $30,000 is 2% of such adjusted gross income. 4, more than $30,000 and not more than $40,000 is 3% of such adjusted gross income. 5, more than $40,000 and not more than $50,000 is 4% of such adjusted gross income. 6, more than $50,000 and not more than $60,000 is 5% of such adjusted gross income. 7, more than $60,000 and not more than $70,000 is 6% of such adjusted gross income. 8, more than $70,000 and not more than $80,000 is 7% of such adjusted gross income. 9, more than $80,000 and not more than $90,000 is 8% of such adjusted gross income. 10, more than $90,000 and not more than $100,000 is 9% of such adjusted gross income. And 11, more than $100,000 is 10% of such adjusted gross income. 5, dependent. For the purposes of this paragraph, the term dependent means an individual who is a dependent under Section 152 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 6, special rule. In the case of a borrower who is required by the Secretary to provide information to the Secretary to determine the applicable monthly payment of the borrower under this subparagraph, and who does not comply with such requirements, the applicable monthly payment of the borrower shall be 1, the sum of the monthly payment amounts the borrower would have paid for each of the borrower's loans made under this part, under this standard repayment plan, with a fixed monthly repayment amount. paid over a period of 10 years, based on the outstanding principal due on such loan when such loan entered repayments. And 2, determined pursuant to this clause until the date on which the borrower provides such information to the Secretary. E, federal consolidation loans. Section 455G of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 3, consolidation loans made on or after July 1st, 2026. A federal direct consolidation loan offered to a borrower under this part on or after July 1st, 226 may only be repaid pursuant to a repayment plan described in Clause 1 or 2 of subsection D7A of this section, as applicable, and the repayment schedule of such a consolidation loan shall be determined in accordance with such repayment plan. F, income-based repayment. 1, amendments. A, accepted consolidation loan defined. Section 493C A2 of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended to read as follows. 2, accepted consolidation loan. A, in general, the term accepted consolidation loan means 1, a consolidation loan under Section 428C or a federal direct consolidation loan if the proceeds of such loan were used to discharge the liability on an accepted plus loan. Or 2, a consolidation loan under Section 428C or a federal direct consolidation loan if the proceeds of such loan were used to discharge the liability on a consolidation loan under 428C, or a federal direct consolidation loan described in Clause 1. B, exclusion. The term accepted consolidation loan does not include a federal direct consolidation loan described in subparagraph A that on any date during the period beginning on the date of enactment of this subparagraph and ending on June 30th, 2028 as being repaid. 1, pursuant to the income contingent repayment plan in accordance with section 685.209B of Title 34, Code of Federal Regulations, as in effect on June 30th, 2023, or pursuant to another income-driven repayment plan. B, termination of partial financial hardship eligibility. Section 493C A3 of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended to read as follows. Applicable amount. The term applicable amount means 15% of the result obtained by calculating, on at least an annual basis, the amount by which A, the borrowers and the borrower's spouses, if applicable, adjusted gross income exceeds B, 150% of the poverty line applicable to the borrower's family size, as determined under 673(2) of the Community Services Block Grant Act. C, terms of income-based repayment. Section 493CB of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended by amending paragraph 1 to read as follows. 1, a borrower of any loan made, insured, or guaranteed under Part B or D, other than an accepted plus loan or an accepted consolidation loan, may elect to have the borrower's aggregate monthly payment for all such loans not exceed the applicable amount divided by 12. 2, by striking paragraph 6 and inserting the following. 6, if the monthly payment amount calculated under this section for all loans made to the borrower under Part B or D, other than an accepted plus loan or an accepted consolidation loan, exceeds the monthly amount calculated under Section 428B9A1 or 455D1A, based on a 10-year repayment period, when the borrower first made the election described in this subsection, referred to in this paragraph as the standard monthly repayment amount, or if the borrower no longer wishes to continue the election under this subsection, then A, the maximum monthly payment required to be paid for all loans made to the borrower under Part B or D, other than an accepted plus loan or an accepted consolidation loan, shall be the standard monthly repayment amount. And B, the amount of time the borrower is permitted to repay such loans may exceed 10 years. 3, in paragraph 7B4, by inserting, as such section was in effect on the day before the date of the repeal of Section 455E, after Section 455D1D. And 4, in paragraph 8, by inserting, or the repayment assistant program under Section 455Q, after standard repayment plan. D, eligibility determinations. Section 493CE of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended to read as follows. C, eligibility determinations, automatic recertifications. 1, in general, the Secretary shall establish procedures for annually determining, in accordance with paragraph 2, the borrower's eligibility for income-based repayment, including the verification of a borrower's annual income and the annual amount due on the total amount of loans made, insured, or guaranteed under Part B or D, other than an accepted plus loan or accepted consolidation loan, and such other procedures as are necessary to effectively implement income-based repayment under this section. The Secretary shall consider, but is not limited to, the procedures established in accordance with Section 455E1, as in effect on the day before the date of repeal of subsection E of Section 455, or in connection with income-sensitive repayment schedules under Section 428B9A3 or 428CB1E. 2, automatic recertification. A, in general, the Secretary shall establish and implement, with respect to any borrower enrolled in an income-based repayment program under this section or under Section 455Q, procedures to 1, use return information disclosed under Section 6103I13 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, pursuant to approval provided under Section 494, to determine the repayment obligation of the borrower without further action by the borrower. 2, allow the borrower or the spouse of the borrower at any time to opt out of disclosure under such Section 6103I13 and instead provide such information as the Secretary may require to determine the repayment obligation of the borrower, or withdraw from the repayment plan under this section or under Section 455Q, as the case may be. And 3, provide the borrower with an opportunity to update the return information so disclosed before the determination of the repayment obligation of the borrower. B, applicability. Subparagraph A shall apply to each borrower of a loan eligible to be repaid under this section or under Section 455Q, who, on or after the date on which the Secretary establishes procedures under such subparagraph A. 1. Selects or is required to repay such loan pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under this section or under section 455Q. Or 2. Recertifies income or family size under such plan. E. Special terms for new borrowers on and after July 1st, 2014. Section 493CE of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended, 1, in the subsection heading by inserting "and before July 1st, 2026, after July 1st, 2014, and 2, by inserting "and before July 1st, 2026, after July 1st, 2014. 2, effective date and application. The amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on the date of enactment of this title, and shall apply with respect to any borrower who is in repayment before, on, or after the date of enactment of this title. G, FFEL adjustment, Section 428B9A5 of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended by striking "who has partial financial hardship." Deferment, forbearance. A, sunset of economic hardship and unemployment deferments. Section 455F of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended. 1, by striking the subsection heading and inserting the following: deferment, forbearance. 2, in paragraph 2A in subparagraph B, by striking "not in" and inserting "subject to paragraph 7, not in," and B, in subparagraph D, by striking "not in" and inserting "subject to paragraph 7, not in," and 3, by adding at the end of the following: 7, sunset of unemployment and economic hardship deferments. A borrower who receives a loan made under this part on or after July 1st, 2027, shall not be eligible to defer such loan under subparagraph D, B, or D of paragraph 2. B, forbearance on loans made under this part on or after July 1st, 2027. Section 455F of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended by adding at the end of the following: 8, forbearance on loans made under this part on or after July 1st, 2027. A borrower who receives a loan made under this part on or after July 1st, 2027 may only be eligible for a forbearance on such loan pursuant to Section 428C3B that does not exceed 9 months during any 24-month period. Subtitle D, Pell Grants. Eligibility. A, foreign income and federal Pell Grant eligibility. 1, adjusted gross income defined. Section 401A2A.
Thank you to Unite here. Hello, everyone. I'm Will McConnell. I'm inside the U.S. Capitol. We are reading the terrible Republican bill that is going to take away people's health care and food assistance. Please join us in this fight. A, the term adjusted gross income means, in the case of a dependent student for the second tax year preceding the academic year, 1, the adjusted gross income as defined in Section 62 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 of the student's parents, plus 2, for federal Pell Grants determinations made for academic years beginning on or after July 1st, 2026, the foreign income as described in section 480B5 of the student's parents, and in the case of an independent student for the second tax year preceding the academic year, 1, the adjusted gross income as defined in section 62 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 of the student and the student's spouse, if applicable, plus 2, for federal Pell Grants determinations made for academic years beginning on or after July 1st, 2026, the foreign income as described in section 480B5 of the student and the student's spouse, if applicable. Sunset. Section 401B1D of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S. Code 1070A-B1D is amended. A, by striking a student and inserting for each academic year beginning before July 1st, 2026, a student, and B, by inserting as an effect for such academic year after section 479A, B1, B5, B. Conforming amendments. A, in general, section 479A, B1B of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 TT B1B is amended, 1, by striking clause 5, and 2, by redesignating clauses 6 and 7 as clauses 5 and 6, respectively. Effective date. The amendment made by subparagraph A shall take effect on July 1st, 2026. Federal Pell Grants ineligibility due to a high student aid index. In general, Section 401B1 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1070A-B1 is amended by adding at the end of the following: F, ineligibility of students with a high student aid index. Notwithstanding subparagraphs A through E, a student shall not be eligible for a federal Pell Grant under this subsection for an academic year in which the student has a student aid index that equals or exceeds twice the amount of the total maximum federal Pell Grant for such academic year. The amendment made by paragraph 1 shall take effect on July 1st, 2026. Workforce Pell Grants. Section 401 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1070A is amended by adding at the end the following: Workforce Pell Grants Program. In general, for the award year beginning on July 1st, 2026, and each subsequent award year, the Secretary shall award grants to be known as Workforce Pell Grants to eligible students under paragraph 2 in accordance with this subsection. Eligible students. To be eligible to receive a Workforce Pell Grant under this subsection for any period of enrollment, a student shall meet the eligibility requirements for a federal Pell Grant under this section, except that the student, A, shall be enrolled or accepted for enrollment in an eligible program under section 41B3, hereinafter referred to as an eligible workforce program, and B, may not be enrolled or accepted for enrollment in a program of study that leads to a graduate credential, or have attained such a credential. Terms and conditions of awards. The Secretary shall award Workforce Pell Grants under this subsection in the same manner and with the same terms and conditions as the Secretary awards federal Pell Grants under this section, except that A, each use of the term eligible program, except in subsection B9A, shall be substituted by eligible workforce program under section 481B3. B, the provisions of subsection D2 shall not be applicable to eligible workforce programs. And C, a student who is eligible for a grant equal to less than the amount of the minimum federal Pell Grant because of the eligible workforce program in which the student is enrolled or accepted for enrollment is less than an academic year in hours of instruction or weeks of duration, may still be eligible for a Workforce Pell Grant in an amount that is prorated based on the length of the program. Prevention of double benefits. No eligible student described in paragraph 2 may concurrently receive a grant under both this subsection and A, subsection B, or B, subsection C. Any period of study covered by a workforce Pell Grant awarded under this subsection shall be included in determining a student's duration limit under subsection D5. Program eligibility for workforce Pell Grants. Section 481B of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1088B is amended, 1, by redesignating paragraphs 3 and 4 as paragraphs 4 and 5 respectively, and 2, by inserting after paragraph 2 the following. 3A, a program is an eligible program for purposes of the Workforce Pell Grant Program under Section 401K only if it is a program of at least 150 clock hours of instruction, but less than 600 clock hours of instruction, or an equivalent number of credit hours offered by an eligible institution during a minimum of 8 weeks, but less than 15 weeks. 2, it is not offered as a correspondence course as defined in 600.2 of Title 34 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on July 1st, 2021. 3, the governor of a state, after consultation with the state board, determines that the program provides an education aligned with the requirements of high-skilled, high-wage as identified by the state pursuant to Section 122 of the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act, 20 U.S.C. 2342, or in-demand industry sectors or occupations. 2, meets the hiring requirements of potential employers in the sectors or occupations described in subclause 1. 3, either AA leads to a recognized post-secondary credential that is stackable and portable across more than one employer, or BB, with respect to students enrolled in the program, prepares such students for employment in an occupation for which there is only one recognized post-secondary credential and provides such students with such credential upon completion of such program, and prepares students to pursue one or more certificate or degree program at one or more institution of higher education, which may include the eligible institution providing the program, including by ensuring AA that a student, upon completion of the program and enrollment in such related certificate or degree program, will receive academic credit for the Workforce Pell Grant Program, and that will be accepted towards meeting such certificate or degree program requirement, and the acceptability of such credit toward meeting such certificate or degree program requirements, and after the governor of such state makes the determination that the program meets the requirements under Clause 3, the Secretary determines that, 1, the program has been offered by the eligible institution for not less than 1 year prior to the date on which the Secretary makes a determination under this clause. 2, for each award year, the program has a verified completion rate of at least 70% within 150% of the normal time of completion. 3, for each award year, the program has a verified job replacement rate of at least 70%, measured 180 days after completion. And 4, for each award year, the total amount of the published tuition and fees of the program for such year is an amount that does not exceed the value-added earnings of students who received federal financial aid under this title, who completed the program 3 years prior to the award determination, as such earnings are determined by calculating the difference between A, the median earnings of such student as adjusted by the state and metropolitan area and regional price parties of the Bureau of Economic Analysis based on the location of such program, and BB, 150% of the poverty line applicable to a single individual as determined under Section 673(2) of the Community Services Block Grant Act, 42 U.S.C. 99022 for such year. B, in this paragraph, the term eligible institution means an eligible institution for purposes of Section 401. The term governor means the chief executive of a state. 3, the term in-demand industry sector or occupation, recognized post-secondary credential, and state board have the meaning given such terms in Section 3 of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. Effective date, applicability. The amendments made by this section shall take effect on July 1st, 2026, and shall apply with respect to award year 2026, 2027, and each succeeding award year. Section 8303, Pell shortfall. Section 401B7A3 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1070A B7A3 is amended by striking $2,170,000,000 and inserting $12,670,000,000. Section 8304, Federal Pell Grants exclusion relating to other grant aid. Section 401D of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1070 AD, is amended by adding at the end the following. Exclusion. Beginning on July 1st, 2026, and notwithstanding this subsection or subsection B, a student shall not be eligible for a federal Pell Grant under subsection B during any period for which the student receives grant aid from non-federal sources, including states, institutions of higher education, or private sources, in an amount that equals or exceeds the student's cost of attendance for such a period. Title 10, Committee on the Judiciary, Subtitle A, Immigration and Law Enforcement Matters, Part 1, Immigration Fees. Section 10001, Applicability of the Immigration Laws. Applicability. The fees under this subtitle shall apply to aliens in the circumstances described in this subtitle. Terms. The terms used under this subtitle shall have the meanings given such terms in Section 101 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101. References to Immigration and Nationality Act. Except as otherwise expressly provided, any reference in this subtitle to a section or other provision shall be considered to be a section or other provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101 et sequitur. Section 1002, Asylum Fee. In general, in addition to any fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General, as applicable, shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this section by any alien who files an application for asylum under Section 208, 8 U.S.C. 1158 at the time of such application is filed. Initial amount. During fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of $100 or such amount as the Secretary or the Attorney General, as applicable, may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under this section for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in paragraph 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. Disposition of asylum fee proceeds. During each fiscal year, 50% of the fees received from aliens filing applications with the Attorney General shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review and may be retained and expended without further appropriation. 50% of fees received from aliens filing applications with the Secretary of Homeland Security shall be credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee Account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and may be retained and expended without further appropriation. And any amount received in fees required under this section that were not credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review pursuant to paragraph 1, or to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to paragraph 2, shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. No fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Next. I think the next binder is somewhere there. I think one of those. Yes. We are about to read the last binder of the law.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Special immigrant juvenile fee. In general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this section by any alien, parent, or legal guardian of an alien applying for special permit, special immigrant juvenile status under Section 101A 27J, 8 U.S.C. 1101A 27J. Initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of $250 or such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation during fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in paragraph 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of 10. Disposition of special immigrant juvenile fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Section 10006, temporary protected status fee. Section 244C1B of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1254A C1B, is amended by striking the Attorney General and inserting the following. In general, the Attorney General. 2. In Clause 1, as redesignated by striking 50 and inserting 500, subject to the adjustment required under Clause 2, and 3, by adding at the end the following, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the maximum amount of the fee authorized under Clause 1 shall be equal to the sum of 1. The maximum amount of the authorized fee authorized under this subparagraph for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subclause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of 10. Disposition of temporary protected status fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to this subparagraph shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. No fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this subparagraph shall not be waived or reduced. Annual asylum fee. In addition to any other fee authorized by law for each calendar year that an alien's application for asylum remains pending, the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General, as applicable, shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B for such alien. Initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of A, $100, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index of all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded down to the nearest dollar. All the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Fees relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for parolees. In addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B for any parolee who seeks a renewal or extension of employment authorization based on a grant of parole. The employment authorization for each alien paroled in the United States or any renewal or extension of such parole shall be valid for a period of 1 year or for the duration of the alien's parole, whichever is shorter. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this subsection shall be the greater of $275 or such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. During each fiscal year, 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and may be retained and expended by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriation. And any amounts collected pursuant to this section that are not credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Fees relating to renewal or extension of employment authorization for asylum applicants. In general, to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee not less than $275 by any alien who has applied for asylum for each renewal or extension of employment authorization based on such application. Each initial employment authorization or renewal or extension of such authorization shall terminate immediately following the denial of an asylum application by an asylum officer unless the case is referred to an immigration judge. On the date that is 30 days after the date on which an immigration judge denies an asylum application, unless the alien makes any timely appeal to the Board of Immigration Appeals, or immediately following the denial by the Board of Immigration Appeals of an appeal of a denial of an asylum application. During each fiscal year, 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and may be retained and expended by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriation. And any amounts collected pursuant to this section that are not credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Fees related to renewal and extension of employment authorization for aliens granted temporary protected status. In addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B by any alien at the time such alien seeks any renewal or extension of employment authorization based on a grant of temporary protected status.
Hi, my name is Katie Scholes. I'm here to read this atrocious bill. Any employment authorization for an alien granted temporary protected status or any renewal or extension of such employment authorization shall be valid for a period of 1 year or for the duration of the designation of temporary protected status, whichever is shorter. Initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this subsection shall be in the greater of $275 or such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred in subsection paragraph A by the percentage by which consumer price indexes all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustments take into effect exceeds the customer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of 10. Deposition of fees relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for the temporary protected status applications during each fiscal year. 25% of fees collected pursuant to this section shall be credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, shall be deposited in the immigration exemptions fee account established under Section 286, and may be retained and expedited by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriation, and any amounts collected pursuant to this section that are not credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to the subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. No fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Fee for filing an application to adjust status to that of the lawful permanent resident. In general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall and equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien who files an application with the immigration court to adjust the alien status to that of the lawful permanent resident, or whose application to adjust his or her status to that of lawful permanent resident is adjudicated in immigration court. Such fee shall be paid at the time such application is filed before such application is adjudicated by the immigration court. Amount specified. Initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be greater than $1,000 and $1,500, or such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. Annual adjustment for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause I by the percentage by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes place exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of 10. Deposition of adjustment of status application fees. During each fiscal year, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subject shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account under subsection 286. Shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Fee for filing applications for waiver of grounds of inadmissibility. In general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an application with an immigration court for a waiver of a ground of inadmissibility, or before such application is adjudicated by the immigration court. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of $1,000 and $1,000, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. Annual adjustment for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause I by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. Not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to the subject shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account under subsection 286, and shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and by any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. fee for filing an application for temporary protected status. In general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment for a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an application with the Immigration Court for temporary protected status or before such application is adjudicated by an immigration court. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be greater than $500 or such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount preferred to in Clause I by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the lowest multiple of $10. During each fiscal year, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to the subsection shall be derived by transfer from the Immigration Examinations Fee account under subsection 286, and shall be credited to the Executive Office of Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Fee for filing an appeal of a decision of an immigration judge. In general, except as provided in paragraph 3, the Attorney General shall require, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an appeal from the decision of an immigration judge. Amount specified. Initial amount for fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of $900 or such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required on this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause I by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. The fee required under paragraph 1 should not apply to the appeal of a bond decision. Deposition of fees for appealing immigration judge decisions. During each fiscal year, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to the subsection shall be derived by transfer from the Immigration Examinations Fee account under section 286 and shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into general fund of the Treasury. Fee for filing an appeal from a decision of an officer of the Department of Homeland Security. In general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by an alien at the time such alien files an appeal of a decision of an officer of the Department of Homeland Security. Initial amount. For the fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be greater of $900 or such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause I by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. Deposition of fees for appealing Department of Homeland Security officer decisions. During each fiscal year, not more than 25% of the fees collected in pursuant to the subsection shall be derived by transfer from the Immigration Examinations Fee account under section 286 and shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Fee for filing an appeal from a decision of an adjudicating official in a practitioner disciplinary case. In general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any practitioner at the time such practitioner files an appeal from a decision of an adjudicating official in a practitioner disciplinary case. Amount specified. Initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be greater than $1,000, $1,325, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. Annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause I by the percentage by which the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. Deposition of fees for appealing Department of Homeland Security officer decisions. During each fiscal year, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection shall be derived by transfer from the Immigration Examinations Fee account under Section 286 and shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Part 2, Immigration and Law Enforcement Funding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Homeland Security for fiscal year 2025, out of any money of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $2 million to remain available through September 30th, 2029 for the following proposals. Immigration and enforcement activities, hiring and training of additional U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents and the necessary support staff to carry out immigration enforcement activities. Departures and removals, funding for transportation costs and related costs associated with departure or removal of aliens. Personnel assignments. Funding for the assignment of Department of Homeland Security employees and state officers to carry out immigration enforcement activities pursuant to Sections 103 and 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Background checks. Hiring additional staff and investing the necessary resources to enhance screening and vetting of all aliens seeking entry into the United States, consistent with Section 212 of such act, or intending to remain in the United States, consistent with Section 237 of such act. Protecting alien children from exploitation. In instances of aliens and alien children entering the United States without a valid visa, funding is provided for the purposes of collecting fingerprints in accordance with Section 262 of the Immigration Nationality Act and subsections 3 and B of Section 235 of such act, and collecting DNA in accordance with Section 235 and Sections 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Transportation and return of aliens from territories. Transporting and facilitating the return pursuant to the Section 235 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of aliens arriving from territories. State and local participation. Funding for state and local participation of Homeland Security efforts for purposes of ending the presence of criminal gangs and criminal organizations throughout the United States, addressing crime and public safety threats, combating human smuggling and trafficking networking throughout the United States, supporting immigration enforcement activities, and providing reimbursement for state and local participation of such efforts. Removal of specified unaccompanied alien children. In general, funding removal operations for specified unaccompanied alien children. use of funds. Amounts made available under this paragraph should only be used for permitting a specified unaccompanied alien child to withdraw the application for admission of the child pursuant to Section 235 of the Immigration Nationality Act. Specified unaccompanied alien child. The term specified unaccompanied alien child means an unaccompanied alien child who the Secretary of Homeland Security determines on a case-by-case basis has been found by an immigration officer at a land, border, or port of entry of the United States and is inadmissible under the Immigration Nationality Act, has not been a victim of severe forms of trafficking in persons, and there is no credible evidence that such child is at risk of being trafficked upon return of the child to the child's country of nationality or country of last habitual residence, and does not have a fear of returning to the child's country of nationality or country of last habitual residence owing to the credible fear of persecution. Severe forms of trafficking in persons. The term severe forms of trafficking in person has the meaning given such term in Section 103, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. Expedited removal of criminal aliens. Funding for the expedited removal of criminal aliens in accordance with the provisions of Section 235 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Removal of certain criminal aliens without further hearings. Funding for the removal of certain criminal aliens without further hearings in accordance with the provisions of Section 235 of the Immigration Nationality Act. Criminal and gang checks for unaccompanied alien children. Funding for criminal and gang checks of unaccompanied alien children who are 12 years of age and older, including the examination of such unaccompanied alien children for gang-related tattoos and other gang-related markings. Information technology. Information technology investment to support immigration purposes, including improvements to fee and revenue collections.
Cool. Hi, and I'm Mike from Unite here, and obviously we're here because this bill is an attack on the nation's most vulnerable while rewarding the best off. And I got here around 3 p.m. and it's now 11:30, and I know the Congresswoman began reading around 8 a.m. So I can say with confidence though that I've now at least listened to more of this bill than almost all of the Republicans who voted for it. So probably all of them. So. With that, I will continue the reading. Removal of certain criminal aliens without further hearing in accordance with the provisions of the section. Sorry, it's kind of, there's some feedback, I don't know. Oh, that's just a vote, okay, or something. Sections of 235C of the Immigration and Nationality Act 8 U.S.C. 1225C. Okay, and now it's paragraph 11. Criminal and gang checks for unaccompanied alien children. Funding for criminal and gang checks of unaccompanied alien children as defined by Section 462G of Homeland Security Act of 2002. 6 U.S.C. 279G, who are 12 years of age and older, including the examination of unaccompanied alien children for gang-related tattoos and other gang-related markings. 12. Information technology investments to support immigration purposes, including improvements to fee and revenue collections. All right. Now we have section 100052, appropriation for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Homeland Security for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement for fiscal year 2025 out of any money the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, and it's a very long number. So this is okay, to remain available through September 30th of 2029 for the following purposes. 1, hiring and training additional U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel, including officers, agents, investigators, support staff to carry out immigration enforcement activities and prioritizing, streamlining the hiring and rehired U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel, performance, retention, and signing bonuses. So A, in general, providing performance, retention, and signing bonuses for qualified U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel in accordance with this subsection. Performance bonuses, the Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, at the Director's discretion, may provide performance bonuses to any U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent, officer, or attorney who demonstrates exemplary service. Retention bonuses. The Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement may provide retention bonuses to any U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent, officer, or attorney who commits to 2 years of additional service with U.S. Immigration and Customs. Any other term or condition under which the bonus is payable subject to the requirement of this paragraph, including 1, conditions under which the agreement may be terminated before the agreed upon service period has been completed, and 2, the effect of the termination described in clause Roman numeral 1. Recruitment, hiring, and onboarding, facilitating the recruitment, hiring, and onboarding of additional U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel to carry out immigration enforcement activities, including by investing in information technology, recruitment, and marketing, hiring staff necessary to carry out information technology, recruitment, and marketing activities. Section 4, transportation, funding of transportation costs and related costs associated with alien departure or removal operations. Information technology. Funding for information technology investments to support enforcement and removal operations, including improvements to fee collections. Facility upgrades. Funding for facility upgrades to support enforcement and removal operations. Fleet modernization. Funding for fleet modernization to support enforcement and removal operations. Family unity. Promoting family unity by A, maintaining care and custody during the period in which the charge described in clause 1 is pending in accordance to applicable laws of an alien who I is charged only with a misdemeanor offense under section 275A of the Immigration and Nationality Act and entered the United States with an alien child who has not attained 18 years of age. B, detaining such an alien with an alien's child. 9, 287G, agreements. Expanding, facilitating, and implementing agreements under section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act. 10, victims of immigration crime in engagement office. hiring and training additional staff to carry out missions of Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Office, and for providing non-financial assistance to victims of crimes pertaining to the perpetuated by aliens who are present in the United States without authorization. 11, Office of Principal Legal Advisor, hiring additional attorneys and the necessary support staff within the Office of the Principal Legal Advisor to represent the Department of Homeland Security in immigration and enforcement and removal proceedings. All right, so the next section, which is 10053, Appropriation and Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers. A, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Homeland Security for federal law enforcement training centers for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. Okay, and the number we're given here is it's $750 million to remain available until September 30th of 2029 for the purposes described in Section B and Section C. Section B, training not less than $285 million of the amounts available under subsection A shall be supporting the training of newly hired federal law enforcement personnel employed by the Department of Homeland Security and state and local law enforcement agencies operating in support of the Department of Homeland Security. C, facilities. Not more than $465 million of the amounts available under Section A shall be pertinent. Shall be for procurement, construction, and maintenance of improvements to training equipment for related expenses and facilities of federal law enforcement training centers. Section 10005-4, appropriations for the Department of Justice. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Attorney General of the Department of Justice for fiscal year 2025 out of the money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. And so this is $3,330,000,000 to remain available through September 30th, 2029 for the following purposes. Executive Office of Immigration Review. A, in general, hiring immigration judges and necessary support staff for the Executive Office of Immigration Review. 2, address the backlog of petitions, cases, and removals. B, staffing level. Effective November 1st, 2028, Executive Office for Immigration Review shall be comprised of not more than 800 immigration judges, along with the necessary support staff. 2, combating drug trafficking. Funding efforts to combat drug trafficking, including trafficking of fentanyl and its precursor chemicals and illegal drug use. 3, persecution of immigration matters. Funding efforts to investigate and persecute immigration matters, gang-related crimes involving aliens, child trafficking and smuggling involving aliens within the United States, unlawful voting by aliens, violating of the Alien Registration Act of 1940, and violations of fraud related to Title 6 of the, Title 4 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act of 1996, including hiring additional Department of Justice personnel to investigate and prosecute such matters. Non-party, 4, non-party or other injunctive relief. So hiring additional attorneys and necessary support staff for the purpose of continuing implementation of assignments by the Attorney General pursuant to Section 516, 517, and 518 of Title 28 United States Code to conduct litigation and attend to the interests of the United States in suits pending in a court of the United States, in the court of a state, in suits seeking non-party or other injunctive relief against the federal government. 5, Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program and Office of Community-Oriented Policing. A, in general, increasing funding for the Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grants Program and the Office of Community-Oriented Policing for initiatives associated with 1, investigating and persecuting violent crime, 2, criminal enforcement initiatives, 3, immigration enforcement and removal efforts. Limitations: no funds made available under the subsection shall be made available to community violence intervention and prevention initiative programs. C, eligibility. To be eligible to receive funds made available under this subsection, a state or local government shall be should be in full compliance as determined by the Attorney General. With Section 642, the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, fiscally responsible, so this is Section 6, fiscally responsible lawsuit settlement. Number 6, hiring additional attorneys and necessary support staff for the purpose of maximizing lawsuit settlements that require the payment of fines and penalties to the Treasury of the United States in lieu of providing the payment to any person or entity other than the United States, other than a payment that provides restitution or otherwise directly remedies actual harm directly and proximately caused by the party making the payment or constitutes payment for services rendered or in connection with the case. 7, compensation for incarceration of criminal aliens. In general, promoting compensation to a state or political subdivision of a state for the incarceration of criminal aliens. B, use of funds. The amounts made available under subparagraph A shall only be used to compensate a state or political subdivision of a state as appropriate with respect to incarceration of an alien who, 1, has been convicted of a felony or 2 or more misdemeanors, 2I, or 2 Roman numeral 1, entered the United States without inspection or at any time or place other than that designated by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Roman numeral 2, was subject to the removal proceedings at the time the alien was taken into custody by the state, excuse me, by the state of a political subdivision of a state, or 3, Roman numeral 3, has admitted to non-immigrant and at the time the alien was taken into custody by the state or political subdivision of the state, has failed to maintain the non-immigrant status in which the alien was admitted or which it was charged, or to comply with the conditions of any such status. So C, limitation, amounts made available under the subsection shall be distributed to more than one state. The amounts made available under subparagraph A may not be used to compensate any state or political subdivision of a state if the state or political subdivision of the state permits or in any way restricts a federal, state, or local government entity, official, or other personnel from doing any of the following. 1, complying with immigration laws as defined by Section 101A-17 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. 2, assisting or cooperating with the federal law enforcement entities, officials, or other personnel regarding the enforcement of the immigration laws. 3, undertaking any of the following law enforcement activities as such activities relate to information regarding to the citizenship or immigration status, lawful or unlawful, unlawful in administrative abilities, unable to administrate, I think is what I mean, or deportability and the custody status of any individual. Making inquiries to any individual to obtain such information regarding such individual or any other individual. 2, notifying the federal government regarding the presence of the individual who or individuals who are encountered by law enforcement officials or other personnel of a state and political subdivision of a state. 3, complying with the request for such information from the federal law enforcement entities and officials or other personnel. All right, subtitle B, Judiciary Matters. Section 1001, Appropriation and Administrative Office of the United States Courts. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of Administrative Office of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts out of the amounts of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1,250,000 for each fiscal year 2025 through 2028 for the purposes of continuing analyses and reporting pursuant to Section 604A2 of Title 28, the United States Code, to examine the state of the dockets of the courts and prepare and transmit statistical data and reports to the business of the courts, including the assessment of the number, frequently and related metrics of judicial orders, including non-party relief against the federal government and aggregate cost impact of taxpayers of the United States, or on the taxpayers of the United States, as determined by each court when imposing securities for the issuance of preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders against against the federal government pursuant to 56C of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. All right, Section 1102, appropriation to the Federal Judicial Center. A, appropriations. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of the Federal Judicial Center out of the amount of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, 1 million of each of fiscal years 2025 through 2028 for the purposes described in subsection B. Okay, subsection B, use of funds. Federal Judicial Center shall use the amount appropriated under subsection A for the constituted implementation of programs persistent to section 62B3 of Title 28, the United States Code, to stimulate, create, develop, and conduct programs of continuing education and training for personnel of the judicial branch, including training on the absence of constitutional and statutory authority, supporting legal claims that seek non-party relief against the federal government, and strategic strategic approaches for immigrating and aggregate cost impact of such legal claims on the taxpayers of the United States. We are approaching the end, so I want to make sure the Congresswoman is able to bring us to the end. I don't. We've got. No, we haven't. I know you started this out, so I don't want to steal the glory of getting to the point to the last. So I'll continue until she gets here. There's still a few more pages. So, subtitle C. Radiation exposure compensation matters. Section, all right, and I'll turn it over to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna thank everyone. Thank you, Unite Here. Thank you guys for being here. It's officially Wednesday. We've been reading this bill for over 15 hours. I just came from the Rules Committee, where Democrats are offering 400 plus amendments to the bill, and actually asked colleagues how they could have possibly read the bill when we have been reading it for 15 hours and still aren't done. So we know for a fact they haven't read it and they're voting for it, and it's horrific and deadly. And we're gonna wrap up here with the final 15-some pages. Section 100-102, appropriation to the Federal Judicial Center. Appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of the Federal Judicial Center out of amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1 million for each of fiscal year 2025 through 2028 for the purpose described in subsection B. Use of funds. The Federal Judicial Center shall use the amounts appropriated under subsection A for the continued implementation of programs pursuant to section 620B3 of Title 28 United States Code to stimulate, create, develop, and conduct programs of continuing education and training for personnel of the judicial branch, including training on the absence of constitutional statutory authority supporting legal claims that seek non-party relief against the federal government, and strategic approaches for mitigating the aggregate cost impact of such legal claims on the taxpayers of the United States. Subtitle C, Radiation Exposure Compensation Matters. Section 100-201, Extension of Fund. Section 3D of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101426, is amended. 1, by striking the first sentence and inserting the fund shall terminate on December 31st, 2028, and 2, by striking the end of that 2-year period and inserting such date. Section 100-202, claims relating to atmospheric testing. A, leukemia claims relating to Trinity Test in New Mexico and tests at the Nevada site, Section 4A1A of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended. In Clause Subclause by striking October 31st, 1958, and inserting November 6, 1962. B in subclause 2. I by striking in the affected area and inserting in an affected area. And 2 by striking or after the semicolon. C by redesignating subclause 3 as subclause 4. And D by inserting after subclause 2 to the following. 8723 was physically present in an affected area for a period of at least 1 year during the period beginning on September 24th, 1944 and ending on November 6, 1962, and by striking physical presence described in subclause 1 or 2 of clause I, or on-site participation described in clause I3 and inserting physical presence described in subclause 1, 2, or 3 of clause I, or on-site participation described in clause 4. Amounts for claims related to leukemia. Section 4 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended. Subparagraph A by striking an amount and inserting the amount, by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following amount if the condition described in subparagraph C are met. An individual is described in subparagraph A shall receive $100,000, and 3 in subparagraph C by adding at the end of the following. No payment under this paragraph previously has been made to the individual on behalf of the individual or to a survivor of the individual. Conditions for claims related to leukemia. Section 4A1C of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended. 1 by striking clause I and redesignating clauses 2 and 3 as clauses 1 I and 2 respectively. Specified disease claims relating to Trinity tests in New Mexico and tests at the Nevada site. Section 4A2 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. Subparagraph A by striking in the affected area and inserting in an affected area. B by striking 2 years and inserting 1 year. And C by striking October 3rd, 1958 and inserting November 6, 1962. 2 in subparagraph B. A by striking in the affected area and inserting in an affected area. And B by striking or at the end and inserting a semicolon. 3 by redesignating subparagraph C as subparagraph D. And 4 by inserting after subparagraph B the following. C was physically present in an affected area for a period of at least 1 year during the period beginning on September 24th, 1944 and ending on November 6th, 1962, or amounts for claims related to specified disease. Section 4A2 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended in the matter following subparagraph D. 1 by striking $50,000 in the case of an individual described in subparagraph A or B, or $75,000 in the case of an individual described in subparagraph C and inserting $100,000. 2 in clause I by striking and inserting a semicolon. 3 in clause II by striking the period at the end and inserting quote, and by adding at the end of the following, III, no payment under this paragraph previously has been made to the individual on behalf of the individual or to a survivor of the individual. F, downwind states. Section 4B1 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended to read as follows. 1, affected area means A, except as provided under subparagraph B. I, the states of New Mexico, Utah, and Idaho. II, in the state of Nevada, the counties of White Pine, Nye, Lander, Lincoln, Eureka, and the portion of Clark County that considers townships 13 through 16 at ranges 63 through 71, and III in the state of Arizona, the counties of Coconino, Yavapai, Navajo, Apache, and Gila, and Mojave. B, with respect to a claim by an individual under subsection A1A I3 or subsection A2C only New Mexico. And Section 100-203, claims relating to uranium mining. A, employees of mines and mills. Section 5A1AI of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended to read as follows. I-1 was employed in a uranium mine or mill, including any individual who was employed in the transport of uranium ore or vanadium uranium ore from such mine or mill located in Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Wyoming, South Dakota, Washington, Utah, Idaho, North Dakota, Oregon, or Texas at any time during the period beginning on January 1st, 1942 and ending on December 31st, 1990, or 2 was employed as a core driller in a state referred to in subclause I during the period described in such subclause, and B, minors of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended by inserting or renal cancer or any chronic renal disease, including nephritis and kidney tubal tissue injury after non-malignant respiratory disease. C, millers, core drillers, and ore transporters. Section 5A1A II of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended by inserting core driller after was miller, by inserting or was involved in remediation efforts at such a uranium mine or uranium mill after ore transporter, by inserting I after clause 1 after clause I, and 4 by striking or renal cancers and all that follows and inserting or renal cancer or any other chronic renal disease, including nephritis and kidney tubal tissue injury, or combined work histories, section 5A, 1AII of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, as amended by subsection C, is further amended in subclause I by striking or at the end, and 2 by adding at the end of the following, does not meet the conditions of subclause I, 1 or 2. BB, work during the period described in clause I-1 in 2 or more of the following positions: miner, miller, core driller, and ore transporter. CC, meets the requirements under paragraphs 4 and 5, and DD, submits written medical documentation that the individual developed lung cancer, a non-malignant respiratory disease, renal cancer, or any other chronic renal disease, including nephritis and kidney tubal tissue injury, after exposure to radiation through work in 1 or more of the positions referred to in item B. Special rules relating to combined work histories. Section 5A of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended by adding at the end the following: special rule relating to combined work histories for individuals with at least 1 year of experience. An individual meets the requirements under this paragraph if the individual worked in 1 or more of the positions referred to in paragraph for a period of at least 1 year during the period described in the next paragraph. Special rule relating to combined work histories for minors. An individual meets the requirement of this paragraph of the individual during the period described in paragraph worked as a minor and was exposed to such number of working level months that the Attorney General determines, when combined with the exposure of such individuals to radiation through work as a miller, core driller, or ore transporter during the period described in paragraph 1AII, results in such individuals being exposed to a total level of radiation that is greater or equal to the level of exposure of an individual described in paragraph 4. Definition of core driller. Section 5B of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended in paragraph 7 by striking "and" at the end, in paragraph 8 by striking the period at the end of inserting "and" by adding at the end of the following. The term core driller means any individual employed to engage in the act or process of obtaining cylindrical rock samples of uranium or vanadium by means of a borehole drilling machine for the purpose of mining uranium or vanadium. Section 100-204, claims relating to Manhattan Project waste. The Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is amended by inserting after Section 5 the following. Section 5A, claims relating to Manhattan Project waste. In general, a claimant shall receive compensation for a claim made under this act is described in subsection B or C if a claim for compensation is filed with the Attorney General by an individual described in paragraph 2, or on behalf of that individual by an authorized agent of that individual if the individual is deceased or incapacitated, such as an executor of estate of the individual, a legal guardian or conservator of that individual, or if applicable, an authorized agent of that individual demonstrates such individual was physically present in an affected area for a period of at least 2 years after January 1st, 1949, and contracted a specified disease after such period of physical presence. The Attorney General certifies that the identity of that individual, and if applicable, the authorized agent of the individual is not fraudulent or otherwise misrepresented, and the Attorney General determines that the claimant has satisfied the applicable requirements of this act. Loss is available to living affected individuals. In general, in the event of a claim qualifying for compensation under subsection A that is submitted to the Attorney General to be eligible for compensation under this section at a time when the individual described in subsection A2 is living, the amount of compensation under this section shall be an amount that is the greater of $50,000 or the total amount of compensation for which the individual is eligible under paragraph 2. Losses due to medical expenses. A claimant described in paragraph 1 shall be eligible to receive upon submission of contemporaneous written medical records, reports, or billing statements created by or at the direction of a licensed medical professional who provided contemporaneous medical care to the claimant, additional compensation in the amount of all documented out-of-pocket medical expenses incurred as a result of the specified disease suffered by that claimant, such as any medical expenses not covered, paid for, or reimbursed through any public or private health insurance, any employee health insurance, any workers' compensation program, or any other public, private, or employee health program or benefit. 3, limitation. No claimant is eligible to receive compensation under the subsection with respect to medical expenses unless the submissions described in paragraph 2 with respect to such expenses are submitted on or before December 31st, 2028. C, payments to beneficiaries of deceased individuals. In the event that an individual described in subsection A2 who qualifies for compensation under subsection A is deceased at the time of submission of the claim, 1, a surviving spouse may, upon submission of a claim and record sufficient to satisfy the requirement of subsection A with respect to the deceased individual, receive compensation in the amount of $25,000, or 2, in the event that there is no surviving spouse, the surviving children, minor or otherwise, of the deceased individual may, upon submission of a claim and record sufficient to satisfy the requirements of subsection A with respect to the deceased individual, receive compensation in the total amount of $25,000 paid in equal shares to each surviving child. D, affected areas. For purposes of this section, the term affected area means 1, the state of Missouri, the zip codes of 63031, 63033, 63034, 63042, 63045, 63074, 63114, 63135, 63138, 63044, 63121, 63140, 63145, 63147, 63102, 63304, 63134, 63043, 63341, 63368, and 63367. In the state of Tennessee, the zip codes of 37716, 37840, 37779, 37748, 37763, 37828, 37769, 37710, 37845, 37887, 37829, 37854, 37830, and 37831. 3, in the state of Alaska, the zip codes of 99546 and 99547, and in the state of Kentucky, the zip codes of 42001, 42003, 42086. E, specified disease. For purposes of this section, the term specified disease means any of the following: any leukemia, provided that the initial exposure occurred after 20 years of age and the onset of the disease was at least 2 years after first exposure. 2, any of the following diseases, provided that the onset was at least 2 years after the initial exposure: multiple myeloma, lymphoma other than Hodgkin's disease, primary cancer of the thyroid, male or female breast, esophagus, stomach, pharynx, small intestine, pancreas, bile ducts, gallbladder, salivary gland, urinary bladder, brain, colon, ovary, bone, renal, liver, except if cirrhosis or hepatitis B is indicated, or lung. F, physical presence. 1, in general, for purposes of this section, the Attorney General may not determine that a claimant has satisfied the requirements under subsection A unless demonstrated by the submission of A, contemporaneous written residential documentation, or at least 1 additional employer-issued or government-issued document or record that the claimant for at least 2 years after January 1st, 1949 was physically present in an affected area, or B, other documentation determined by the Attorney General to demonstrate that the claimant for at least 2 years after January 1st, 1949 was physically present in an affected area. 2, types of physical presence. For purposes of determining physical presence under this section, claimant shall be considered to have been physically present in an affected area. A, if the claimant's primary residence was in the affected area.